flashback, more nights almost left behind. Suitcase of memories, time after sundown to picture me. I'm walking too far ahead, you're calling to me. I can't hear what you said, then you say, go slow, I fall behind. The second hand unwinds. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time, if you fall, I will catch you, I'll be waiting. Time after time. After my picture fades and darkness has turned to gray, watching through windows, you're wondering if I'm okay. Secrets stolen from deep inside. The drum beats out of time. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you, I'll be waiting. Time after time. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you, I will be waiting. Time after time. Time after time. Time after time. Time after time. Time after time.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Friends, here's a very important way that you can help the war effort. You know, it's coal that keeps our war plants humming, coal that keeps our trains moving, coal that heats our soldiers in army camps. Yes, coal that supplies vital power and heat to countless wartime activities. So you can make an invaluable contribution to the war effort this winter by cutting your coal consumption to the absolute minimum. Start your personal coal conservation program this simple way. Hold your fire. Don't let the first chilly snap send you down to the furnace. Use the fireplace. Wear warmer clothing. Wait 2 or 3 weeks later than usual before starting your furnace. The coal you save now will help the home front and the war front, and it will help you keep warmer in the really bitter months to come. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, the gibbering things. Well, nature puts on quite an autumn show up here, Margot.
Yes, doesn't it, Lamont?
Yeah. All New Hampshire's pretty country at any season, folks.
Are we nearly at our destination, driver?
Almost. About a mile and a half more, and we'll be at the Haunted Woods.
Huh?
Haunted woods.
Yes, sir. Place you've hired me to drive you to is just this side of them.
Oh, Aunt Susan never told me that she lived near any haunted woods, Lamont.
Miss Susan Prentice, your aunt, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Krantz and I are going to spend the weekend with her.
Oh, that'll be a fine rest for you.
Those haunted woods don't sound quiet or restful.
Well, they won't bother you none. Leastwise, I've never been bothered in them. Neither was your aunt. Or Professor Surgoff, who lived smack in the center of them.
Why are they called the haunted woods?
Well, it's said that quite a few fellas have gone into them woods and completely disappeared. There was 2 lumberjacks, 4 or 5 harvest hands. Shucks, I figure they simply walked into the woods on one side and out the other.
Your logic is spoiling a nice mystery, driver.
Oh, I figured a natural explanation for the gibbering things, too.
Gibbering things.
Ever so often, the doggondest noise is heard from them woods. A funny, squeaking, chattering kind of noise. Don't sound like it was made by either man or beast. The folks say it's made by things.
You figured that it's not made by things?
Mister, that gibbering noise is made by monkeys.
Monkeys?
In New Hampshire.
Professor Surgoff's got a couple at his place that he's brought up from South America. I admit I don't know how their squeaky little voices can be heard so far away from the professor's house, but them monkeys is the only natural explanation.
Are those the haunted woods ahead of us now?
Yes, ma'am. That's them.
Heavens,
What's that?
something screamed in those woods.
Yes, that was just an old screech owl. There it is again.
Well, screech owls don't make their home this far north. They must have been brought up here like the monkeys you mentioned.
That's right. Another pet of Professor Surgoff. Here's Miss Prentice's place.
Oh, Lamont, what a lovely little house.
I'll get your luggage out the back.
Let me help you, Margot.
Thank you.
Step directly on these flagstones. Ground's pretty wet.
We had some thunderstorm today. Started early this morning and pulled down telephone wires and raised all kinds of nails.
That's all?
Yeah. Why, I'd like to wait and say howdy to Miss Prentice, but as long as I'm out this way, I want to drop off a package at Professor Surgoff. Getting late, and I'd like to be in and out of them woods before dark.
Not because of the gibbering things.
Well, shucks, no. Just that the road through there is pretty terrible. A fellow wants daylight to get over it. I'll stop off on my way back from the professor's, see if your aunt wants anything fetched from the village, my next trip. So long.
So long.
You never told me your aunt was deaf, Margot.
Deaf? Well, she isn't.
Well, she can't be at home then after this noisy arrival in front of the door.
But it is funny that she hasn't. Aunt Susan! Aunt Sue!
Are you sure she expected us today?
Oh, of course. Oh, the door's unlocked. Let's go in, Lamont. She must have stepped out for a moment.
For a long moment. Let's have a look around. You take a peek at the kitchen.
All right.
Everything here is tidy, shipshape, and deserted.
Well, the kitchen door's been left unlocked.
Well, evidently your aunt didn't intend to be gone very long.
Well, what do you suppose has happened to her?
Oh, chances are your aunt left here this morning to pay a brief call to some neighbors, and she was forced to stay there by the storm.
I was beginning to think Aunt Sue had been swallowed by those gibbering things in the haunted woods.
We have Mr. Doremus' assurance those gibbering things are vastly overrated.
What's that?
Now, listen.
It's the gibbering from those woods.
It's from deep in the woods. Doesn't sound like the chattering of any monkey that I've ever heard.
Lamont! That be the screech owl again?
That cry sounded human.
It's like a scream of mortal terror. Lamont, we've been waiting almost half an hour now for Aunt Sue. She'd be here by this time if she were all right.
Phone's still dead. The cab driver hasn't come back yet, and it's nearly dark. Let's go outside again and watch for him.
All right. He said he wanted to be out of those woods before dark. Come on, let's gibbering again.
It's much closer than before.
Seems to come from just the edge of those woods.
And the professor who keeps monkeys lives nearly a mile from here.
They're growing fainter now. Traveling away.
Margot, look here.
What?
In the earth of this flower bed.
Tiny footprints. Well, they've been made by a barefoot child, a baby. Since the rain. How did the baby get out here?
These prints were made since I was looking around this garden only a few minutes ago. And their sole resemblance to a baby's is their size. Look closer. No child could walk upright on feet that left these impressions. They're deformed.
Yes, I see now.
So whatever made the footprints didn't walk upright very far. Here it dropped on all fours.
Those are prints of little hands. But only 2 fingers are outlined. But horrible thumbs. These tracks were left by some animal.
But what kind of an animal? I never saw a spoor like this before.
Oh, neither have I. Look, they disappear here in the grass.
Margot, someone's coming out of the woods.
A man? What's he got on his head? It's getting so dark I can hardly see.
I think it's a helmet of some sort. He's carrying a net.
A net?
It looks like it. Seems to be hunting for something.
Hello there. Hello. Who are you?
We're about to ask the same question.
My name is Sergov. Alexander Sergov.
Lamont, you may know. I'm Margot Lane, Miss Prentice's niece, Professor.
The president's niece.
Yes, and this is Mr. Cranston. We just arrived to spend a few days with Aunt Susan, and she's not here.
I have not seen Miss Prentice for several days. Was she expecting you and Mr. Cranston?
Yes, she was.
Professor, if I'm not too inquisitive, what do you hunt with a net at this time of night?
I keep a small zoological collection, Mr. Cranston, and one of my little animals escaped this afternoon, and I was searching for it with my net.
A dangerous animal? I see you're wearing heavy gloves.
It was a small ape with sharp little teeth that can, what you call, nip very painfully. Perhaps you heard it chattering in the woods a while ago.
We heard something gibbering in there.
That was my little pet.
Is it malformed hands and feet, Professor? Does it leave tracks like this?
You did not see it leave those tracks?
No, we found them by accident a few minutes ago.
The creature I'm searching for is not a perfect specimen. These tracks are fresh, which means that it is close by, and I'm most anxious to recapture it, so if you will please excuse me. Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Well, at least we've learned what's behind those footprints and that gibbering.
I'm still wondering if that was a screech owl we heard soon after Doremus left us.
What for, Lamont?
I'm going to get a gun and flashlight out of my bag and do a little hunting of my own in these woods.
But...
where's the light switch?
Yes.
Oh, thanks.
Lamont, they're gibbering again.
It's just outside the house.
We know it's only a crippled ape that...
Margot, what?
That face at the window.
Where?
Gone now. But it was pressed close against the glass. It had no features, Lamont, except eyes and a toothless mouth. It was the face of the gibbering thing. Lamont, turn your flashlight on those trees as well as on the road. That gibbering thing may be in these woods.
As I'm watching, Margot. There's only one set of tire tracks in this road, so Doremus traveled it only one way. You sure, Margot, that the face of the window had no features?
It was just pink ball flesh with tiny pig-like eyes and grinning toothless gums. What could it have been?
If you weren't having a nightmare, I don't know. Good Lord, look there.
Doremus's cab turned on its side.
Come on.
There's Doremus. Oh.
He's been thrown from his cab against that rock.
His head's all crushed. Oh, Lamont.
Strange. There's no blood around the wound.
No blood.
Someone or something has washed it absolutely clean. Look at its throat. A big bruise mark.
His fall from the cab didn't do that.
Oh. Looks as though some terrific suction has been applied by something like a giant leech.
That thing with the toothless mouth. Lamont, you've got to find out what that gibbering monster is. It may have killed Aunt Sue as well as Doremus.
Come on back to your aunt's house. After I see you locked safely inside, Professor Sirgoff is going to receive a visit from the Shadow.
Why are you so worried, Professor?
What? Who is speaking to me? I cannot see anyone.
I'm the Shadow.
The shadow? An invisible man?
Little secret I learned in the Orient.
What do you want here?
I shall ask the questions. First, did you find the small ape you were hunting for?
You know that I was hunted...
The Shadow overheard your conversation with a Miss Lane and a Mr. Cranston a while ago. Did you find the ape?
Yes.
What did you do with it? I visited the cages where you keep your pets and found no crippled monkey there.
I was forced to shoot the animal. I buried it in the woods.
After it had gorged itself on the blood of Doremus,
Doremus?
you didn't know he was lying dead in the woods?
No, I swear I did not, Shadow. I had nothing to do with
But
it.
you know what killed him?
No.
Don't lie. You also know the reason for Susan Prentice's disappearance.
I do not.
Her absence will cause an intensive search.
She will not be found here. This is a small house. Nothing could be concealed in it. Search it yourself.
Luck has been with you so far, Professor. If telephone service hadn't been disrupted by the storm, the authorities would already have been notified and the search begun. The luck of criminals is never good for long. Your time is running out. The police will find the body of Doremus, and they'll be told about a squealing monster with a horrible toothless mouth.
What?
The gibbering thing has been seen tonight. Now you must think and act fast, Professor. You must think and act faster than the Shadow.
Friends, if you heat your home with coal, listen. Here's some important good news. Your friendly neighborhood blue coal dealer is happy to announce that he already has available, on a first-come, first-served basis, a small supply of automatic heat regulators to aid in the urgent coal conservation program. Now listen to what an automatic heat regulator does. It takes full charge of your furnace operation, giving you a constant, even temperature day and night. It eliminates those wide swings in temperature when it's always too hot or too cold. It saves you those incessant trips to the basement when you try to control the temperature yourself. It helps protect your family against winter colds, which many doctors agree result from overheating or unstable temperatures. And most important, it saves coal vital to the war effort and money for you. An automatic heat regulator costs little to begin with and soon pays for itself in fuel savings. Don't wait for the first freeze. There are just a few automatic heat regulators available. So act now. Call your friendly blue coal dealer and place your order tomorrow. And now, back to the Shadow.
Lamont, did Professor Seargolf tell you anything when you visited him as a shadow?
I didn't expect him to, Margot. The Shadow's purpose was to force Sergoff into some revealing action. I'm confident that he'll make that action before morning, but I'm taking no chances. I'm going to leave you again now and go back into those woods.
Why?
Professor Sergoff doesn't confine his activities within the limits of his small home. I'm going to discover, if I can, where he carries on his major studies.
Let me go with you,
No, I
Lamont.
want you to stay here. Lock yourself in the house and don't leave it. I expect to be gone for some time.
Oh. I expect to be gone for some time. Fine. It's a screech owl. What's that? Back door. Who's there? What do you...
Good evening, Miss Lane.
Professor Seargolf.
When one locks a glass panel door, the key should never be left in the lock. It is so easy to break the glass, reach inside, and turn the key.
Why have you broken in here?
I just saw Mr. Cranston go into the woods, and I considered this an excellent opportunity to talk with you alone.
That gun.
This gun will do you no harm if you're obedient. You and I are going for a little walk, Miss Lane, and you are going quietly.
Where are you taking me through these woods?
You'll soon learn. Here's our stopping place.
There's nothing here but trees and that big rock.
Yes, watch that rock.
Swinging out like a door.
It is a door to a very secret natural cave below. Ladies first, Miss Lane.
I won't go down to that darkness.
You need not go in darkness. We have electric light here. Step in, Miss Lane. I wish to close my bulky door.
No, I...
Do not try my patience. Go. Now, down these stairs. And you can see my little refuge. It is welcome for you.
These hideous things that make them are behind that door.
Hideous things, so you saw the little creature that escaped tonight?
It pressed its awful face against the window. Don't make me look at it again.
You won't see anything to frighten you when I open the door. There's nothing in this chamber except those steel cabinets around the walls, that iron water pipe above, and this heavy rope that dangles from the pipe. You will find the rope of special interest. I call your attention to the snap hook on its loose end.
No, let me go.
soon as I lock these handcuffs on your wrists behind your back like this, and hook the rope to your cuffs like this. Now, I let you go. Nicely tethered.
What are you going to do to me?
I shall satisfy your curiosity about the gibbering things. You have seen but one. I have many such children.
Children?
Yes. I am their father, their creator. I am their God. I have discovered the secret of life.
Of life?
I have evolved a complex life form from the single cell. Nature required 1 billion years to do what I have done in 10. I am greater than nature.
You're a madman.
Am I? You shall see. The steel cabinets you see around these walls are really insulated, soundproof covers for my children's cages. This lever opens the apparent cabinets. Watch. Before you saw the handsomest of my little beauties. Now you can look at them again and 30 of his brothers. Hear them squeal their greetings to you.
No, let me out of here.
Do not be afraid. Their cages are strong. They cannot get at you now.
Please, they're so horrible.
Well, I admit that I have not as yet achieved perfection in their appearance, but I progress. Now, here is my first experiment. It resembles a shapeless sponge, but it's alive. It moves and breathes.
Oh, please.
And here is a little creature that lacks arms and legs. See it bounce its way about? Its brother in the next cage has twice the usual number of limbs. This one has 8 hands. That one has no eyes or ears. And there's one with no head. And here's one without a body.
Stop it.
But they're all alive, Miss Lane. All can move and fast. All have mouths and appetites, Miss Lane. For human blood. Their only diet.
Human blood.
Yes, I keep human cows, Miss Lane, and you are to become a human cow and feed my children.
Oh, no.
That is why you're tethered here. This chamber is their dining room. I shall pull a lever that opens their cages as I go out this door to safety. They're very greedy, but I will not let them drink too much of your blood, Miss Lane, for now you're a cow and valuable to me. I leave you now to pull the lever. Ah! My throat.
You feel the shadow's hands upon you, Segoff.
The shadow.
Oh.
The shadow is a man would like to close his fingers tight about your neck. As a respecter of the law, he'll let you live.
Oh, Shadow.
Unlock your handcuffs, Segoff.
Don't touch me again, I will.
Be quick.
There.
Oh, I'm free. I'm free and I can leave this room. Go where I won't see and hear those awful things.
Yes, go.
And I'll go with you out that door.
Segoff!
The door is locked and closed upon you, Shadow. The lever that opens my children's cages is on this side of the door, and I release them now.
No.
My children do not have to see a man to find him, Shadow. Their greed for blood would lead them to you, and they are to have all your blood, Shadow. You will be dead before this door is opened. Dead! It is now half an hour since that door was closed upon our former friend, the Shadow. My children have killed strong men within 5 minutes, so I think it is time, Miss Lane, for us to view the remains, which will be visible, I imagine. But first, I shall reunite you with your aunt.
You're my aunt here.
Yes, and Fort escaped and told me of her intention to notify the authorities. I was forced to add her to my herd of cows. That herd includes the itinerant lumberjacks and harvest hands who have disappeared in the haunted woods. When fools hear their screams of pain, they think they hear my little screech owl.
Oh, there's no word that fits you.
Before I can safely view the dead body of the Shadow, my children must be returned to their cages. And my cows take care of that. Your aunt's stall is behind this door.
Aunt Sue. Aunt Sue.
I will let her out.
Margot. Oh, Margot.
What a touching reunion. You shall see a great deal of each other from now on, for you will be stable together. My male cattle are in here. Come out, beasts. And don't forget that I hold the usual loaded revolver.
Oh, poor men.
Yes, my male cattle aren't as healthy-looking as you and your aunt, Miss Lane, but they have been here a long time.
They're walking skeletons.
They still manufacture blood. That's all that matters. Fall in line, beasts. You with them, female cattle.
No.
Fall in line.
Oh, come, Margot, come. There's nothing we can do.
You're learning fast, Miss Prentice. Now march, all of you, to the feeding room. You ought to have an easy time tonight. My children have been fed and well. You need only pick them up and return them to their cages.
Pick up those things?
Yes, Miss Lane, and tenderly. Unlock the door. Go in and do as I've told you. Now, you see how tame my cattle are, Miss Lane? You will soon be like them. Hurry in there. Get my pets behind their bars. I'm anxious to come in and pay my last respect.
Your children are in their cages, Master.
Ah, now we shall see. I thought the shadow would be visible in death. His mental power is gone, but I do not see him.
Can you feel him, Sergov?
Ah!
Shadow!
Yes, I'm not an easy victim, Sergov. Pick up that gun he dropped, Miss Lane.
Something we cannot see. It's got him. Give Sergov to us.
Be back, you men. I know how you must hate this devil, but I promise you he'll get justice. Now, everyone leave this room. Everyone but Sergov.
Everyone but me.
You're going to be left alone here. Alone as you've left the others.
No. No, do not put those handcuffs on me.
Oh, yes. Locked behind your back. Now,
No, not that tether rope. Do not hook me to that.
the way you fastened others.
Yes, we can do to him what
Now,
he's
get
done
out
to
of
us.
this room, you men. We're leaving Professor Sergov with his children.
We'll turn the vampires loose on him.
No, do not open those cages. Do not turn them loose on me. Please, Shadow, please.
You're safe, Sergov. The cages won't be opened.
Did you say, Shadow, that those cages won't be opened? That Sergov is safe?
He's safe from those things he created. That room will be Sergov's prison until the police arrive to take him to another.
Police? Prison. Shadow, you promised us that devil would get justice.
He will, but the law must fix his punishment.
We've been Sergov's slaves. His cattle, those things he made have fastened on our flesh. They drank our blood. We want no police. We want no law. We want no law. They have no punishment to fit that devil's crime. We'll attend to Sergov.
And we are. You men have suffered here, but you're civilized men. You must abide by rules of order, not by instincts of revenge.
We're no longer men. We're cattle. Sergov has made us beasts. And there are many of us, Shadow. You are only one.
Keep away from that door.
We didn't want to open the door, Shadow. We only wanted to lock it. And we have locked it. We have the key. Pull the lever that opens those cages.
No.
You're too late, Shadow. Listen. Sergov's children move fast. They've already reached their father. We've given Sergov the justice he deserves.
Well, Margot, Sergov's cattle were too many and too quick. But Sergov won't put the state to any expense. Your aunt's safe in her home again. And his children.
Those men just trampled him after you finally forced that door. And I'm not sorry things happened as they did. Kirgoff was going to turn those gibbering things loose on me.
Well, he did turn them loose on the Shadow.
Lamont, you haven't told me why the Shadow wasn't killed by those monsters.
Well, Sergov made a serious mistake. When he left other victims in that room, their hands had been secured behind their backs and fastened to the tether rope. The Shadow was free. One end of the tether rope was attached to an iron pipe near the ceiling, where he took a moment to loop the other end with its heavy hook over the pipe and fasten it. And seated in that swing, the Shadow was well above the reach of the little vampires.
When you were locked in that room, I was sure it meant your death.
One can never be sure of anything, Margot. You know, when I was invited to your Aunt Susan's, as I recall, I promised myself a quiet, restful weekend.
Yes, I remember.
Now let me introduce Blue Coal's distinguished heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. I'm glad to be back with you again. And this year, with fuel so vitally needed for the war effort, I hope to bring you special information that will help you to heat your home more efficiently and economically. Thousands of tons of coal can be conserved if everyone will give special thought to the efficient operation of their furnace. Operating a heating plant efficiently is easy. And if you will follow a few simple suggestions, you can not only save considerable fuel, but your home will be healthfully heated as well. A clean furnace is number one on the list of important things that will result in conserving fuel. So put your heating plant in good working order. It's easy to clean a furnace. For tools, all you need to do a good job is an inexpensive wire brush and a scraper. You can get these at any hardware store. Can of asbestos furnace cement. Have all soot and fly ash. Use the asbestos cement to seal up leaks around the smoke pipe where it enters into the chimney. Make sure that the dampers are in good working order, that all furnace doors fit tightly. Remember, a clean furnace conserves coal, gives you more heat for the fuel you burn, and will keep your family warm and healthful all winter long. I thank you.
Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plots are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This is Ken Roberts saying, keep the home fires burning with blue coal.
Now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Elliot Lewis as star of Can't We Be Friends? A suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear. Suspense. Radio's outstanding theater of thrills is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now, a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Elliot Lewis in a remarkable tale of suspense.
I suppose you want to know how it happened.
Yes, I'd like very much to know.
Then will you tell me how you got here?
I'm Dr. Mayer.
Did you look at her? Is she dead?
You tell me your story first.
Who's he?
This gentleman lives in the next apartment.
Yeah?
Yes, go on. Let's hear your story.
Well, her name is Frances Murphy. I've known her for about 6 months. I met her at a party. We went out together a few times, liked each other, and started going together. She's fascinating, I guess. I fell in love with her, and I think she was in love with me. For a while, anyway.
What's your name?
Michael Gordon.
Yeah? Well, go on.
Well, she wasn't well for a while, and then she told me she had to go to the hospital. Some minor surgery.
Minor surgery? Why, that girl... So that's what she told you, eh?
Yeah. Well, anyway, I got sort of busy, and I didn't get a chance to see her while she was sick. And when I saw her again, she wouldn't talk to me, so I started seeing another girl I know. But this afternoon, I got to thinking about Fran. I kept seeing her when I was with the other girl. It bothered me. So I decided I'd come over and see her. I got here at 6 o'clock. This apartment, in case you don't know, is very easy to get up to. The desk clerk sits around the corner from the elevator, and you don't have to see him if you don't want to. I didn't want him to call and tell Fran I was coming up, so I went over to the elevator without talking to him and came directly up to the 4th floor and knocked on her door. Hello, Fran.
Oh, it's... My.
How are you, Fran? Can I come in?
What do you want?
Oh, I was just passing by. I thought I'd stop in and see how you were feeling.
You're a little late, aren't you? You're feeling better for 3 weeks.
Oh, now don't be like that, honey. I was busy. That's why I didn't see you. Aren't you going to ask me in?
All right, come in. But you can't stay long. I've got an engagement with a very good friend tonight.
Oh, thanks. Well, the apartment looks very nice.
Sit down, Mr. Light.
Oh, thanks. Care for a cigarette?
No, thanks.
Ah, you look swell.
It's not your fault, I do.
Oh, now don't be like that, Fran. I feel awful about not seeing him when you were sick. I had to see a fellow from out of town.
Did it take you 10 days to see him?
Oh, honey, you know how those things are. It was business. You just can't make any other plans.
You really don't have to explain it to me. I'm not the least little bit interested in what you do.
Fran, look at me. I'm sorry, Fran. I don't blame you for being mad at me. I'm no good, I guess. I'm just a no good bum. I never deserved having a girl like you anyway.
How true.
But let's let bygones be bygones and at least part good friends, huh? That's really why I came by today. I wanted to ask you, can't we be friends?
Well...
Because I loved you, Fran. You know that I did. I still do. But, of course, I realize that's beside the point.
You still do, huh? Whatever do you mean?
Oh, I've been thinking about you a lot, Fran. About how you walk, the fingernail polish you use, the perfume you wear.
That you gave me for my birthday.
Did I? Well, you know, that's right. I remember that. You sure were surprised.
It's very nice of you.
It was nothing, honey. Nothing at all. I wish I could have gotten you a mink coat. 2 mink coats, one for afternoon, one for nighttime.
Really?
Mind if I sit here next to you?
Well, I don't know.
Thanks. You're wearing the perfume now, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, perfume has a better smell when you wear it, you know. Oh, will you forgive me, Fran, for being such a heel?
Well, you really didn't...
No, don't answer that, honey. That wasn't nice of me to ask you that. There's no reason why a girl like you should get stuck with a bum like me. You're better off going out with other people. Who's this friend you had the engagement with tonight?
Are you really sorry you didn't see me, Mike?
I told you I was. I could have killed myself. I felt so bad.
Oh. Give me a kiss.
Sure, honey.
I missed you, Mike. And I haven't got an engagement with anyone tonight. I haven't been out of the house. Dr. Mann said I should take it easy.
No, that's good, honey. We'll go out tonight, huh? Or would you rather I stayed here with you for dinner? And then we could listen to some music tonight. I haven't heard your records in a long time, you know.
No, you'll have to go, Mike. I have some packing to do. I have to go away and rest a while. Guess I was pretty sick.
Well, it's all the more reason for me to stay, honey. I'll help you pack. We'll have a little farewell party.
No, I'm sorry, Mike. I have to go to sleep as soon as I finish packing, so I'll be fresh for the trip tomorrow.
Well, that's ridiculous. I'm just going to sit here. I won't bother you. Who are you trying to kid?
What do you mean?
I mean, what are you trying to pull? You got a date with another guy? Tell me. I don't care who you go out with.
I told you I didn't have a date.
Well, you think I believe that? Too sick to see me, huh? That's a laugh. You certainly look well enough to me.
But I'm not.
That's one of the reasons I didn't go to see you in the hospital. I knew you were kidding.
What's the matter with you? I had an operation.
You want to tell me about your operation?
Please go.
I'll go when I'm good and ready.
You'll go right now. Right when I tell you to. Who do you think you are?
Who do you think you are?
You get out of here before I call the manager.
Oh, you wouldn't dare call a manager.
Oh, wouldn't I? Listen, you cheap, no-good bump. You get out of here, I'll have you thrown out.
Oh, shut up.
Okay. All right. You asked for it.
Hey, give me that phone.
Get your dirty hands off of me. You go away.
I told you to shut up.
What do you want? Why don't you leave me alone?
I want to see you uncomfortable. I want you to be unhappy the way you make me unhappy. I want to make sure you remember me. I used to fall for that crying routine, but not anymore. Now I just make you cry a little harder. You might like to know I wasn't seeing anybody about business while you were in the hospital. I went out every night. I've been seeing your friend Trudy.
Trudy?
Yeah, Trudy. But then I had to come back up here today and see you. Because I kept seeing you when I kissed Trudy.
What's that got to do with me? You get out of here.
I gotta do something to stop that. I don't love you anymore, but I keep remembering you. That's no good.
You can stop remembering me anytime you like. Well, I hardly recognized you when you came in. That's how easy I forgot.
No, that don't work with me.
Now listen to me. You listen to me. I'm tired of your little problem. I don't like you, and I wouldn't even like you if you had any money, which goodness knows you haven't. I want you to go away and leave me alone. I don't want you to come back here anymore. You saw me today because you wanted to. Okay, but no more. I'm going into the bedroom, and I'm going to lock the door, and I don't care whether you stay here forever, but I'm not coming out until you leave here. But if you haven't left in a little while, I'm going to scream. And I'm going to keep screaming until somebody comes up here and throws you out of here.
I just stood there for a while and looked at the door. And I thought, I don't love her. I don't love her at all. I hate her. That's when I decided to do it. Because I figured that if there was no Fran, that I could see Trudy or anybody else I wanted to and not have to worry about being lonesome for Fran or feeling sorry for Fran or needing Fran. And I figured you don't remember dead people very well. But I knew I had to do it that night before she left on her trip. I worked it out like this. I'd leave right then and leave her front door on the latch and talk to everybody in the building and go to my boarding house and tell everyone there how tired I was and go up to my room. That would be my alibi. Everyone would have seen me go to sleep. Then I'd wait until everybody was in bed. And I'd take my gun and come back here without anybody seeing me and kill Fran.
For suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Elliot Lewis as star of Can't We Be Friends, a radio play of which he is also the author, and which is Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Between the acts of suspense, this is Ken Niles for Roma Wines. Warm weather and cold drinks just naturally go together. And here's my favorite recipe for quick, thirst-quenching refreshment these scorching days. It's Roma Wine and Soda, America's smartest, coolest summer drink. After a hot day's work, try Roma Wine and Soda. It's refreshing as a cold shower. And when guests drop in, delight them with delicious, easy-to-serve Roma Wine and Soda. Just half-fill a tall glass with Roma California Burgundy or Sauterne or any other Roma wine type of your choice. Then add ice, fill with sparkling water, and stir. In less than a minute, you're sipping your way to cool contentment. Or for a short refresher that's long on taste, try this cooler offer. Just pour Roma California Sherry to cover a cube or two of ice. It's delicious. Remember, Roma wines are selected from the world's greatest wine reserves. So refreshers made with Roma are better tasting always. For low-cost, cool enjoyment this summer, serve Roma Wine and Soda. Insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma Wine, largest selling wine in all history. And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Elliot Lewis as Michael Gordon in Can't We Be Friends? A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Fran? Hey, Fran? Well, I'm going now. I'm sorry we couldn't at least be friends. I went to the front door of her apartment. Snapped the lock open and left, making a little noise closing the door so she'd know I'd gone. In the elevator going down, I saw a guy I didn't know, but I wanted to be seen leaving, so... Pardon me, do you have the time?
It's quarter to 7.
Thanks. I'm awful tired.
You've been working hard?
Oh, yeah. Early jobs every morning. Matter of fact, this is almost my bedtime.
Oh.
Oh, after you.
Oh, thanks.
All right. I'll see you, huh?
Night.
Pardon me.
Yes, may I help you?
Yeah, Miss Murphy in 411 asked me to tell you she doesn't want to be disturbed.
Yes.
You got that straight now. Miss Murphy, 411, she doesn't want to be disturbed.
Not feeling badly again, is she?
Oh, no, just a little tired. Taking a nap.
Oh, well, thank you. I'll see that she's not bothered.
Yeah, because she doesn't want to be disturbed. Got the time?
10 minutes to 7.
10 minutes to 7. I better get my dinner and get some sleep. Got an early call in the morning. I left the building and took a cab, although I didn't have too much dough. I talked to the cabbie. I asked him about his family. I got real chummy with him. Because he was a Red Sox man, so I was a Red Sox man. At the boarding house, I gave everybody a big yawn. I lauded around how tired I was. I even had the landlady feeling sorry for me, and she usually hates me. Everybody patted me on the back up to my room. I made a lot of noise dropping my shoes when I got there. I jumped up and down on the bed a couple of times. Then I went over to the window, and I looked out at the street. and I waited. The traffic gradually disappeared as I watched. And through the early night, one by one, I could hear the other boarders yell goodnight to somebody in the living room and bang up the stairs and close their door. Pretty soon I knew they had to be asleep. About 1 o'clock in the morning, a last pair of footsteps came upstairs without saying goodnight to anyone. So I knew they'd all turned in. I waited a little longer to make sure everyone was sleeping. Then I put my shoes back on. I got my gun out of the bureau drawer. I opened the door to my room. Old man Epstein was sawing away down the hall, making his usual racket, so I felt easier about going past his door to get to the stairs. But I was very careful and quiet. He grumbled once when I got in front of his door, but I held still. Pretty soon he started sawing again. I got down the stairs. It was pretty dark in the living room, and I was afraid I'd trip on some furniture. But I made it all right. Finally felt the front door knock in my hand. I opened the door as quietly as I could.
Then what? I said to him in that case, go play with Lombardo. You rock me, Jackson, you rock me. Where tomorrow? Dave, I got an 88 man I want you to hear. Oh, solid. See you. Oh, that you, Lippy?
No.
Oh, hi, man.
Good evening. Door's open if you're going in.
Oh, thanks for saving me the key move, man. Hey, you still working days, fellow boarder Rooney?
Yeah.
Oh, ain't this a little past your bedtime, man?
Oh, yeah, it's late, but the reason I...
Hey, why do you go out at 3:00 about?
Well, I wasn't going out. I couldn't sleep. I was just going to get some fresh air and come right in again. You better leave the door unlocked for me.
Oh, boy, I'm beat.
Yeah, you better get to bed.
Oh, it's a fine night for singing.
Yeah.
Well, don't get too much of that fresh air. Liable to choke you to death.
Yeah, well, good night.
Oh, hey, we had that joint really jumping tonight. Hatchet Face come by, sat in with us for a while.
Really?
Oh, he's mellow. That boy plays fine.
So I hear.
Yeah. Oodly-woo.
Oodly-lee. Oodly-doodly-doodly-doodly-doodly-doo.
That good?
Yeah, sounds great.
Well, enjoy your company, Pops.
Sure thing. Good night.
Well, gotta fall in now. Hit that pad.
I was frightened for a minute. I was awful frightened. If Jack remembered seeing me, my carefully planned alibi was shot. I thought better not tonight. But then, Jack wasn't like most people. He wouldn't remember in the morning. He'd be too busy trying to recall Hatchet Face's lick. No, it was still all right. But I had to be careful. I couldn't take any chances. To be safe, I had to have the alibi that I'd gone to bed early. I walked quietly to the street and started for Fran's apartment house. I was very careful all the way. A couple of times cars came by, and always I ducked into the shadows and waited for them to pass before I continued walking. I got here at about 4 o'clock, I guess. I went up to the front door and tried to open it. But the big door was locked. I couldn't get in. I took my keys out of my pocket and tried them. But none of them fitted. Then I heard someone coming up the walk. I moved back from the door and squeezed against the mailboxes and waited. I was almost afraid to breathe. Except that I knew I'd get in now. I'd just wait until the people went in and then get my foot in the door to keep it from completely closing again.
Good night, honey.
Good night, darling.
I'll call you in the morning, Betty Jane.
Call me when you get home so I know you're all right.
Oh, well, won't I wake anyone?
Oh, I'll be at the phone. I'll answer as soon as it rings.
Okay. Give me another kiss.
Do you love me?
Uh-huh.
How much?
1 million.
Oh, that's not enough. Good night.
Good night, Betty Jane. 7 million?
That's better. Don't forget to call.
I won't. Honey.
Yes, darling.
Good night.
Good night, darling. You call now.
I will.
sweating. It had been close, but they hadn't seen me, and my foot was holding the door open, so I just waited there until I was sure she'd gone upstairs. And then I opened the door and quietly guided it closed and walked on tiptoe across the lobby to the elevator. I needn't have wondered about avoiding the desk clerk. There was no one at the desk. The elevator was upstairs somewhere where the girl had just taken it, and I rang the buzzer for it. I love self-service elevators. They make you feel like you could go to the moon in them. Elevators and subway trains I always wanted to drive ever since I was a kid. I got back in the dark just in time. The guy didn't see me. Please don't turn around. Please don't turn around.
They just all left me. Like, they all left the game. All my readers.
My mouth was so dry, I wondered for a few seconds how that guy'd been able to whistle. You know the way you do. And I opened the elevator door and got in. I pushed the button for the 4th floor. I got a little panicky because I thought that if someone was waiting on the 4th floor, they'd see me when they opened the elevator door. I almost convinced myself that someone would be there waiting for me. I put my hand in my coat pocket and felt the gun there and grabbed it hard. It was cold, so I took it out and pressed it against my forehead. That made me feel a little better. But there was no one waiting for the elevator. I stepped out into the dark hallway. I took a pencil out of my pocket and jammed it against the door so that it couldn't close. You know the way those things are, they won't run when the door is open, and I wanted it to be there waiting for me when I finished the shooting. That was the only way I figured to get out of the apartment before everybody woke up and started doing something about hunting for me. There's a basement exit, you know, and the elevator goes down to the basement. I had all that figured, too. The pencil seemed to work, but to make sure, I stepped back into the elevator and pushed a button. And the motor clicked and the door strained, but stayed open. The elevator didn't go anywhere. Then I stepped out into the hall and listened. It was awful quiet. Not even anyone snoring, which you usually hear at night in a big apartment house like this. I tried to remember if there was a squeaky board in the floor anywhere down the hall, but couldn't, so I just crossed my fingers and tiptoed down the long, dark hallway. The only light was the red exit sign that shows you where the fire escape is. And seeing from that is like working at a darkroom developing pictures, which I did for a while. 2 doors from Fran's apartment. That's the most frightened I ever was in my life. When a kid started to yell. Because in the first place, I didn't know what it was right away. And in the second place, I thought, he'll wake up everybody in the apartment and they'll be up and on their feet when I start shooting. I guess I held my breath for a couple of minutes because when I started to try and relax, my breath came out in a low whistle. Well, that scared me, too. I thought, it'd be great if I get a heart attack right here in the hall of a strange apartment house in the little hours of the morning with a gun in my pocket. It's like being afraid of a fire at night because you don't want to go out in the street in your pajamas. It's worse, I guess. Anyhow, the baby finally quieted down. I waited a while. Because I didn't know whether his mother had gotten up to quiet him or whether he'd just gone back to sleep again. I wasn't taking any chances now. It was too close to the finish. I waited. I figured it was safe a few minutes later and continued snailing down the hall. I stopped at Fran's door and listened. It was quiet inside. I put my hand into my pocket and grabbed hold of the gun. Then I slowly turned the doorknob and slid the door open. It didn't creak or anything, which was lucky. I got into the room, quietly closed the door again. I took the gun out of my pocket and released the safety and went to the bedroom door. It was already a little bit open. Through the crack, I could see her figure lying on the bed. I pushed the door enough ajar so that I could move into the room and look closer. That chop suey sign across the street was flashing on and off, and as I got used to the pattern it made on the walls, I saw Frances lying on the bed, dressed as she had been when I'd seen her early in the evening. She was lying on her stomach with her face turned toward the far side of the room, toward the shadow. My nose started to tickle. I thought I was going to sneeze, but when I pressed the cold gun against my upper lip, the desire left me. I moved slowly and quietly toward the bed. I got within a few feet of her. I pointed the gun right at her head. The gun was weaving around, so I held on with both hands. I took very careful aim. It was done. I threw the gun down on the bed right next to Fran and started for the door. I knew I didn't have much time to get out of there. I tripped over one of her packed suitcases in the living room, but didn't fall. It reminded me, though, that I'd gotten there in time. She hadn't had a chance to go on her trip. I got to the front door of the apartment and jerked it open.
What's the hurry? Get back in there.
Get out of my way!
Get back in there.
No, I told you to get back in there! And that's all I know of what happened.
I see.
Did you hit me?
Yes. I was helped by this gentleman here.
I used that book.
What are you doing here?
The young lady had called me and asked me to stop by.
At 4 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, look here. I'm her doctor.
Yeah? You must have got pretty clubby with her while she was in the hospital. I was right about her. That's swell. Now, I don't feel badly about having shot her.
The police will be here soon.
You think I'm going to wait for her? Watch him, doctor! Hey!
Wow. Well, it's just as well.
What? Aren't you going to call the ambulance?
I already had.
Yeah.
I called the ambulance for the young lady. The state she was in when she talked to me on the phone, I knew we'd have to take her back to the hospital tonight.
Well, there's not much they can do for her now.
Well, there wasn't much they could have done for her before. An embolism, blood clot. The result of her surgery and the excitement she must have had earlier in the evening.
Then he didn't kill her?
She was dead 3 hours before he got here.
Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines. R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is Ken Niles for Roma Wines, suggesting a refreshing idea for warm weather entertaining. Serve your guests tall, frosty glasses of Roma Wine lemonade, an ice-cold, taste-tingling treat that's a summer favorite here in Hollywood. For gala garden party or neighbor's casual call, the delicious thirst-quenching refreshment of Roma Wine lemonade pleases everyone. And Roma Wine lemonade is easy on you because it costs so little, is so easy to serve. You just place ice and the juice of half a lemon in a tall glass. Pour 3/4 full with zestful Roma California Burgundy or any other Roma wine you prefer. Add water and sweeten to taste. And because Roma wines are selected from the world's greatest wine reserves, a refresher made with Roma is better tasting naturally. So start now. Cool off and refresh yourself with Roma Wine Lemonade. Insist on Roma. R-O-M-A. Roma Wine. Discover why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
That they had before Mike's.
This is Elliot Lewis. It's always a pleasure to appear on Suspense, and tonight I'm especially grateful to Mr. Spear for the opportunity to not only hear one of my own radio plays presented here, but also to appear in the starring role. I'd certainly like to thank my good friends and fellow radio countrymen who contributed their usual wonderful performances. Lorene Tuttle, who was Fran, Wally Mayer, who was the doctor, Jerry Hausner, who was the Vout kid, Betty Moran and Irvin Lee, who were the two kids outside the apartment house, and Bill Johnston, who can do almost anything. Next Thursday, a very wonderful actor, Mr. J. Carroll Nash, will be starred on Suspense in a play called Commuter's Ticket, which goes to prove that nobody notices you on a commuting train except when you don't want to be noticed.
Next Thursday, same time, Roma Wines will bring you J. Carroll Nash as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
All you need is nothing. She stopped eating food on May the 16th. By the 23rd of August, she had lost most of her teeth. She said, "You don't eat."
And now, the Mole Mystery Theater, presented by M-O-L-L-E. Mole, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skin.
Good evening. This is Jeffrey Barnes,
Write down all the
welcoming you to the
things
Mole
Brady
Mystery
for
Theater,
copyright infringement
program
for
that
dead
presents the
candidates.
best in mystery
What a
and
bunch of
detective
fucking
fiction.
hypocrites.
Tonight's play is a
They would have this
modern,
fucking
hard-boiled
tape
detective
here.
adventure by
They printed
Leslie
on one
G.
side
White
that said,
entitled
home taping
Radio
is
Patrol.
killing record industry
One of your
profits.
popular
You
young
left this
radio
side
stars,
blank so you
Richard
can
Coogan,
help.
will be heard in the leading role.
She can sit there.
Radio
She's
Patrol
picked
is
up
the
on her
story
lawn.
of a young police officer nicknamed Lucky, who discovers himself in a dilemma.
It's the only tape I
and has
saved
apparently
because I
let
thought
an
that shit
innocent
was
man
cool.
hang, or
No.
be his entire
You want to
career
fucking dub
ruined.
their music.
Say, Mr. Barnes,
Fucking
before the men in
ballad.
our audience learn all about Lucky, here's a word of advice inspired by Mr. Unlucky, the man who suffers from shaving tough whiskers. Men, heavy beards call for a heavy cream. That's why lots of men call for Mole, the heavier brushless shaving cream. Yes, sir, it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's the smooth, slick shave you get with M-O-L-L-E. Mole, the heavier brushless shaving cream for heavy beards. So remember, if you have a wiry, hard-to-cut beard or a sensitive skin, the cream you need is Mole. Because it is a heavier cream, Mole not only softens your whiskers, it stands them up straight and lets your razor sail right through them. So you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly with Mole, the heavier brushless shaving cream for heavy beards. Try it. Mole. And now for tonight's Mole Mystery starring Richard Coogan. Radio Patrol.
It was a Wednesday when the fun, or trouble, according to how you look at it, started. My partner in Radio Patrol car number 23, Sam Brace, and me. Oh, yeah, Star's the name. Lucky Star. Boy, I needed it. Anyway, Sam and me stopped off the Central Station House with a daily precinct report. You see, the reports go to Captain Rivers, chief of the Detective Bureau. Only first, they go to his secretary, Karen Marshall. That's how it is.
Hi, Lucky. Captain's waiting for the report.
Oh, here you are, honey. Am I going to see you tonight?
The captain's door's open.
Well, look, will I? When I get off duty?
Yeah, I'll pick you up in the car at the station house.
Hey, is that pest again?
Captain Rivers, it's Patrolman Star.
Now, look, Star. Every time I look up, I see you lounging around like you work here.
Well, yes, I mean...
thought you were a harness bull.
Yes, sir, I am, sir.
Well, I'll not have harness bulls feathering up my bureau.
No, sir.
Now, if you want to hang around here, climb out of that uniform and start your loafing at 8 in the morning.
Yes, sir, but I'm on at 4. Gee, what do you... Hey, what's funny?
Lucky, Captain Rivers means he's taking you into the Detective Bureau.
Detective Bureau?
Okay. It's all fixed for your precinct captain. Now, don't stand there gawking.
Hey, yes, sir.
You start Monday. Now, beat it.
I was still walking on air when I got into the patrol car. I didn't say anything to Sam Brace right away because he's... Well, he's funny. I mean, if he thinks a guy's got any drag, well, you can't blame him. With all the rumors about graft and patronage. Yeah, rumors. But Chet Sloan's death last year was no rumor. Sloan was put on as a special investigator, knocked off by Tony Jarko, a mug with a very nasty record. So I just sat there not saying anything, and finally Sam broke through.
You're in a trance tonight. How do you take it? In the arm?
How will you take it? Straight?
Sure.
Starting Monday, Sam, I work in plain clothes.
Yeah?
Let's have it, Sam.
Lucky it's swell. You got what it takes. Looks, ambition, friends.
Gee, I'm just as surprised as you.
I'm a kid. You're put on the force by Alderman Terry Carmichael. You've been hiked by Captain Rivers. You can't miss.
Wish you were coming with me, Sam.
Not me. The prowl car's my speed. I got my pension to think of, and I want to live to collect it. A wife and 4 kids makes a difference. Single, you got the world by the tail.
I'm going to be married, Sam.
Oh, sure, the chief's secretary. You'll do okay, Lucky.
Calling car 23.
That's
Calling
back to
car
work.
23. Proceed. Rooming house 1267 Dock Street.
1267 Dock Street.
6 man. Repeat. Calling car 23. Car 2.
That's the best thing about being a cop. You can always make a U-turn.
The sick man on Dock Street turned out to be a ratty-looking guy with a permanent wave in his nose. His eyes were closed. Took off the gray sheet he was wrapped in. He was fully dressed, even to his shoes.
All dressed up. But he ain't going anywhere. Look at them holes in his stomach.
Yeah, 5 slugs. Still breathing, Sam.
Not for long. I'll go call the ambulance.
You better make it quick.
He ain't in a hurry anymore.
That's fucked up.
I bet there's no phone in this joint.
Copper.
All right, take it easy, chum. You got stomach trouble.
Don't need no copper. Please. Hey, Copper. They hung Tony Jarko yet?
Jarko?
Yeah, Tony.
Oh, not yet, chum. Dance is Saturday. A friend of yours? Who did it?
Tell a cop when Terry Carmichael rep the cops.
What's Carmichael got to do with it?
Yeah.
Alderman Carmichael? He shot him?
Like he fixed that special investigator guy Sloan. Carmichael wanted to go, so he got us to frame Tony Jarko for knocking off Sloan. But he never paid us off. Hey, he's still there, Copper. It's dark.
All right, take it easy. Did Carmichael hire you to kill Sloan?
Yeah. Just print that. Let's fix up Uncle Terry, that stooge of his.
Captain Rivers?
Yeah, Rivers. Come closer, Copper.
I'm right here on the bed. Take it easy now. Was Jarko with you when you shot Sloan?
No. No. Tony was downtown, lived at the card game. It was me and Little Joe.
Little Joe?
Yeah. Guy Carmichael hired to get me. Little Joe. Wallet. Hang on, Copper. Don't let me fall.
I pulled back the sheet. I was so lost in what the guy told me, I didn't see my partner, Sam Brace, come into the room. Standing in the doorway when I turned around.
Gone?
Huh? Yeah, he's gone. Sam, you heard what he said?
I didn't hear a thing, Lucky.
Are you kidding? You heard him say he knocked off Sloan at Carmichael's orders.
Nope. Didn't hear nothing like that. And you're a fool if you did. Now listen, Lucky, for the third time, I'm telling you I'm not interested.
But, Sam, they're going to hang Jarko for killing this guy confessed to.
Jarko's a rat.
Well, okay, sure, but he didn't kill Sloan. And this guy did. And he says Terry Carmichael
Lucky, like I said before, I got a wife and 4 kids. I want that pension.
Sam, we just...
Smart. You're getting a swell chance in the department. Uncle Terry put you on the force. He's your friend.
He's my alderman.
Okay, and old man Rivers likes you. And you got a swell girl. Add it up.
I have, Sam. But it doesn't come out that Jarko should hang for killing he didn't do.
All right, chump. Blow your top, stir up a big smell. For what? Can you prove anything?
Not yet, no.
Have it your way. Grab a few slugs on the front page. And then start looking for a new job. In some other business.
After that, he wouldn't talk. Oh, when I got off duty, I took Karen to a Chinese restaurant for dinner. She liked the place because you got little slips of paper telling your fortune in rice cakes. She was kind of like a kid about it.
Lucky, sir.
Oh, thank you, waiter.
And more rice cakes, please.
Yes, please.
Aren't you satisfied with the fortunes we got in the first one?
Oh, Lucky, I'm so happy.
Good.
He's been good to us. So good.
You like Captain Rivers a lot, don't you?
Well, it's because he's so solid. And you need it in police work. He's kept me from getting cynical. He's a real square shooter. Hey, Lucky, did you hurt yourself?
No, okay. It's just an accident.
Well, Lucky, your hand is trembling.
We had a messy business tonight.
Honey, it'll be over starting Monday.
Karen, tell me something. Was Tony Jarko's appeal turned down?
Jarko?
Yeah.
Why, what? Oh, yes, it was denied today. Whatever made you think of that?
He dances on Saturday.
Oh, please, Lucky, do we have to talk about executions tonight? They make me a little sick.
Yeah, and after what I heard tonight, they make me a lot sicker. That did it. I couldn't hold it anymore. The whole rotten story spilled out. Guy with the 5 slugs in him and what he said after he kicked off and what Sam Brace said. Karen kept her eyes glued to those little rice cakes until I was through. Then she looked up.
What are you going to do? What can you do?
Do? If Jarko's innocent, Karen, there's only one thing to do.
You realize what you're saying? Why, you'll ruin Captain Rivers. You'll hurt Uncle Terry.
All I know is that an innocent guy shouldn't hang.
All I know is I love you, and everything we have's at stake. Our future, our home.
Hey, wait a minute. You sound just like Sam Brace with his pension.
Yes, and his 4 kids, and if you had a family, you'd understand. Oh, Lucky, think of us.
I'm trying to.
But you'll be broken, you know that.
Yeah.
And why? Why, it isn't even true. You know Captain Rivers wouldn't be in a thing like this. He wouldn't ever. The man must have been lying.
Not when they're that close to
Well,
death.
I don't care. I don't about anything except us.
Close to death.
Oh, all right, Lucky. What'll it be?
But it has to be, Karen.
I think we better go home.
Wait, you haven't touched your rice cakes.
I don't have to, Lucky. I know what's on that little piece of paper without seeing it.
What, Karen?
It says you have made a mistake about a recent relationship. You'd better break it off before it's too late.
As the curtain falls on Act 1 of tonight's Mole mystery, Karen and Lucky seem to have different viewpoints on the same subject. But then, as the old saying goes, true love never runs smooth. Isn't that right, Dan?
Oh, maybe so, Mr. Barnes, but you know lots of men will say that love runs smoother when a man gets a clean shave every morning. Yes, sir, man, and that's the kind of a shave you get with Mole, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skin. Because Mole is heavier, it not only softens your whiskers, it stands them up straight while your razor cuts them off smooth and slick. With Mole, you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly. Try it. See if you don't say, it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with M-O-L-L-E. Mole, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skin.
And now this is Jeffrey Barnes returning you to Act 2 of Radio Patrol, starring Richard Coogan.
It was after 2 a.m. when I left Karen. It was close to 4 when I wheeled the car up to the gate in front of the state penitentiary. 2 of the longest hours I ever spent. Time ticking by. Pulling Tony Jarko closer and closer to the gallows. Got the deputy warden to pass me in. The night sergeant took me for the long walk down the corridor to the death house. That's a voice, all right.
Well, he doesn't do all his singing now. Yeah, here we are. Hey, Tony. Company.
Star's my name, Radio Patrol.
My mouthpiece said not to talk.
Your mouthpiece quit worrying about you. Look, Tony, you say you didn't knock off Sloan. Well, okay. Where were you when it happened?
I was with friends.
Okay. Now, go on and dance. I had a tip off for in a card game, but if you'd rather dance...
No, copper, no. Wait a minute.
Well?
Don't you see, I couldn't admit a stick-up, even for an alibi. It was a fourth offense. Life, it meant.
Yeah?
So the mouthpiece said to clam up and wait for that break.
Great break you got. Now, what about a guy called Little Joe?
Little Joe? Sure, copper. Little Joey Fay. He's the guy who tipped me off to the game. He's a pal.
Oh, sure, some pal. Letting you burn for a murder he committed.
What?
He put 5 slugs into the stomach of another pal. Guy knocked off tonight. Guy called Brown. A ruddy little punk with a nose.
That's lightweight. Used to be a fighter.
Well, look, it's all in one package, Tony. Now, come on, spill it. What do you know about the Sloan killing?
Nothing. I heard talk, all right. Lots of talk. But I don't know nothing.
You wouldn't lie to me?
Now? Listen, copper, I don't want to die, you hear? I don't want to die.
On the drive back to town, I began to turn everything over in my mind. I'd called headquarters and asked that word be spread around town to see if anybody could locate little Joey Fay. A tip from a stool pigeon was my only hope, because Tony danced in 48 hours. On the other hand, if I did pick up little Joe, it meant blowing the lid sky high. Terry Carmichael, Captain Rivers, and Karen. That really hurt. Yeah, I was a pretty lonely guy on that drive back to town. Nothing to keep me company but the monotonous purr of the motor. Then came Saturday night. Nothing on little Joe. Me, dog tired. And in an hour, I had to go out on patrol. Tony Jarko was going to dance at midnight. And then the break came. As I stepped up to the steps of headquarters, a guy tapped me on the shoulder. A Weasley guy with a baby face and a strictly confidential voice.
Hey, copper.
Yeah.
The price is a sawbuck.
What are you peddling?
Looking for little Joe Fay.
So what?
He's skipping town in about an hour.
Still, so what?
So he's going to stop off first and kiss his doll goodbye.
Yeah?
Look, I can't stand here under this street light. A sawbuck, copper.
Okay. Here. Keep on.
Tip Top Arms. Apartment 312.
do you want? Out, copper, out.
Say, please. Let him in, Angie. All right, copper, come on. Don't waste time drawing a rod.
Put that piece of pipe away.
Easy, copper. What are you looking around for?
Little Joe.
He ain't here.
Yes, I am, honey.
Joe, I thought...
Don't think. Hello, copper.
You look just like your pictures, Joe.
Yeah, the ones you saw couldn't have been very flattering. Well, Lucky, I hear you were looking for me.
Get rid of the punk.
Why, you Shut up, Eddie. He stays, Lucky.
Okay. Lightweight was tougher than you thought, Joe. 5 slugs couldn't stop him from talking.
I'll remember that.
Can't you stop him from talking? We got places to go.
Angel, your manners in front of strangers.
Another thing, Joe. They're hanging Tony Jarko tomorrow.
Sorry, Angel, but that ain't funny. Tell me, Lucky, is this Jarko a relative of yours?
How about a sensible question?
How about the train, Joe? I've never been on a real Pullman. I don't want to miss it.
Quiet, Angel. Now, look, Star. The word was around you were a right cop.
I'm dumb. So what?
It's too bad, Lucky.
Oh, Joey, save the flowers.
Lucky, I want you to call your girl.
We're not talking to each other.
Don't make trouble, Lucky. You gotta tell her you won't be in for a few days. She's to fix it with your captain.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't swing that. The boys will start asking questions when I don't show up for duty.
Uh-huh. But you forget, there's a woman in this case. There's always a woman. Come here, Angela.
Me? Why?
That's it, right here. Turn around, baby.
Oh, my arm! Joe, what did I do? My arm!
Sorry, Angel. You're a good girl. That was for our friend. Now, Lucky, we have to drag your girl down here.
Okay. You win. What do I say?
Lucky, you got any family?
A brother, St. Louis.
That'll do. Tell you heard he's very sick, and you have to fly to St. Louis. And, Lucky.
Yeah.
Don't say the wrong thing. Understand?
Hello?
Karen.
Oh, Lucky, darling.
It's okay, honey. I'm all right. Now, listen.
Yeah?
I haven't got much time. I got to fly to St. Louis. My brother, Al.
Al?
Yeah, you know, Al in St. Louis. He's sick. He's very sick. I'm flying on the next plane. Honey, I want you to square it with the captain.
But, Lucky, how long will you be gone?
I don't know. 1 second, honey.
You'll wire her from St. Louis.
Karen, I'll wire you when I get there. Now, don't worry.
Don't you worry, Lucky. I'll fix it all right.
That's all.
Hey, you should have let me say goodbye.
Oh, you were breaking my heart. Angela, baby, throw some drinks together. It's 9 o'clock. In 3 hours, an old pal of mine up at the state pen does a little dance. After that, we'll see what we can do with this smart cop. This is Jeffrey Barnes again. In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Radio Patrol.
If dandruff is spoiling the appearance of your hair, and you've been trying to combat it with little or no success, listen carefully. Many outstanding authorities say that the most common kind of dandruff is caused by a germ called Pityrosporum ovale. Now, ordinary dandruff-combating methods are no more effective for fighting this germ than plain water and brushing. For, like water, all they do is remove loose dandruff. To get real relief, this germ must be destroyed. Double danderine really works because double danderine actually kills this germ on contact. Even in many severe cases, results with double danderine have been remarkable. Now, the amazing effectiveness of double danderine is due to a special ingredient, an active antiseptic so wonderfully efficient many hospitals use it. In double danderine, we call it Alzan. So try double danderine and see if you don't agree that most ordinary methods can't compare with its dandruff-combating effectiveness. Get double danderine tomorrow. Your money back if not satisfied.
And now this is Jeffrey Barnes returning you to the final act of tonight's play.
Funny what you think about at a time like that. Like the difference between a smart cop and a dumb one. A difference that hadn't been so obvious to me before. Like remembering suddenly that little Joe and Alderman Carmichael both smiled the same way. Their eyes not laughing at the rest of the face. When Joe put his glass down, I knew the time was up. Even though it was still an hour before Tony Jarko was to hang.
Okay, Lucky, we're off. Eddie will keep you good company, so don't make him any trouble.
Oh, are you kidding?
Well, now, Lucky, it's just for a few days. I'm going on business.
Yeah. The business of being 200 miles from here when Eddie's taking care of me.
I'm surprised that you're thinking that. Come on, Angel, button up your mink coat.
Mink? Oh, you. It's genuine sable. Dyed.
Okay. Why clean the barrel now, Eddie? Just get dirty again.
Quiet. I gotta think.
That's fine, Eddie. Well, look, chew on this for a minute. The stoolie who tipped me about Joe being here, he got another fin for going to the station house and telling him I was coming over.
Got it? What do you think I'm playing with this broad for? Practice?
You mean... Wait a minute, Eddie. Wait a minute. You pull it now and you louse up Joe's alibi.
Yeah?
Yeah, sure. Don't you see? The whole idea was for him to be hundreds of miles away when you take care of me.
His whole idea. And he should have thought of that when he copped Angie from off of me.
Yeah, but listen, Eddie. He can't. He can't. Don't you see? The boys will be here any minute.
Save the corn, chum. Listen, what you got on me, I ain't waiting around. And if that louses up Joe's alibi, well, let him cry about it. Angie and me will send him flowers and a pen. Okay, copper. Better close your eyes.
Eddie, you gotta listen. Someone in the hall.
Shut up. We'll wait.
Coming closer.
Joe. Gee, Joe, did you forget something? Joe, I was just cleaning the rod. I swear, Joe. Joe, on your hands. What's that? Bracelets.
Watch this gun, Lucky.
Sam.
I'm back, copper.
You stand back, Eddie. It's out in this league.
Look out, Lucky. He's going for it on the floor.
Oh, no, he isn't. Not anymore, he ain't. That's how it happened. Captain Rivers and Sam Brace picked him up getting into their car. I got the story from Sam while Captain Rivers was calling the warden to get a stay of execution for Tony Jarko. You see, Karen had gone and dumped the whole thing in the captain's lap. He blew up. Said he'd personally go after Alderman Carmichael if he could find one reliable witness. Yes, sir. Sure felt good knowing the old man was on the square. It felt awful good looking at Sam's leathery old puss and watching it slowly crack into a smile.
All right, kid.
Fine. Gee, Sam, you sure got here quick.
Yeah, I was with the old man when your call to Karen came in. Number 23 was parked at the curb. Here we are.
Hey, copper.
Oh, he talks. What is it, punk?
Just out of curiosity, how'd you find this place?
Well, let me tell him, Sam.
A smart punk like little Joe never heard of tracing calls?
Oh, no, quit kidding. What I want to know is why the call was traced in the first place.
Listen, Joe. It just happens that I don't have a brother in St. Louis or anywhere else. And even if I did, you can bet his name wouldn't be Al.
Why?
Because my name's Al.
Well, so your girl smelled trouble, huh?
Right.
Neat, huh? There I was telling you to remember, and I'd forgot.
Forgot? What?
The woman in the case. There's always a woman.
is Jeffrey Barnes inviting you to be with us next week when we present an original radio play by Irene Winston entitled Alias the Best Man. Arnold Voss, star of the recent Broadway hit revival of The Front Page, will be with us to play the leading role. Alias the Best Man is the story of a man who stood before the altar at his best friend's wedding and vowed to win the bride to himself, even if he had to commit murder. A strange and bizarre story of a strange man.
Music for the Mystery Theater is by Jack Miller. Radio Patrol was adapted for radio by Leon Meadow. This is Dan Seymour saying goodnight until next Friday at this same time when the Mystery Theater presents Alias the Best Man, starring Arnold Moss.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, aided and abetted by Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, B. Benaderet, and yours truly, Harlow Wilcox. The writing is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. In the recent nationwide popularity poll among 1,091 radio editors conducted by Radio Daily, the award for the most popular commercial radio program went to Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and all of us are very proud of this honor, and we particularly like that word, commercial. Because during the many years Fibber McGee and Molly have been on the air, we've done our best to play fair with the radio audience in our advertising. We've tried to make no extravagant claims, limiting our statements to provable facts, which the users of Johnson's Wax products could easily demonstrate to themselves. We're proud and happy that both the entertainment we offer and the product we sell have received such warm approval in your homes. When Mrs. Molly Driscoll McGee of 79 Wistful Vista gives a card party, it's not one of your catch-as-catch-can, throw your coat in the corner and deal affairs. It's a matter of flowers on the mantel, candy on the table, and shoes on the husband. And here, getting ready for the occasion, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, my goodness, McGee, I haven't given a party for so long I'm as nervous as a cow in the deer hunting season.
Calm down now, baby, calm down. Everything's under control, I think. In a thing like this, there's only one thing you got to worry about.
What's that?
If it's table stakes and you're running low, buy your new stack before the deal. Because when you got plenty of
What
chips...
are you talking about? We're not using chips.
What do you mean we're not using chips? How can you play poker without chips? If you use matches and 4 people at the table are smoking, you always end up...
Yeah, but we're not playing poker. We're playing bridge.
You're kidding, aren't you?
I am not. If I wanted a poker party, I'd rent the back room of Joe's Tavern.
Oh.
This is a bridge party for ladies and gentlemen, of whom, fortunately, we know just about enough for 2 tables.
Oh, but bridge, my gosh, what a dull game. I don't even believe I even remember enough about it to play it even.
Well, it's quite simple, dearie.
Huh?
All you do is wait till your partner says 2 clubs,
Uh-huh.
and then you say 7 no trump,
Mm-hmm.
and 2 days later they find your body floating down the river. And do you know who's coming?
Who?
Miss Cordelia Blakewell Butler herself.
No, you mean...
Miss Cordelia Blakewell Butler, society editor of the Wistful Vista Gazette.
Well, my word.
And believe me, dear lad, getting Cordelia to come to your party is like getting the royal family to high tea at Duffy's Tavern.
Well, gee, that's great, but I still think poker'd be a much better game.
Oh, I wonder who that is. It's a little early for the guests to arrive. Come in. Oh, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in, Mrs. Carstairs.
Thank you, my dear. Good day, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Carsty. I understand you're one of the unfortunate victims selected for our little slaughter tonight. Better bring your checkbook and a fright wig.
Please don't worry about me, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
Here, Mrs. McGee, is the sandwich tray you wanted to borrow.
Oh, thank you so much, Millicent. You know, himself here wanted to play poker tonight instead of bridge. But what with the society editor of the Gazette...
What? For Delia Blakewell Butler? Oh, my dear, I congratulate you. She almost never attends social functions except in the most exclusive circles.
Well, I'll spike her root beer and she can run around in one of her own. Hey, I'll cut the deck with you, high man, for 50 cents.
Oh, very well, Mr. McGee. Oh, and my dear, if there's anything more I can do to help out with your party, I'll be only too happy to... King of Hearts, Mr. McGee, to assist.
Dad rat at the 4 diamonds. I owe you 50 cents. Let's do it again.
Thank you, Millicent, but I think everything is under control now.
If Marie, my upstairs maid, can help you with serving, Queen of Spades, Mr. McGee, I'm sure she'll be glad to come over.
Gone at the 5 of clubs. I owe you $1. Cut him again, kiddo.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Carstairs, but I don't think my guests will be spending much time upstairs.
Oh, well, with Marie, you can't tell, my dear. Since we've had her, my husband even runs upstairs to check the furnace. Ace of diamonds, Mr. McGee.
Well, I'll be a 6 of hearts, and I owe you $1.50. Once more. Double or nothing, Millie.
Now, don't hesitate to call me if I can do anything, my dear. And please tell Miss Butler that I spell my name with an S. Carstairs. Tray of spades, Mr. McGee.
Now I got you. No, I haven't either. Deuce of diamonds. You gotta go, Carsty.
Yes, I have a hair appointment. Good day, my dear.
And thank you for the sandwich tray, Millicent.
Here's your $3, Lucky.
Lucky, Mr. McGee? I think you will find all your opponents have the same sort of luck. Until you learn to shuffle the deck so that the cards can't be read like 24-sheet posters. Good day.
Why, that old sharpshooter. She took advantage of my clumsiness. That's what she took advantage of my. Well...
Stop pouting, Pigeon. You brought it on yourself.
Gee whiz.
Well, now, let me see. I think maybe another bowl of peanuts on the side table there and a couple of more ashtrays on the...
Come in.
Hello there, kids.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Oldtimer.
Happened to be in the drugstore, daughter, and Kramer says you'd ordered some ice cream, and I told him I'd skip over here with it. Here you are, both kinds.
We only ordered one kind, Oldtimer.
Well, keep the kind you want, kids. I'll take the other one back.
What 2 kinds did Mr. Kramer send?
Tutti and fruity.
Huh?
If you want the fruity, I'll return the tutti, or if you want the tutti, I'll take back the fruity.
Never. We'll keep both of them. Hey, tell me something.
Certainly, Johnny. Tell you anything you want to know, except are there more monkeys' uncles than there are monkeys? That's one of the great mysteries I
No. You know, I think what he really wants to know, Mr. Oldtimer, is just what is your real name?
Yeah. Oldtimer is not only pretty corny, it's clumsy.
Well, kids, I kind of hoped it would never come to this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, why don't you just call me number 28 or Danny K or Hey You or something?
Why, you ashamed of your name?
Well, no, not exactly, daughter, but just never seemed to fit me somehow.
Oh.
Confidentially, my name is Rupert.
Rupert? My God.
Rupert?
Yep. Rupert Blasingame.
Oh.
I'll give you $5 apiece to forget it.
You don't have to do that, Rupert. Matter of fact, I kind of like it.
Very aristocratic, Mr. Blasingame.
Personally, kids, I like what they called me in the CBs better.
What was that, if it's fit for my wife's ears?
Oh, yes. In the CBs, I was known as serial number 748567982-J. A little hard to use in a conversation, but it's... Hey, what time is it?
Oh, it's about 1:30.
Gee willikers, I gotta get going, kids. I gotta be at the tattoo parlor in 10 minutes.
You mean you're getting tattooed?
Nope, getting untattooed, daughter. Some of my artwork has got to be toned down a little for a civilian life. There's a hula dancer on my left shoulder that don't know it yet, but by tomorrow morning she's going to be a pilgrim father. So long.
the orchestra, and aren't you glad you're you?
Molly, I don't know why you had to ask the society editor of the Gazette over here tonight. That spoils
Well, now, dearie, it won't hurt any of us to use our manners for one evening.
Oh, well, shucks.
Personally, I'm rather going to enjoy a party here that doesn't wind up with people squirting seltzer water at each other. See, McGee did... Oh, dear, and I haven't even had time to dress yet. Come in. Hello, Dr. Gamble. Aren't you a little early? Party isn't for 2 hours yet.
I know, but I thought you might need some extra score pads, Molly. Hi, Doc. Hiya, Fibber. Happen to have some lying around, thought I'd bring them over.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
Everything going smoothly, Molly?
Yes, I think everything's under control, Doctor.
Hi, Doc. Hi.
Did I, Doctor, did I tell you that Cordelia Blakewell Butler is coming?
Great Scott, you mean the society editor of the Gazette?
Yes. You know her personally, Doctor?
Yes, I do. Though professionally it'd be a more accurate term, as I first met her due to a rather painful injury. What'd she do, Capsule Happy? Get run down by a typewriter carriage? Well, it's a matter of public record, so I guess I can tell you. Hi, Doc. On one of the rare occasions... Hi. On one of the rare occasions when she went out socially, coming home late at night, she got her heel caught in a streetcar track.
Oh, how terrible. Was she badly hurt?
Oh, not a bit. But I had to treat him for a torn ligament. He tried to get her to pay my bill. Who tried to get her to... The chap that was with her. The heel that caught in the car track.
But what does Miss Butler look like, Doctor?
Well, I'd say she was about 5'4", brown hair, with incipient alopecia areata due to a childhood attack of typhoid, blue eyes, inclined to acute myopia, an almost undetectable congenital malformation of the phalanges, third digit of the dextropedal extremity, an unobtrusive papilloma on the left inferior maxillary, and a bit underweight, due, I think, to hypothyroidism. Really a very attractive woman. Yeah. She sounds like a Powers model who's lost most of her powers. Iggy, I was merely being accurate. Beauty, to me, is a matter of circulation, muscle tone, and a willingness to pay my fee at the end of the month.
Well, I'd still like to know more about Miss Butler, Doctor. Is she very ritzy?
Do I have to take off my cloak and spread it on the floor so she can cross a spilled drink? If you'd get something in the house besides root beer, Blue Nose, people wouldn't spill their drinks, they'd drink them. See you shortly.
Heavenly days, I hope nobody ever asks Dr. Gamble what I look like.
If they do, just tell them what he looks like. That'd be about as dirty a revenge as you could get.
Well, now, this isn't getting ready for the party, McGee. And I want everything to go perfectly tonight. I want my friends to know I can host to something larger than a chili con carne fracas after a 40-cent movie.
You'll do okay, Snooky. You'll do okay. When this jamboree hits the society page, Eli Culbertson is going to wonder why we're snubbing him.
Well, I do hope everything...
Hello, folks. Well, here's the card table you wanted to borrow, Molly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, much obliged, Junior. It's going to be a shame to win your paycheck away from you on your own card table.
Well, that's life, pal.
Yeah.
Hey, look, could you spare a man a glass of water?
All right, do better than that, Junie. Come on out in the kitchen. Give you a little sample of what we're going to give the guests tonight.
Yeah?
I picked up a case of genuine pre-war root beer.
No.
The kind with sugar in it. What? Cost me $3.25. Want a wee Doc and Doris?
You keep Doc, just give me a little Doris. Remember, I've got to drive home.
Well, here's the opener, McGee.
Thanks.
Oh, I'll hate that sound till we can get a new set of tires.
Drink hearty, Junior.
Righto. Ah, say, that's the real stuff, Mac.
You betcha.
I don't believe I ever... Hey, watch it. You're spilling root beer on the floor.
Oh, take it easy, Junior. My gosh, I got glow coat on this linoleum. You know that. Don't you know by this time that glow coat puts a tough film over the linoleum that protects it against dirt and spilled stuff? My gosh, don't you read?
Yes, but gee,
My goodness, Mr. Wilcox. That's nothing to worry about. I just glow coated that floor this morning for the party. Just poured some glow coat on it and spread it around.
Yes, but what's that got to do with it?
It's about time that you learned that a linoleum floor never has a party hangover the morning after, if it's been glow coated the morning before.
Certainly.
Well,
what?
Well, gee, I hope we have this much fun tonight. See you later, folks.
Hey, what happened there, anyhow? I'm so used to that guy spouting about Johnson's self-polishing glow coat that... Oh, well, that's one time we didn't have to listen to him popping off about it anyhow.
Yeah, you certainly showed him.
Sure did.
Well, come on in the living room now, dearie, and help me.
Come in.
Hello there, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hi, Ella Trivia.
Hello, Molly. Good day, McGee. Here are the extra ashtrays you wanted to borrow for your card party, Molly.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, much obliged, Latriv. You know who's going to be here tonight? Now, toss your hair back so you'll have room to raise your eyebrows.
Or G.J. Blakewell Butler, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, that's splendid. It'll be nice to see her again.
Oh, you acquainted personal with this Butler beetle, Latriv?
Well, I have met her, McGee. Rather a charming person, really. She went to college with my sister. Got her bachelor's degree the same year.
Her what, Mr. Mayor?
Her bachelor's degree.
Gee, that's tough, Latriv. What if she changes her mind and wants to get married?
What's that got to do with it? She can still get married.
With a bachelor's degree?
Take it easy there now, Latrivia. As a college man yourself, you know you can't practice law with a medical degree.
Of course not, but a bachelor's degree
And if
is...
your college makes you a bachelor, that's legal, isn't it?
Naturally, it's legal, but you don't...
So, if you're legally a bachelor and then you get married, that's illegal, isn't it?
No, it is not. The legality of the matter is not...
Now, just a darn minute there, Latrivia. Why, George, I'm pretty liberal in my views. But when a city official advocates tearing down our school system...
I advocated no such thing, McGee. And you know it. The mere fact that a person gets a bachelor's degree does not prevent him or her from getting married.
But if they do get married, they have to tear up their bachelor's degree, don't they?
No, they do not. Oh. My sister is married and has 3 children, and her bachelor's degree hangs on the wall of her library.
Oh, those poor kids.
Well, this is the most shameful thing I ever heard, Your Honor.
Oh, for goodness sake, look. What I'm trying to say is that a bachelor's degree is a purely honorary...
What's so honorary about promising to be a bachelor and then turning around and getting married?
That has nothing to do with it. When you get a degree as a bachelor, you're not required to maintain anything. It's merely that we, everybody, the scholastics, McGee.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's go fishing one of these days.
Why, he'd just love to, Mr. Mayor, wouldn't you, dearie?
Why, you betcha, Latrivia. And hey, what gave you the idea all of a sudden?
Well, it just occurred to me that after all the years that you've been baiting me, we ought to do something about it.
Now, if I may have my hat.
No, Mr. Lear, not him.
No, that's the whole class.
Gotta straighten out that Latrivia one of these days.
The King's Men sing Tampico.
Hi, Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, Tampico, that's the place to go. Tampico, Tampico, where banana boats all go. Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico. The senoritas, they wave when you arrive at the docks. The native costumes they wear are slacks and bobby socks. Hi, Tampico, Tampico, where the balmy breezes blow. Tampico, Tampico, down to Mexico. To Mexico, to Mexico, to Mexico, Mexico, you go to buy a beautiful shawl, a souvenir for Aunt Flo, authentic Mexican parts, made in Idaho. Hi, Tampico, Tampico, where the eerie tourists go. Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico. You think you'll learn to do the samba and the rumba, so you engage a senorita in a hurry. You find she's got the Brooklyn telephone number and learn to dance by mail from Arthur Murray. Ow! Tampico, Tampico, where the great big pool they throw. Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico. As the sunset fades to a purple glow, we bid farewell to Tampico. We'll steal away and leave her stay there on the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, they ought to be coming any minute now, dearie. How does the house look?
Beautiful, Molly. Fine. Everything is so slicked up, I've been putting my cigar ashes in my pocket. You've got this place.
How's my hair?
Oh, wonderful. The way you think.
Have I forgotten anything?
No, I don't believe you have.
You think there are enough peanuts?
Oh, there's too many peanuts. Make them too thirsty. I only got one case of root here, and if we... Well, here they come, Molly. Good luck with it, baby.
Thank you, dearie. Come in.
Oh, hi, Wimp. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks. I've been looking forward to this evening. I haven't been to a party for so long. I hope you don't mind if I just let myself go tonight.
You just unwind, Mr. Wimple. Have fun.
You really get raucous, do you, Wimp?
Oh, I'm a caution when I get started, Mr. McGee.
Yeah?
You should hear me recite, "The curfew shall not ring tonight with a lampshade on my head."
It sounds really riotous, Mr. Wimple. Maybe it's a good thing your wife couldn't come tonight and cramp your style.
It's a wonder she let you out of her sight this long, Wimp.
Oh, I just sneaked out, Mr. McGee. She was sleeping off the effects of a cup of coffee when I left.
Coffee? I thought coffee was supposed to keep you awake.
Not if you put in it what I put in it, Mrs. McGee. She'll be lucky if she wakes up in time for Valentine's Day.
Hey, now that's pretty dangerous, Wimp, to open a person's coffee.
That's what I kept telling myself, Mr. McGee. But every time I said it, I dumped in another teaspoonful. I'm getting so I don't believe a word I say.
Well, was she all right when you left?
Oh, yes. She was breathing very naturally, which for her means snoring like a water buffalo. She's, peanuts. May I have some?
Why, sure, Wimp. They're right over there.
Go right in, sit down, Mr. Wimple. Everybody will be here in a few minutes. Come in.
Oh, of course.
Here you go.
Come on, break out the baseboards, Rothstein. I brought a sun lamp with me in case I lose my shirt.
Hey, the house looks swell, Molly. The way that furniture shines.
Please, Mr. Wilcox, no shop talk.
Oh, sorry.
Well, is everybody here? Because I'm already... peanuts. Lay off, Campbell. I saw them first.
Oh, my goodness, McGee, this must be Cordelia Blakewell Butler.
Don't look so scared, Tootsie. She ain't going to bite you. Come in.
Mrs. McGee, I of Cordelia Butler.
Oh? Well, do come in, Miss Butler. It was so nice of you to come.
It was nice of you to ask me, Mrs. McGee.
Yes. This is my husband, Miss Butler.
How do you do, Mr. McGee?
Hi, Cordelia. Hey, you're pretty good looking. From what Doc Gamble says, I was expecting a broken down old lady.
I'm so glad Dr. Gamble is here. One of my dearest friends, you know.
Oh, he's one of the dearest friends anybody ever had, Cordy. His bill's at the end of the year.
Please now, McGee. Miss Butler, I'd like to have you meet the rest of our friends. Mrs. Carstairs, this is Miss Cordelia Blakewell Butler.
4 diamonds.
Double.
3 double.
Pass the peanuts, greedy.
Well, that's our game, Mr. Mayor.
I've been doing very well tonight, Molly. I haven't seen so many spades since the WPA finished the airport.
Hey, how about some refreshments, Molly? I could eat the horns off of Gandy's goat.
Oh, my goodness, McGee. It's only a little after 9. Could I get you anything, Miss Butler?
Well, if it isn't too much trouble, I would like a glass of water, Mrs. McGee.
Why, sure, Cordelia. You're a cinch. We get it piped right into the house here.
Oh, I'll come with you, Mr. McGee. I'm dummy anyway.
Frankly, Cordelia, isn't this about the dullest evening you ever spent in your life?
Oh, on the contrary, Mr. McGee, I'm enjoying myself very much. Although Oh, thank you.
Although you what?
Well, one of the reasons I accepted your wife's very kind invitation is...
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Our tale is all about dying. Not about death, but about the actual moment of dying and how it should be approached and dealt with. I think a lot about the moment of dying. My own, of course. I picture myself in a beautiful and rather picturesque bed. Something I don't own at the moment, but I have time. I'll get around to it. My lovely wife, who will survive me, holding my feeble hand. My children at the foot of the beautiful bed looking at me tenderly, and me looking fondly at them and saying softly, good heavens, what will I say? I've been so busy setting the scene, I haven't got around to thinking of anything to say.
Aren't you coming?
I can't.
I know. It's easy.
I can't. Not right now.
But you'll love it, dear.
Later, maybe. Maybe later.
But when?
As soon as I'm finished here, I guess.
But you are finished, my friend. Don't you know that?
Not quite. Not quite finished. Not quite yet.
Oh, but you are finished.
Our mystery drama, Death is So Trivial, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Tony Roberts and Christopher Tabori. It seems most strange to me that men should fear seeing death's unnecessary end will come when it will come. Those words were written by William Shakespeare. The important line is the last one. Will come when it will come. Not when it is expected, not when it is convenient, not even when it is desired. No, death will come when it will come, which is the theme of our strange tale.
There I was, walking to work as usual, taking deep breaths to expand my lungs, noting the time at regular intervals to be certain I'd arrive at the dead. I suppose that sound was the last to come out of my mouth, and nobody heard it but me. The next sound to reach my ears was so incredibly beautiful that I lay quietly in the street and listened. What else, after all, was there for me to do? There were voices, a marvelous blend of voices coming from far, far away. And I knew, I don't know how I knew, but I knew that these were the voices of those who had died before me. And they were summoning me to join them in a place of eternal joy. I was about to do so. Indeed, I was anxious to do so when suddenly, it had never happened to me before in all my 24 years, suddenly I became absolutely furious.
Officer! Please! Somebody! Why isn't there a policeman around when you need him?
I heard some young female screaming for a policeman, but I didn't care much. I, James Blake, was enjoying a sensation I had not felt since when? I can't remember when. It must have been many, many years before. Yet I had once felt it because it swept over me. I felt such a surge of health and strength and power that it was impossible for me to think of myself as dead. Which is what I most certainly was. Dead and furious that I was dead.
I saw the whole thing. That man driving the car, that crazy man. I saw him. He was doing 60 miles an hour at the very least. He went right smack through the red light. He never slowed down, let alone stop. I mean, he was drunk. He must have been driving like that. One of those expensive sports cars. I think it was yellow. Yes, I'm positive it was yellow. Unfortunately, I didn't get the license number. And poor man, he really is dead, isn't he? Are you going to take him to the morgue?
I listened with a sort of detached interest. The police questioned a few other people who'd seen the accident that ended my life, and everyone said yes, White had been with me, I hadn't had a chance, the driver must have been drunk or stoned, etc., etc. It all seemed very unimportant, and I was completely absorbed in my own new sensation. Deep, implacable anger.
What's the ambulance for? Oh, you're going to take him to the city hospital? You think there's a chance? Oh, I hope so. But he certainly looks dead to me. Still, if there's any chance at all.
I watched them, put my used-up body in the ambulance, and I knew everyone would do his duty. I didn't care. I knew I was dead, and I was furious.
I certainly hope there's a chance for him. I do hope so.
There I was, all alone, somewhere between heaven and earth, without even my body to hold me in place. Then, as the choir dimmed, one small voice, one sweet, small voice separated itself from all the others and spoke to me.
What's the matter, James?
What? Who? You speaking to me?
Of course.
Aren't you going to join us? I can't.
But you'll love it here.
Maybe later. Later, maybe.
When, James?
Soon as I'm finished here, I guess.
But you are finished. You know that.
But not quite. Not quite finished. Not quite yet.
Well, of course, if you want to stay in limbo forever.
Is that where I am? In limbo?
Well, you're not with the dead, and you're not with the living. What would you call it?
Am I a ghost?
Of course not. You have to be properly dead before you can be a ghost. I don't know what you are, really. However, If that's the way you want it.
Don't go away. Oh, please, don't go away.
What do you want me to do? I don't want to live in limbo.
Couldn't you sort of stick around a while?
What for?
I need someone to talk to right now.
You're a funny one, you are.
What's so funny about me?
Most people in your situation, which I might remind you is scarcely unique, can't wait to join us. You keep hanging back. For some reason, I can't fathom.
I want to join you, especially now that you and I have met. Well, sort of met.
Why don't we really meet? Why not, James?
You seem to know my name, but I don't know yours.
We don't bother much with names here. When I was alive, they called me Cynthia.
What a beautiful name. Cynthia. I do want to join you.
Then why don't you?
Because I'm so angry. I don't want you to see me for the first time all riled up like this. I'm not like this, really. Never have been.
Well, if you want to stay in limbo indefinitely...
Cynthia, how can I explain it to you so you'll understand? It's the senselessness, the pure, utter idiocy of it. I don't know why, but suddenly I can't stand it. I suppose because it happened to me. I know people have to die, but not so trivially. Not because somebody ran through a red light. Not for that.
It's been known to happen.
Oh, Cynthia, I never thought it would happen to me. To die in such a stupid, senseless way.
How did you think it would happen?
I don't know. But all my life I've been so sensible. Sensible above everything else. Never caused trouble, never got mixed up in anything.
Never made waves?
You do understand.
Of course I do.
And now, well, I may not have had much of a life as I look back on it. It wasn't much, but it could have changed. And anyway, damn it, it was mine. And no boozed-up bonehead had the right to snatch it away from me. I'm so mad I could spit.
Oh, James.
Cynthia, you may not believe this, but right this second, I feel more alive than I ever did while I was living.
I believe you.
There must be other people right here in this town who are going to die for no reason at all, just by accident. Cynthia, I can't leave this earth till I stop all these ridiculous deaths.
All of them?
All of them. I'm going to dedicate my entire afterlife to it. I shall not have died in vain. Medical examiner's office, Dr. Crowley.
Crowley, this is Dr. Hatch. Glad you're there.
I came in early. First day on the job, you know.
Yes, I know. And that's why I hate to tell you, but you may have to go it alone.
You said alone? You're not coming in?
Well, my wife's not well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Maybe nothing serious. But on the other hand, you'll be able to manage, won't you?
Oh, I think so. Nobody's been brought in yet. Uh-oh. Spoke too soon. Looks like a dead one to me. Put them on the table, boys, and let me have the report. Run over by an automobile, Dr. Hatch. Looks like a dead one to me.
Well, you know the procedure, Dr. Crowley. Just forge ahead.
Yes, sir, I will.
I'll be in as soon as I feel I can leave my wife.
Oh, Dr. Hatch.
Yes? Yes, what is it?
Maybe this one isn't dead after all. I can't see any signs of respiration, but on the other hand, he looks...
Looks how?
So angry, Doctor. I better get to him right away. I never saw anybody look so angry. You must be alive. Nobody could be dead and look so enraged.
How do you intend to start, James, on your afterlife work?
Well, I haven't quite figured that out. This is all very new to me, you understand?
I see a dog trotting along Highway 82. Are you interested in dogs?
Anybody. Anything. Where on the highway?
You're just getting to the intersection. Jackson Boulevard.
That's a terrible intersection. Nobody stops for anybody.
I know.
Marvelous how you can get around when you've got no body, isn't it?
See you? Little white dog, curly tail.
Silly little thing.
And see that big blue station wagon? It's going to hit him.
I've got him. Got him, Cynthia. I saved him.
He'll probably get run over anyhow one of these days.
No, he won't. No, he won't. I'm going to keep my eye on him.
What about all the others?
Them too. And cats and people and everybody. Oh, Cynthia, why did it take me so long to find out what I was born to do? I could have spent my whole life doing this. Cynthia, my afterlife is going to be 100 times more exciting than my life ever was. I don't understand you at all, my friend. Your facial muscles should be completely relaxed. Come in. Oh.
I know I'm not supposed to be here.
No, you're certainly not supposed to be here.
Yes, but I saw the accident, and I was interested. The officer said they'd bring him here. Is that him?
Look, you can't come in here.
I just want to know if there's any hope. May I, please?
There's no hope.
Yes. That's him.
He's dead. Oh, my gosh.
What is it? What?
He's moved. He's moved.
I didn't see him move.
No, I mean when you knocked at the door. I was trying to find his pulse. There wasn't any. His arms were straight down at his side. Now look at them.
Yes, but like he was carrying something.
Carrying something? This man can't be dead. He can't be. I had always thought that at the moment of dying, the soul separated itself from the body and went its own way, while the body stayed behind to be finally disposed of with some degree of circumspection at greater or lesser expense. But what if a particular soul is too stubborn to leave the body it has inhabited for so long? Too stubborn and too angry. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. Our hero, James Blake, appears to be leading a double life, in spite of the fact that he is dead. His spirit is floating in the ether between heaven and earth, pausing only long enough to save some innocent from accidental demise, while his body lies on a slab at the city hospital, watched with both horror and fascination by a nervous intern and a young girl. He doesn't look mad anymore.
Mad?
When they first brought him in, he had such a look on his face. You wouldn't believe a person could look so angry. As if somebody had played a dirty trick on him and he wanted to get even.
Well, a man who's just been run over.
A dead man?
You're positive he's dead?
His heart isn't beating. He isn't breathing.
Couldn't he be in a whatchamacallit?
Coma. Yeah. Maybe. Or in shock. Even so, there ought to be some sign of life. Even if it's very faint.
Well, there's got to be some reason why he's got his arms across his chest like that.
And his hands. I mean, his fingers are bent like he was, I don't know.
Like he was sort of cradling something, like he was carrying a baby.
Excuse me.
Oh, sure.
Medical examiner, Dr. Crowley.
Dr. Handshake, Crowley. How's everything?
Well, all right. I guess only Dr. Hatch. The man that was brought in just a little while ago, James Blake, hit and run victim.
What about him?
There's no vital signs, Dr. Hatch. None that I can find, anyway. But there's something, I can't figure it out. He was stretched out on the table, and I was looking for a pulse beat. Both his hands were to his sides, and I just left for a few seconds. There was someone at the door. And when I got back to him, his arms had moved up to his chest. His elbows were bent.
Reflex action, Crowley. Pure reflex. It happens.
If you say so, Doctor.
Look, I'll try to get in. My wife's still running a fever, but I'll do my best.
If you would, sir.
But you can manage, can't you?
I'll try, Dr. Hatch.
Do I. So long.
So long, Dr. Hatch. He says reflex action. I guess that's why he doesn't look angry anymore, too.
Reflex action? In his face?
There are muscles in the face, you know, plenty of them. Plenty, believe me.
Oh, well, Dr. Crowley, I know you're upset.
I'll be all right. I'll manage.
Look, while you were on the phone, something happened.
What happened now?
His arms moved.
Then? Let me see.
Now they're stretched out.
Out to the side, like he was flying.
Oh, floating.
A free fall with a parachute.
Right. His arms are moving a little, sort of waving.
No, they're not. No, they're not moving. It's not possible for his arms to be moving or waving or anything. Look, Dr. Hatch is going to try to come in. He said so. He might get her any minute. Meantime, I'll manage. Somehow, I'll manage. Cynthia? Cynthia? Where are you? Oh, I'm having such a good time. I'm getting around so fast. It's marvelous. Oh, the things I have seen. The things I have done. Cynthia? Where are you? I have so much to tell you.
I'm here, James.
Cynthia, there was a lady at a dinner party, and they were having lamb chops. Little tiny lamb chops. And she said, oh, my, what a treat, and how delicious. And she picked one up in her fingers, and she started, Cynthia, it went down the wrong way into her esophagus, and she was choking. And the other people pounded her on the back, and she was turning blue. And I just reached in and pulled out the lamb chop, and she's all right. She was on the point of dying, but now she's all right.
That's very nice, James.
And let me tell you about the holdup.
The one in the bar?
You saw it?
I'm not sure I saw the same one.
Well, this one was in a cheap little bar. This man came in with a gun. He started waving around like a crazy man, and I thought somebody's going to get killed for sure. So I went to the police box on the corner, and I turned an alarm, and sure enough, when the hold-up man heard the police siren, he ran out of the bar so fast.
So nobody got hurt.
Oh, wait, I haven't finished telling. The hold-up man ran down the street, see? And with the police after him, and he turned into an apartment building and started running up the stairs. I guess he was trying to get to the roof. So I followed him. Of course, it was easy for me. So when he got to, about the fourth floor, I guess, all of a sudden, door opened. Door to one of the apartments. What's going on here? Well, the hold-up man swiveled around, and he had his gun in his hand, and he pointed it right at this man standing in the doorway. I slammed the door so fast, Cynthia, just in time.
That was very nice, James.
And then there was this woman who got up in the middle of the night to take some medicine, and she went into the bathroom, and she didn't turn on the light. Oh, I have done that so many times. It's a one... Well, anyway, she took the wrong medicine out of the medicine chest, the wrong bottle, a bottle full of something that would have killed her. I knocked that out of her hand. She thought she was just clumsy, but she did turn on the light, and then, well, imagine how she felt.
I can imagine.
And imagine how I felt.
James, listen.
I haven't given you a chance to say anything, have I? It's just that I am having such a wonderful time, leading such a wonderful life. What did you want to say, Cynthia?
I said listen.
I am listening.
Don't you hear it?
Yeah, hear what?
That jetliner is in trouble, James.
I hear it. I hear it.
258 people on that jetliner.
I see it. I see it. I'm coming. Wait for me. I'll get there. Oh, I knew more about airplanes. At the library once, I read a book. I can't remember exactly what it said.
You'll remember.
I don't know.
We'll think of something.
Yes, I'll think of something. Wait for me. Wait for me. I'll think of something. I will. I'll get there in time.
Dr. Crowley, it seems as if I'm behaving very peculiarly.
I know.
First he crooked one finger, and then he...
I know all about it. I was standing there, too, you know. I saw it all.
Are those all reflex actions?
They've got to be. Haven't they?
I guess they do.
I mean, what else?
Look around. Look at his fingers.
Why, they're moving like mad.
Dr. Crowley, there's an awful lot of reflection.
Maybe that's Dr. Hatch. I hope so. Hello? Hello?
Crowley?
Dr. Hatch.
Is you Crowley?
Me, yes.
Are you all right?
I'm all right, Dr. Hatch.
Well, my wife's feeling better. Temperature's down.
Oh, that's good. That's fine. I'm so glad.
Well, I'll be leaving the house pretty soon. You managing all right, Crowley?
Managing? Oh, yeah, in a way. I mean, I'm managing, but I'll be glad when you get here, Dr. Hatch.
I'll be there in a little while.
Thank you, Dr. Hatch. Dr. Hatch will be here any minute. Everything will be all right. I hope this is right when I do it.
It's bound to be, Jane.
I hope. What's this little gadget? It worked. It worked. 200 people, you said, Cynthia.
258.
My goodness, that's my best score yet.
I think there's a war starting. A war. Lots of uniforms, guns. Looks like mobilization.
Cynthia, I can't handle a war.
Lots of people are going to get killed, Jane.
I know, but
All by accident.
I suppose that's true.
It is true.
But to save everybody from getting killed in a war. Cynthia, I'm only one spirit. I'm all by myself in this thing.
Oh, well, maybe there won't be a war.
I just couldn't handle it by myself.
Maybe it won't happen.
If I just had some help.
Well, if you did, maybe you could save all the people who are starving.
Starving, you say? You mean starving? Starving to death?
Millions of them.
But I can't. Why are they starving?
Well, maybe it's the weather. Maybe it's, too much food in one place, not enough in another. I don't know, Jane.
I can't change the weather. I can't take food from one place and put it in another place. Cynthia, I'm all alone.
Then come join us, Jane.
I can't. Not just yet, Cynthia. I can't. Not yet. I got a different stethoscope. I thought maybe the other one...
He's quiet now.
There's no heartbeat. None at all. It wasn't the stethoscope.
Oh, he's really dead, all right.
No, for a minute I thought it was me. Thought I was losing my hearing. When I couldn't find any pulse, I thought, maybe I've gone numb. Some fright or nervousness or something.
Are you still nervous?
Well, not as nervous as I was. Now that he's stopped all that,
A reflex action. Well, he's very quiet. Very quiet.
After all, he's dead.
Yes, I suppose he is.
You suppose? He is dead.
Oh, I know that, but...
But what? What? What are you staring at?
His face.
What about his face?
Oh, look at it.
He looks very, very peaceful. Like the way he's supposed to look. The way all dead people are supposed to look.
I know, but look closer. Look at his eyes. Did you ever see a dead person who was crying?
I've never seen a corpse who cried. Still, why shouldn't the realization that all things are swallowed up in death be a cause for tears? But how many corpses cry, if cry they do, for their own death? And how many cry for the death of others? Cry that they cannot save them all from being swallowed up. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. We left the bar body of our hero, James Blake, age 24, lying prone on a table in the headquarters of the medical examiner's office at the city hospital, while the spirit of that same James Blake floated through the great spaces between this world and the next, bound on a great mission to rescue all those destined to die as he had died by sheer accident. He hasn't moved for quite a while.
And he isn't crying anymore, Dr. Callahan.
Do you think I ought to wipe his eyes? A couple of tears left.
Oh, do you want me to?
No, I'll do it. After all, I'm the attending physician. How am I going to explain?
Maybe you won't have to explain anything. He's very quiet.
I wouldn't know how. I wouldn't know what to say. I could think I'd freaked out.
Look, why don't you go get a drink? It might help.
A drink? I want you to.
Well, at least go get yourself a cup of coffee. I think it would do you good to get out of here for a few minutes.
What if Dr. Hack?
Oh, I'll tell him something.
What could you possibly tell him? Who would you say you are?
Oh, I'll say I'm your fiancé. Oh, by the way, my name is Daisy.
My name's Fred.
Well, go on, Fred. Go get yourself some coffee. You need it.
Well, I'll be right down the hall. The nurse's station. There's a coffee machine. Call me if he does anything.
I will. Don't worry.
I know he's dead. I'm positive of that. But, well, you know.
I know. Well, run along.
Oh, I really appreciate this, Daisy.
That's all right, Fred. Why were you crying? Mr. James Blake, what made you so unhappy? First you looked angry, and then you looked almost pleased. And then you cried, followed you here. I was the one who called the police, and they called the ambulance. I never saw you when you were alive, but I've seen you almost constantly since the moment you died. Oh, please, tell me why you were angry. Tell me why you were pleased. Tell me why you cried. Oh, please, tell me, Mr. Blake. Oh, I better answer. Yes? You wish to speak to?
Dr. Crowley, this is Dr. Hack.
Oh, yes, Dr. Hack. Well, Dr. Crowley had to step out for a minute. He'll be right back. He said to tell you if you called or if you came in.
Tell him I'm just about to leave the house, and I'll be there about 10 or 15 minutes.
Oh, I'll tell him. Oh, please, James Blake, please tell me why you cried. James? Where are you? James, it's Cynthia.
I'm here, Cynthia.
Are you ready to join us?
No, I don't think so. Not yet.
You'll like it here.
I still like it here. Sort of. Did I tell you about the stick-up at the bank?
No, you didn't. We haven't talked in a long time.
Well, this man came into the bank, had a gun in his hand. I kept my eye on him. On the gun, mostly. Because it wouldn't be any of my business if he just took some money as long as he didn't take somebody's life.
Of course.
Well, it was just like every stick-up you've ever read about or seen in the movies. The man said, this is a stick-up. And everybody got frightened and simply froze, and the man went to one of the teller's windows, handed the teller a note. They all do it the same way.
Then what happened?
Well, as I said, everybody got frightened and froze. Everybody did except one old lady. This old lady wasn't frightened, and she didn't freeze. She walked straight toward the man with the gun. She said in this loud sort of a voice,
Just what do you think you're doing? You've got no right to take other people's money, don't you know? I'm ashamed of you. Ashamed of you.
the man with the gun ran out of the bank, and that was that.
What about the young lady?
She cashed a check, and then she left.
What about the gunshot?
Oh, I caught the bullets in my hand. It's really quite easy once you get the hang of it.
You've done it often?
Oh, sure. Crazy people are always shooting up places or defending themselves against people who never meant them any harm or just showing off.
You sound so sort of tired.
Well, done, and there's just me to do it. It seems so endless. It just goes on and on. Yes, I am tired, Cynthia.
Then why don't you stop? Come be with us.
I can't. Not just yet. I think of the poor, innocent people, all the animals. Oh, I hope I don't start to cry again. I will soon join you, Cynthia. Only not just yet. I brought some coffee back for you.
Oh, thank you, Fred.
How is he?
Oh, he's been very quiet. Oh, Dr. Hatch called. He said he'll be here soon at 10, 15 minutes or so.
That's good. He moved his hand. Just now, he moved his hand. He's doing it again.
He looks so happy. Why?
I thought you said he was quiet.
Well, he was. Oh, there it goes again. Sort of scratching at things.
Reflex? Don't tell me that's reflex action. Not after all this time.
But then, what is it?
How do I know?
It must mean something.
The man's dead. How could it mean something?
Oh, I don't know, but I wish it did.
I thought for a minute that he was going to cry again.
No, he hasn't cried again, but... Oh, Fred, he looks so sad. I never saw anybody look so sad. James, where are you? I'm worried about you, James. Where are you?
I'm here, Cynthia.
Oh, my dear. You sound so tired.
That's because I am tired.
Tell me what you've been doing.
Well, there was this little old couple from Grand Falls. They were shopping for a sewing machine. She thought she wanted a sewing machine.
Oh, look at that one, Herbert.
Where? Which one?
In the corner of that window.
How much?
I can't see from here. Come on.
Darling, don't push me.
But you're pulling me.
I am not pulling.
What happened? Oh, look there.
Oh, it's a window box.
It must have fallen from that window ledge
From way up there. Oh, somebody's leaning out of the window. There's a whole row of window boxes, and this one fell from way up there.
Oh, Herbert, it could have landed right on top of us.
You'll dispose for sure.
If you hadn't pulled me,
If you hadn't pushed me.
when I think what might have happened if you hadn't pulled me.
You mean if you hadn't pushed me?
I didn't push.
That was an easy one, of course. They're all easy, as a matter of fact, only there's so many of them.
I know.
Cynthia, I'll never get around to the wars and the famine.
I know.
It's too much. It's just too much.
I know.
Still, I have to do what I can.
James, please.
There's a man coming out of his house on First Street. See him?
Carrying a little black bag?
Yeah, that's the one. Cynthia, looks like a doctor. Gotta get to him. He doesn't see it.
See what? See what, James? James, come back! Come back!
I've checked everything for the umpteenth time. I'm positive he's dead. Imagine. I even did that old-fashioned trick of holding a mirror in front of his mouth to see if it would cloud up.
Well, Dr. Hatch will be here soon.
Daisy, we're not going to tell him anything, are we?
Like what?
Like all those movements, like the crying. Maybe we just imagined all that.
You know we didn't imagine it. Not any of it.
I know.
But it is the sort of thing you have to have seen before you believe it.
And Dr. Hatch didn't see it.
He wasn't here.
Morning. Sorry to be late, Crowley. That's all right, Dr. Hatch. Doctor, this is Daisy.
Oh, Fred said I could stay here. I saw the accident.
Oh, you're the young lady who answered the phone.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, don't worry. I won't upset Fred because he let you stay here.
Thank you, Dr. Hatch.
Well, let's have a look at him. Fetch me my stethoscope, Crowley.
Yes, sir.
In my black bag.
He's dead, isn't he?
He certainly looks dead to me. Oh, say, you know, I damn near didn't make it this morning. Damnedest thing happened.
Oh, what was that?
Coming out of my house, I slipped on some ice. Now imagine that. I lost my balance completely. I tried to stop myself every which way, but I couldn't. I thought, great Scott, I'm lucky if I wind up with nothing worse than a concussion. And lucky if I don't kill myself. Today, you know what happened? I swear to you, my head was an inch from the sidewalk when all of a sudden, I righted myself.
How did you do that?
Darned if I know. I just did. I must have better muscle coordination than I thought. I swear it felt as though somebody had caught hold of me and put me back on my feet. Well, this one's dead all right. Been dead for almost an hour, I'd say. Yeah, about an hour. Hey, look at him.
What is it, Dr. Hatch?
Look at the expression on his face. I never saw a cadaver look like that. He's smiling. Big, broad smile. Never saw such a happy-looking corpse in my life. Actually smiling. Cynthia?
Right here, sir.
It's wonderful to see you, Cynthia. After all this time.
It's wonderful to see you, Dad.
Is this where we're going to live?
This is where we all live.
It's beautiful.
I knew you'd like it.
I do like it. Cynthia, I tried. I really did try.
I know you did, James.
I helped a few people.
Yes, you did.
But I couldn't do it all alone.
Nobody can.
Cynthia, imagine a war where no one got killed.
Yes.
Imagine a world where nobody starved to death. You're smiling.
Come along. They're all waiting for you.
I was all ears and took in strains that might create a soul under the ribs of death. So wrote the great poet of the 17th century, John Milton. And with the music of the heavenly voices, James Blake enters the place of everlasting bliss, having given at least a portion of himself to his fellow man. If not in life, then in death. Who knows what happens to us when life has left us? Certainly not I. Why couldn't it be that the soul lingers for a while? As long as no one really knows for sure what the soul does when stripped of its body, why not pretend? Why not imagine that it leaves the body gracefully and a little regretfully, pausing to consider what it is losing before dashing off to see what it is gaining? Our cast included Tony Roberts, Christopher Tabori, Suzanne Grossman, Brian Rayburn, and Dan Otto. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Don't let me go there, Barney. Is that right?
Please, Rachel, don't talk like that.
If I let go, bring me back.
Oh, Rachel.
You're so strong, you can do anything. You can do anything.
Rachel.
Promise. You'll bring me back.
Rachel.
Well, you're different from other people. Honey, you're wonderful. I know there are things you can do. Oh, Barney, promise.
I promise.
and McGee, we two together, we can do it. We can bring...
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by imported Vigna Rosé wine. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Mystery Theater comes to you from CBS Radio and Radio 87 WWL here in New Orleans. Our studio is located in the historic old French Quarter. 8 minutes after...
It's Fibber, McGee, and Molly. NBC and Arid Cream Deodorant present Fibber, McGee, and Molly transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Len Levinson and directed by Max Hutto. We'll join Fibber and Molly in just a moment. You've heard or read a lot by this time about the overcrowded and unsatisfactory conditions in many of our American schools. But what have you, as a parent, a taxpayer, or both, done about it so far? Naturally, you want your child to have the best education possible. He deserves it. A halfway education is better than none, but not good enough. And halfway education is what many of our children are getting. In overcrowded schools with rundown buildings, a lack of essential supplies, and a serious shortage of good teachers. Thousands of teachers have quit the profession in the past few years because of overwork and poor pay. And the teachers' colleges unanimously report a drop in enrollment. We will have good teachers again and resume proper education of our children only when we improve the situation in our schools. It's time to do something. In your community, the Parent Teachers Association and other groups are working to solve this problem. Join them. Help give our American children the kind of education they ought to have.
Someone at the door, McGee.
I'll go see. Probably some door-to-door salesman working his way through the receiving hospital on account of because... Oh, hi, old-timer. Aren't you wrong in, too?
Hi, Johnny. What you mean?
Well, you usually bring the groceries to the back door.
Today's my day off, Johnny. I don't deliver groceries on my day off.
Oh?
Just go social calling. And for social calling, son, my set uses the front door.
Yeah? Well, come on in and sit.
Can't do it today. Got no time to visit, Johnny. Just got time to tell you it's my day off, and I won't be here with the groceries today.
Oh, well, that's very...
That's all I ever have time to do on my day off. Go around telling my customers I'm not working today.
Yeah?
Sometimes I think it'd be easier just not taking the day off.
Who was it, Jerry?
That's the old-timer.
This is his day off, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what he come over to tell us of all the silly routine. Oh, further. All right, I'm coming.
Forgot to tell you, Johnny. I'll be back at work tomorrow.
Okay, for Pete's sake. Take your finger off of the bell.
I would, Johnny. Only for one thing. Haven't got my finger on the bell. Must be stuck.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, doggone it. I'll see you tomorrow.
So long, Johnny.
McGee, answer the door.
I did. The door chime's stuck.
Then why are the door chimes ringing?
Because they're stuck. I better fix them.
They must be stuck. Better fix them.
What do you think I'm doing?
Whatever it is, stop and fix the door chime.
Oh, for the...
That's better. What did you do?
Stop. Go. Now I better climb up and look at that box. Push over that chair, Molly.
And have you crushed the Petty Point roses with those brogues of yours? I will not.
Oh, for the... Look. I slipped my feet out of my dainty number 9s. Now, the chair, please.
Here you are.
Thanks. Now, let me see how this box comes off. That's it. Well, what do you know?
What is it?
There's little hammers up here. 2 of them. When the electric scissors hits the whatchamadingus coil, the little hammer's supposed to smack the chime pipe. Now, let me see. If I switch the wires to this screw here...
You just put it in reverse.
Yeah. Oh, I see what it is. A lot of dust between the coils. Yeah, that ought to do it. I'll put the wire back.
Now you've spoiled it. Nothing's happening.
I guess I must have.
Why'd you let me fool with... Hey, nothing's supposed to happen. That means I fixed it. Ah. That spoke too soon. It still ain't. Hey, anybody home? McGee, I can hear you in there. Oh, it's Doc Gamble pressing the button. Come in, Docie.
Why, hello, Doctor.
Hello, Molly. And what are you doing up on the chair in your stocking feet, knick-knack? Posing for the figure of justice after yesterday's fish fry in Judge Beerstalk's court?
Just fixing the door chime, Shin Plaster. Say, what happened after we left court, anyhow?
I never saw such disorder in the courtroom in my life.
Yeah?
There was the judge thundering at you not to entice this innocent dog away from its master, and the big hound trying to follow you out the door, with the owner, the bailiff, the court clerk, and Sergeant O'Hara all hanging on to him for dear life.
Oh, I'd like to have saw that.
Oh, what a day.
You certainly have a fatal attraction for that dog, dearie.
He probably thinks McGee's a pork chop. There is a certain resemblance.
If I had as much bacon wrapped around my middle as you've got, sugar cured, I wouldn't call other people pork chops.
Oh, come on, dog bait. Get to work. Haven't you got that simple repair job finished yet?
I thought I did, only you spoiled it, Croker.
What do you mean by that, Frank?
Well, it was fine until you pressed it. Go ahead, press the button again, you'll see.
I certainly will. We'll soon find out what I did. You ready? Listen.
Yeah. See what I mean? Dum dum da da dee da 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 da. Boy, what a sensitive door chime. Dr. Gamble presses it and it plays the funeral march.
Back to Wistful Vista in a minute.
Don't be half-safe.
Now you can have dry, sweet underarms, even on hot, sticky days with the super effective hot weather deodorant.
Yes, here is a vanishing cream deodorant that gives you a new kind of protection from perspiration and odor. Rubbed-in protection.
You rub it in, rub perspiration out.
Doctors' tests prove that nothing else takes the place of Arid's rubbed-in protection.
Arid contains the new active ingredient First Stop, so it's an antiperspirant. Rubbed in daily, it prevents appearance of perspiration. Keeps underarms dry, saves clothes from perspiration stains. Gives you 1.5 times the protection of any other leading deodorant.
It removes all odor from perspiration instantly on contact.
So soft and creamy, this pure white vanishing cream is safe for fabrics, does not rot dresses.
Remember, Arid with First Stop gives you rubbed-in protection.
Rub it in, rub perspiration out.
Used daily, it keeps underarms dry and odorless, soft, sweet, and moisture-free. Get Arid, 43 cents plus tax.
Don't be half-safe.
Use Arid to be sure.
I don't suppose you've got those door chimes fixed yet, McGee, have you?
Stop accentuating the negative, Molly. I just rewired the whole ding. Wait till you hear it.
Possibly gonna
Go outside and buzz me, baby.
I'll believe it when I hear it. There goes. Very good, dearie, very good. You just keep that up and you'll have Liberace so worried his hair will turn black again.
Must be something wrong with the communicator. Or the retort. Maybe the oscillator.
I think it's the oscillator. Let's just kiss the whole thing goodbye. Why don't you climb down from there before the altitude gives you a nosebleed?
No, ma'am. I'm not going to let a mere two-chime doorbell get me down, even off of this chair. Why don't you just toddle your little apron out to the kitchen and fix old Dad a sandwich?
It's a firm deal, Dad. I'll bring it to you. How about a minced ham?
No use mincing a whole ham just for me. I'll take a slice.
Oh, God.
That was fun. Let's do it again.
Do what again, sis?
I'll press your front doorbell and you make a meow noise.
Nothing doing.
Are you your new doorbell?
No, I'm not. I'm just fixing the old one. Now go to the door and press the button when I say okay.
Sure. I love to ring doorbells. You say when.
When?
Oh, I like that. Can you come over and fix ours that way, too?
Oh, God, no.
copyright infringement from those anarchist
It's
punks.
time for Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Sundays through Thursdays, NBC brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Len Levinson and directed by Max Hutto. If you like crossword puzzles, you'll be interested in this bit of dialogue that took place between Fibber and Molly.
Hey, Molly, what's a 15-letter word meaning friend?
15-letter word. Definitely days, McGee. What do you think I am, a 24-volume encyclopedia?
Okay, if you can't answer, kiddo, I'll figure it out for myself.
Hey, just a minute, McGee. Could it be two words like prudential agent? He's certainly a good friend of ours.
Let's see. Say, you got something there. Of course it's prudential agent. Isn't he just about the friendliest guy we know?
He sure is.
You know, he's one man who's happiest when he's busy helping other people plan a more secure future for their family. When he's showing you how to get the most for your life insurance dollar. Yes, and how you can make all those wonderful retirement dreams come true. Of course, he's also Johnny on the spot if any real trouble comes your way. Among the first to bring you the kind of help you need when you need it most.
Take our advice, friends, and get in touch with your prudential agent tomorrow. Come what may, you'll find him one of the best friends your family ever had. And he left in the car right after breakfast this morning, Monica. He and Mr. Wimple. Yes, they're delivering parcel post packages for the post office. Yes, it is pretty cold out. You know, Mr. Wimple caught a miserable cold yesterday slopping around in that slush, but McGee feels fine.
Mailman! Mailman!
Did you hear that, Monica? Yeah, he himself has something to deliver here, and he's acting very official about it.
Mailman!
Yeah, I'll have to go now. Bye. Coming, mailman. I can't wait to see what you have to deliver here.
I got this.
Mr. Wimple?
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Sick.
I couldn't put him down to use my door keys.
Bring him in here, McGee. What happened?
You know what a cold he had, and he insisted on working today in spite of it.
The bell bus growled.
We got out on the route, and he folded up like a cardboard bathtub.
Here, set the poor lad down here. That's it.
The sofa feels so good.
His wife ain't home, so I brought him here. He'll be okay. I got a carload of stuff to deliver, all over town, including a crate of 2-day-old chickens.
Chickens? Baby chicks?
Yeah, I left the motor running and the heater on so they don't catch cold like Wimple did.
Oh, dear. You can't handle this job on the road, Mr. McGee. This is the worst day of the week.
I'll handle it. Tough job, but the mail must go through. I'll manage some way.
Say, maybe I better help you, dearie.
Swell, kiddo, I knew you'd say that. Run upstairs and get dressed, quick. I'll phone Doc Gamble and have him come take a look at Wimp.
Good. How does a lady mailman dress, anyhow?
Warm, kiddo, warm. In fact, you better put on your long ones today. Go out in this weather with a pair of short gloves on and your wrists will freeze clear up to your elbows.
Looks like they just split the screen.
The chickens seem to be all right, McGee. Nice and warm in the car.
Yeah.
But don't you think you should have delivered them the very first thing?
Delivered them? I've tried to deliver them twice so far, and both times there's nobody home.
Oh? Did you ask the neighbors when this Mr. What's his name?
Bagshaw. Addleton P. Bagshaw, the address tag says.
Did you ask the neighbors when he'd be home?
No, I didn't. Mainly because the neighbors on both sides are vacant lots.
Well, I guess all we can do... Hold it. Slow down, McGee.
Hmm?
Here's our next stop. We got a package for Walt at the malt shop.
Oh, good, good. We can get a cup of coffee and warm up a little.
Better leave the heater on for the chicks.
I will. After we get a bite to eat, we'll take another run out to the guy's house, and he better be the heck home this time.
I hope so.
Let's grab a table over by the window there.
Well, hello there, kids. Hi, daughter. Hi, Johnny.
Oh, hi, old-timer.
Say, I got a postcard yesterday from a friend of mine who is also a friend of daughter here's Uncle Dennis.
Oh, really?
He seen the whole thing happen with his own eyes. And this is a riddle.
Uncle Dennis, what happened to him?
That's the riddle, daughter. Your Uncle Dennis walks into the saloon, see, and quick like that, the bartender sets a glass full of water in front of him, and Uncle Dennis takes it right down and says, "Ah,
else is Uncle Dennis.
Nope, it was him, all right. Now, how did that bartender, without a word being spoke, know Uncle Dennis wanted a glass of water?
Oh, my, I don't know. He certainly wasn't a mind reader.
Not much of a judge of character, too, either.
Must have been living on potato chips for a week.
Nope. Give up?
No, not yet, not yet. Now, let's see. It was election day, and they couldn't serve anything else.
No.
Are you sure he swallowed the water? He hadn't set fire to his necktie and wanted to put it out.
Nope. Give up? Oh, go on, kid. Give up.
Oh, all right, all right.
Well, good. Here's the answer. Uncle Dennis didn't have to say anything because the bartender could see he had the hiccups. So long, kid.
There's more fun with the McGee shortly.
Hello, this is Vaughn Monroe with the news you've been waiting for. It's here at last. RCA Victor's Glenn Miller Limited Edition, Volume 2. 60 fabulous Glenn Miller performances, never before available on record. Listen. Off-the-air recordings made at such famous night spots as the Meadowbrook, Cafe Rouge, Glen Island Casino, and Paradise Restaurant. All newly processed by RCA Victor for enhanced fidelity. Now, I know you want this great album of collector's items, so a word of advice. See your RCA Victor dealer immediately. Volume 1 of this series was completely sold out almost overnight, and we expect this one will too. Ask for Glenn Miller Limited Edition, Volume 2, luxuriously packaged in gold leatherette on RCA Victor Long Play, 5 records, or 45 extended play, 15 records, for only $24.95.
That's a dad-ratted luck, anyhow. I don't that guy ever stay home.
No luck yet, huh?
Nah. Hold him while I get in, will you? Alvin P. Bagshaw. That name sound familiar to you?
It should. I must have heard it 18 times today.
Doggone it, I keep thinking it's somebody we used to know or do business with.
Say, wait a minute. Was that the name of our Eggman?
No, he was Harry Summers. I remember because I also knew a Harry Winters, a Harry Spring, and a Harry Fall, and I wanted to get them all together sometime for a group picture.
What on earth for?
Oh, I thought it'd be kind of nice to send out at Christmas time, season's greetings.
Even the chicks, young as they are, didn't like that one.
Well, you can't amuse everybody. Where's our next stop? Hey, who's that honking? Oh, it's the grocery truck, the old-timer. What the heck does he want?
Just got another message from a friend, kid, about Uncle Dennis.
Oh, dear.
Guess what happened to him at Flanagan's Farm Grill last night?
Yeah, well, we know. He walked in and the bartender, without a word...
Nope, that's a different riddle, Johnny. It wasn't the bartender, it was the owner himself.
Yeah?
It wasn't a glass of water, it was half a glass. Now, how did that owner know that Uncle Dennis wanted a half a glass of water without him saying a word?
Because he had the hiccups, that's why.
You're wrong, daughter. He knowed it because in his hand, Uncle Dennis had an aspirin pill.
Where's the next stop? Teeny's house, huh?
Yes. It's a package from her aunt. Oh, wait, hold it. That looks like Teeny playing out in front.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't she look cute in her red snowsuit? Yoo-hoo, Teeny. We have something for you, honey.
Yeah, come here, Teeny. Package.
Hi, Miss McGee. Hi, Miss McGee.
Hi.
Oh, boy, a package. I wonder what... it says do not open till Christmas.
Yeah, well, don't take it so hard, sis. Christmas is only 6 days away.
Oh, gee, that's an awful long time, I betcha.
Well, don't you fret about waiting to open that present. Your Uncle Fibber's going to give you... let me see. I'm going to give you... I haven't anything but some pennies and a dime. Here.
I have a $1 bill, McGee.
Oh, I don't know. One's too little and the other's too... Well, we'll let you choose, Teeny. Here. Which one should you take? The dime or the dollar?
Well, my mama taught me to always take the littlest piece.
Ah, you see, Molly, she's taking the dime.
But just so I don't lose it, I'll take this piece of green paper to wrap it up in. Thanks, everybody. Bye now.
Well, how do you like that, little light there at Bagshaw's house.
Well, it's about time. It's past 8 o'clock.
Help me with this crate, will you?
It'll be a pleasure. Careful now. Don't drop the little thing.
Don't you worry. I'll be so glad to get rid of these things. Hey, Bagshaw. Appleton P. Bagshaw. Anybody home by that name?
I think I hear somebody coming. Yes.
Oh, we're looking for him.
Oh, hello there, kid. Come in, come in. This is a pleasant surprise, kid.
What?
My gosh, old-timer, you're every place we go. We're looking for a guy named Appleton P. Bagshaw. He's supposed to live at this address, and we thought, No. You?
Heavenly days.
You mean to stand there with your bare face hanging out in the wind, Johnny, and tell me you don't know my name? That's a fine thing.
But you used to live way over on...
I moved. Pretty discouraging when folks you consider your friends for 9 to 20 years don't even know what you got there.
3 dozen 2-day-old chicks. We're delivering them for the parcel post office.
Well, you can take them right back, kid.
What?
I ordered them for Friday, the 24th. They're 5 days early.
But can't you take them now?
Sorry, daughter, and I'll tell you why. Because I wanted 3 dozen 2-day-old chicks on the day before Christmas, and by then these will be too old.
Too old? What for?
For the Christmas present I was planning to give. 3 dozen 2-day-old pullets. And furthermore, you've gone and spoiled the surprise.
Well, who are you trying to surprise?
You two.
What?
This is the Christmas present I sent away for you. Well, you can keep them now. Merry Christmas and good night.
We'll say goodnight to Pepper and Molly in a moment. This is John Wald with a little bit of daytime advice. Those coming holiday hours can be cheered along by staying in tune with NBC. Weekday mornings, for example, you'll hear Mary Margaret McBride, one of your favorite people for many years, in an informal program featuring items of interest to women everywhere.
Do not
Plus some
step on
entertaining
him.
and informative highlights designed to keep you up to date in this busy world of ours.
Down.
Mary Margaret McBride, a name that means daytime entertainment, heard on NBC every Monday through Friday morning. Also in the morning, quiz fun with Strike It Rich and the Phrase That Pays. Then in the afternoon, drama with your longtime friends like Just Plain Bill, young Widder Brown, and Lorenzo Jones. And afternoon listening in addition brings you an unusual interview show called It Pays to Be Married, with popular Jay Stewart introducing you to people who tell their true and moving stories of love and marriage. Just let NBC Radio be your constant companion and hear for yourself.
Now, let me see. Toops' kid Willie, Freddie Fuller, Keeney, that makes 3. How about the paper boys? He too big?
McGee, what sort of a list are you making up now?
List of children I'm going to give a very sweet Christmas present to. A pair of 2-day-old chicks.
Son, you better not get
So far,
ran
I'm
over
going to
by a
give
car.
22. You know any deserving little children who...
McGee,
Well, we got to do something with them.
I just took care of that. I phoned Mr. Harry
You're
Summers.
going to come
our
back
old
before
agent.
tomorrow. It's going to
He's going to
snow.
pick them up in the morning.
Well, hooray for Harry. He always was a good old egg man. Good night.
Good night, all.
Fibber, McGee, and Molly is an NBC Radio Network production transcribed, with Bill Thompson as the old-timer and Wallace Whipple. Tomorrow, the McGees battle the holiday crowd to buy a Christmas present for Teeny. You won't want to miss it. Good night.
Join the great Gildersleeve and all his friends tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, the story of a supermarket and a young man who finds that after closing time, once the daily bustle is stilled, this very ordinary store becomes a place of danger and terror absolute. So now, with Hy Averback as Harry, here is tonight's suspense play, Never Steal a Butcher's Wife.
Never Steal a Butcher's Wife?
It started the first day of the job. I was clerking the liquor department of the supermarket. I hadn't been in Los Angeles a week. My brother, when I left New York, had given me this letter to a friend of his, a guy who owned a string of these supermarkets. The letter was about could he use me, I was a good fella, he could count it a favor, you know. And the guy had this opening, liquor clerk. And comes the following Monday, I'm at work. I spent the morning loading the refrigerators with beer, soda water, all that stuff, and sizing up the place. You know, back east, we don't have many of these supermarkets. There was the vegetable department run by a nice little dark guy, and there was a delicatessen that was run by an old geezer and his frau. There was a bakery department and meat department, and, of course, the groceries. No clerks. You pushed a little cart around and helped yourself. You got out, you passed the cash register, and the girl loaded your stuff, rang up the price. My surveillance of the place had reached the girl who checked the groceries when the trouble started. She was looking at herself in a little mirror and putting on some lipstick. Her back was to me. I see her stop putting on the lipstick, but still looking at the mirror. I see her eyes in the mirror. And then she turns around very slowly and looks at me. Just looks at me. She must have been 50 feet away at the least, and with customers between us. But it was like we were all alone, the two of us, on a beach somewhere. An empty beach. I should have looked away. I should have winked and forgotten it. I should have gone on stacking beer and thinking about how to be a success. That's what I should have done. What I did do was I stood right there and locked eyes with her for I don't know how long. And all the time I was looking at her, I was sending her mental telegrams.
Hey.
You and me, baby.
Hey, you.
You and me.
Hey.
You and me.
Hey, what's the matter? Asleep on your feet?
Huh? What'd you say?
You're a new guy, huh?
Yeah, I just started this morning.
I'm Nick Arno. I work at the vegetables.
Harry Carr, pleased to know you.
Yeah. Get 2 bottles of cold beer?
Sure. Cold as a witch's heart. Only don't open them here by the counter, you know, the law.
I have them out back with my lunch.
Nick.
What?
Come here. Gal over there by the cash register.
Mary?
Is that her name, Mary?
Yeah. What about her?
That's what I'm wondering. What about her?
Oh. Note self, she's married.
You kidding?
You see that big guy over there with the knife? The butcher?
Yeah?
You ask him if I'm kidding.
Who's he?
Her husband.
Oh.
See you.
I looked over at him. He was a funny-looking guy. A real creep. He stood there sharpening a tremendous big cleaver, whistling to himself. He had on a hard straw hat and a white apron. He had those rimless glasses with thick lenses so that his eyes looked like baseballs. When he saw I was looking at him, he nodded and went on whistling and stropping. A real creep. Later on, I watched him softening up some sort of steaks. He had a big steel mallet with points on it, and he was wanging away at this meat like a pile driver. And I watched him grinding, and slicing, and quartering, sawing the bones off some of the cuts. And always those eyes like baseballs, and that teeny little mouth lost in the big red face, whistling. And I looked over at her, and she was giving me the eye again. We closed at 7. The vegetable guys carted out the old stuff. The delicatessen man put away his pickles. I checked the register, counted my slips, and made my entries. Krause, the butcher, was still there, packing and cleaning, putting stuff in that big refrigerator room back of the counter. But she had left. I got into my street coat and walked out. was standing looking at the shoe display a couple of doors down from the market.
I said hello. Don't you say hello wherever it is you come from?
Well, sure. Hello.
You taking the bus?
Yeah?
Which way do you go?
Down to Western.
Oh, I'm going that way. I'll drive you.
No, I don't think you'd better.
What's the matter?
I wouldn't want to trouble you.
No trouble. Come on. I'm parked right here.
What about Mr. Krause?
Oh, he'll be there an hour yet. He takes the bus.
Oh.
Come on. Well, come on. Don't be afraid. You're afraid of me.
No, I'm not afraid of you.
Well, then get in.
Better than 0, let's put it that way.
So all day long, I'm pushing liquor at them. Now they're pushing it at me.
Oh, you're cute, Harry. No, I mean it. You're cute.
Yeah, well, so are you, baby.
You really think so?
Sure, baby.
Harry, let's get out of here. Go someplace else.
Hey, I gotta work in the morning.
Silly, this is the morning.
It is?
Hey, Mac, what's the time?
1:45. Last call.
You really think I'm cute, Harry?
Sure, baby. Let's relax.
Don't worry, sugar.
Come on. I'll take you home.
I'll take you home.
Of course, I felt lousy the next morning. I'm not much of a drinker. But she looked fresh as a daisy, smiling and joking with the customers. I didn't look over there. I didn't want to. Didn't want to think about what must have gone on between her and Krause when she got in. He didn't look happy. I knew why. I kept waiting for him to turn those baseball eyes on me. But he never did. Just went on smashing, slicing, grinding, sawing. All that. When I came out that night, she was there. I tried to disregard her.
Harry.
But she said she had something very serious to talk over. And the way she said it, well, I got in the car again.
He's awful. Really, you don't know.
Yeah, I guess it's tough.
You just wouldn't believe some of the things.
Yeah, look, baby, I think we...
He's crazy jealous.
Of you?
Yeah. Isn't that silly?
Well, I guess maybe...
Jealous of me. Or should I say, of you.
Me? What does he know about me? What did you say?
Well, I got in this morning, and there he was, sitting up like grandma in his bathroom. He said, "Where have you been?" And I said, "What's it to you, Auntie?" I call him Auntie. It drives him crazy. He said, "Don't you think you can fool me?" And then he started to cry and say a lot of things about Babylon and sitting on the water. Real crazy talk.
Well, I'd better go.
Oh, now don't be silly. He doesn't know who you are or who it is.
But he could find out.
Oh, no. Not unless I told him.
You wouldn't do that.
Of course not, baby. As long as you're good to me.
The next night, I stayed in the market. I was scared. Didn't want any more of that. I did inventory. I counted bottles. I cleaned the refrigerator. I changed the water in the soft drinks cooler. I kept busy. Across the market, Krause was moving around, cleaning up. And after a while, he took off his apron and his straw hat, and he came over. Hello, Mr. Cross.
Yeah. Give me a bottle of beer.
Sure thing.
All right to drink it here?
Well, sure. We're closed, ain't we?
Yeah.
Here's an opening.
Thank You're working late.
Well, you know how it is. Nothing to do evenings.
No?
No, I'm new out here. It takes time to make friends.
For me, maybe it would take time. Not for you, good-looking young fellow like you.
Well, I don't know. You're a big, broad-shouldered guy.
Yeah, sure. Big. That's...
How's the beer?
All right. Listen, you know my wife.
Your wife?
Yeah. You know her.
Well, yeah, isn't she the one who checks the grocery?
Yeah.
A very nice-looking lady.
You think so?
Well, of course. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean it very sincerely. A very nice, respectable-looking...
Yeah, sure. Now, listen, you notice something funny goes on there?
Funny?
Somebody's playing around with her. I want to find out who.
With her?
You wouldn't believe that, would you?
No, I should say not.
Listen, do me a favor, huh?
Sure. What?
You keep your eyes open.
I will, Mr. Cross. I promise.
I find that guy. I find out who he is if it takes a year. Then I do. I keep. Good night.
Good night.
Listening to Never Steal a Butcher's Wife. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. There are all kinds of tales of suspense. You'll find an exciting one when you listen to the latest Perry Mason story on CBS Radio tomorrow. He's the debonair lawyer detective whose exciting cases come your way Monday through Friday, daytimes, on most of these stations. This week, listen to Perry Mason try to help a damsel in distress. And now, we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Hy Averback in tonight's production of Never Steal a Butcher's Wife, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
You see how it happens? You go along minding your own business, trying to be a sweet guy, and whammy, up pops the devil, the roof caves in, and there you are. The executioner's honing the axe and whistling to himself. I tell you, I was nervous. My hands were sweating and my teeth were aching. If it hadn't been for needing that job bad, if it hadn't been for that, I'd have put on my coat and hightailed it out of there but fast. It was a situation. And Mary's looking over at me every now and then, giving me the big eyes. Yeah, the heck with you, baby. Get yourself another boy. And Krause is looking over and raising his eyebrows. Do I know who it is yet? And I'm making a long face and shaking my head. And then Nick, the vegetable man, comes over.
I see you didn't understand what I told you the other day.
What's that, Nick?
About Mary. I told you she was a married woman.
What are you talking about?
I seen you, the both of you, coming out of a bar the other morning.
You're nuts.
Don't pull a hard face with me, Harry. I had to tip Krause off to what's going on.
Nick, be a good guy, will you?
Be a good guy. I'm telling you, you better be a good guy and leave the butcher's wife alone if you know what's good for you.
I will, Nick. I will. I swear it was a mistake, that's all.
Yeah.
So be a good guy, Nick. Forget about it, huh?
This one's okay, but you do it again, you get what's coming to you.
Sure, Nick. Sure thing.
I'm not just talking.
Harry.
What? Blow, will you blow?
Harry, I wish you wouldn't treat me this
Blow,
way.
blow, get away.
Look at me.
Don't you know your husband is watching you?
Oh, he's got his glasses off. He couldn't see Hollywood Bowl. You better be nice to me, Harry.
Please, Mary, please, go back to your cash register.
I want to see you tonight.
No.
Oh, yes.
Look, understand me, baby. You're poison. Now get away.
You'll see me, Harry.
I don't
Oh,
want-
you'll see, Krause.
All right. Where?
I'll be parked around the corner.
Around the corner.
And don't be late. Oh, look, now stop being silly and get in.
Look, can't you understand? I don't want any trouble.
What are you so afraid of?
Trouble!
Oh, come on, baby. Let's go have some fun.
Look, please, I've asked you not...
What is it?
Hello.
I warned you.
You got it wrong, Nick.
Oh, no.
Say, what is all this?
You shut up.
Don't you talk to me like that.
I'll talk to you like I please, cheat.
Harry! Hit him, Harry!
I didn't hit him. He was looking down his nose at me, and he was a nice, wide-open target, but I didn't hit him. Because all of a sudden, I knew what I had to do, and I knew I had to do it fast.
Harry, where you going, baby?
I didn't turn. Nick was still back there beside the car. I went into the market. Mr. Krause!
Yeah.
I found out.
I can't hear you, what?
I said I found out. I found out who it is. Ooh. Nick.
The vegetable man?
Yeah.
The vegetable man.
Now, look, Mr. Krause, I knew yesterday, but I didn't want to get him in trouble. I told him to lay off, but he said nuts. He said if I opened my mouth, he'd tell you it was me, that I was the one.
Vegetable man.
I'm sorry, Mr. Krause.
I never did like him. I never did.
Well, good night.
Vegetable man.
I took a fifth of old smuggler home with me. No dinner. I just lay there on the bed about 3 hours, talking to myself. And finally, to heck with the job. I got up and I started to pack. I was broke, but I didn't care. I'd have to skip out on my rent, but it didn't matter. I didn't care. I wanted out. From Krause, from Mary, from Nick. And suddenly, I figured that even if Nick was a snooping little rat with his holier now, I ought to clear him. So I wrote a note to Krause. I said, I did it, Krause. Don't blame anybody else. I took the note in my bag and the key to the market, and I tiptoed out of the rooming house. I caught a bus and went to the market. The boulevard was deserted. I looked in through the glass door. In the back of the place up high, there was a red neon beer sign that blinked on and off, on and off. I unlocked the door, went in, locked the door behind me. The place was eerie in the dark. What with that red light blinking on and off. 1 minute the place was pitch black, the next it was 1,000 little red lights bouncing off the canned stuff in the grocery part. I went to the butcher counter first. I laid the note on the scale where he'd be sure to see it. Then I crossed over past the vegetables and the bakery, past the delicatessens to the liquor department. It was dark and I kept bumping into things, and I thought, why am I acting like a criminal? I turned on the light. The whole place was suddenly dazzling. Hurt my eyes. I looked at the cash register. I was just thinking about maybe taking a couple of bucks when it happened. I hadn't touched it. Somebody had turned the lights off again. There were other switches in the place. I didn't know where. And after the brightness, the place seemed twice as dark. The red sign blinked on and off, and on and off. And then I saw him. Krause! He was standing behind the meat counter at the scale, and he picked up the note. My note. I did it, Krause. And he read it. I couldn't see his eyes, just the glasses. And every time the light blinked, it shone red, bright red, like some sort of terrible toy. And then he began to move. And it was like a movie that you see one frame at a time. Each time the light blinked on, he wasn't where he'd been before, but closer. Closer. Krause? Mr. Krause? Oh, no. No. No, Mr. glasses kept coming at me. I edged toward the vegetables, and he moved too. I moved the other way, toward the groceries. There was a railing. I climbed over it, and I was in one of the long, narrow aisles of cans and bottles. The stuff was piled head high. I waited, hoping maybe he didn't see me. But he did. I hid behind a tower of dog food boxes. He sounded 30 or 40 feet away. I waited. I looked around the corner. He was looking down another aisle. I ducked my head back. I couldn't understand that sound. I looked again. The aisle was empty. In the center where Krause had stood were his shoes. He'd taken them off. Very quietly, I bent and took mine off, too. I began to tiptoe away from where I'd seen him. And then I rounded the corner, and there he was, not 2 feet away with his back to me. And I lost my balance, and I put my hand up to steady myself. The whole display went over. I ran. And then I was at the end of an aisle, and there was the wall, the back wall. And I turned, and he was coming straight at me. My hand touched something cold, a bottle. I grabbed it. It was ammonia. Krause! Krause, get back, Krause, or I'll blind you. Krause, I warn you, I swear I will. Krause, I've got ammonia here. I'll blind you if you come any closer, Krause. He stood there like a crazy blind giant, staring at his eyes, the ammonia running down his face. I didn't wait. I ran past him, bumping him aside, ran and cut around the cash register and past the delicatessen and the bakery to the door. It was locked. The key, I'd left it in the locker. It was gone. I tried to break the glass with my fist, but it was like steel. I tried to kick it, but I left my shoes behind. And Krause kept coming, feeling his way along, moaning, silhouetted in the blinking light, the red light that gleamed like a tongue of fire on the knife he held in his hand. I slid behind the counter of the meat department. Under my feet, the sawdust. I bent, scooped up a handful. His face was awful, twisted and gleaming in the blinking red light. His glasses were gone and his eyes were screwed tight shut in pain. He stopped 10 feet away, swaying. Then he opened his eyes, opened them as wide as he could, and moved his head from side to side, trying nearsightedly to see me. And then his head stopped moving, and holding it sideways, using one eye to see me. He came on, the knife held way back. And I waited. I let fly with the sawdust and jumped to one side, my back against the wall, and he twisted and skidded in the sawdust, and he fell. And then he was very still for a moment. I waited, backing. He rose to his knees. In the blinking light, I saw the knife. He'd fallen on it. It was sticking out of the middle of his chest. Krause! Then, very slowly, he got to his feet. One hand over the place where the knife was, and then he started toward me again. There was a rack over the chopping block. He reached up and got a cleaver. I backed. Behind me, I felt a large cold handle. The door to the meat storage room. I heaved it open. Inside, it was cold, bitter cold, and dark. In the center of the door was one small, thick pane of glass. It was clouded. I wiped it clear with my hand and looked out. Krause stood there, his face an inch from mine, looking in. And then his eyes rolled back and his face went slack and he fell out of sight. He was dead. I was sure of it. Now I felt around in the dark for an outlet, but I couldn't find it. I felt the door from top to the bottom. There were bars and bolts and something that felt like a handle, but it wouldn't move. I heaved and tugged, but it wouldn't move. There was a knife on the slab there, a butcher knife. I felt around the door for a crack, slipped the knife in and twisted. It broke off. Another door, I thought. Maybe there's please another door out of this place. And I began to search for it in the dark, feeling along the icy, damp walls. I walked under something cold that moved when I touched it. Side of beef, but no door. And I moved farther. Another icy cold thing. And I moved on. Came up against another. Cold as the rest. But and I'm crazy. I know it. I'm crazy. This one feels as though it's wearing silk stockings. So here I am. It's awfully cold. Cold as a witch's heart. Cold as a tool. The thing I have in my hand is this knife handle. I wish it had a blade. I know what I do. I know. But it hasn't. Anyway, I'm innocent of anything. They'll believe me. They will. There's a letter outside on the scale that says, I did it, Kraus. Don't blame anybody else. And there's my suitcase. That'll prove I meant to go away and not to cause anybody a hard time. And there's... While I'm waiting, I'll tell myself the whole story again. And again. It'll give me something to do, something to think about. You see, it started the first day of the job. I was clerking in the liquor department of the supermarket. I hadn't been in Los Angeles a week. Now, my brother, when I left New York, had given me this letter to a friend of his, a guy who owned a string of these supermarkets. The letter was about who used me. I was a good fellow. Kind of a favor, you know?
Suspense, in which High Averback starred as Harry in James Poe's story, Never Steal a Butcher's Wife. Enjoy tonight's tale of suspense. Well, there's a different kind of suspense on CBS Radio's Monday through Friday daytime serial, The Brighter Day. This week, Reverend Dennis and his family are the targets of a vindictive plot. Find out what happened. Listen to The Brighter Day tomorrow and every weekday on most of these stations. Suspense is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Never Steal a Butcher's Wife was written for Suspense by James Poe and starred High Averback as Harry. Featured in the cast were Paula Winslow, Jack Crucian, and Lawrence Dobkin. Stay tuned now for yours truly, Johnny Dollar, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Listen while you work. Enjoy Hilltop House every Monday through Friday in the daytime on the CBS Radio Network.
While in the merry month of May, not from me home I started, left the girl the tomb and nearly broken heart saluted father dear. Kiss me darling mother, drank a pint of beer, me grief and tears are smothered enough to reap the corn. Leave for I was born, caught a stout black torn to banish ghosts and goblins, brand new pair of brogues to rock the love of the bogs, frighten all the dogs on the rocky road to Dublin. 1 to 3 for 5, hunt the hare and turn her down the rocky road, and all the ways to Dublin, whack for lolly ride. In Mullingar that night I rested limbs so weary, started by daylight, it's morning bright, and nearly took a drop of the pure. Keep me heart from sinking, that's the paddy's cure. When Aries up for drink to see the lassie smile, laughing all the while at me curious style to set your heart a bubbling. Asked me was I hired, wages I required till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Dublin, 1 to 3 for 5. Put the hair and turn her down the rocky road and all the ways to Dublin, Macfallallyra. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it's such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll all among the quality bundle it was told. When in neat locality something crossed me mind. When I looked behind a bundle, thought I find upon me a wobble inquired for the road. Said me Connacht Road, it wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Dublin, 1 to 3 for 5. Put the hair and turn her down the rocky road and all the ways of Dublin, Macfallallyra. From there I got away, my spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said the storeroom Harry. When I jumped aboard a cabin phone for Paddy, down among the pigs did some hearty rigs, a dance, some hearty jigs. The water round me bubbling when a Polly head wished myself was dead. I bet the bar instead on the rocky road to Dublin, 1 to 3 for 5. Put the hair and turn her down the rocky road and all the ways to Dublin, Macfallallyra. The hair and turn her down the rocky road and all the ways to Dublin, Macfallallyra. Ah, well, the boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil. Temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle, they began. Everything haram, me soul says I'm a shillelagh, I had a fly. All the boys were by and saw I was a hobbling with a loud hooray. Join in the affray, quickly clear the way for the rocky road to Dublin, 1 to 3 for 5. Put the hair and turn her down the rocky road and all the ways to Dublin, Macfallallyra. Put the hair and turn her down the rocky road and all the ways to Dublin, Macfallallyra.
Johnson Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Band and Billy Mills Orchestra. The other day, a naval officer told us a new use for wax that I'd like to pass along as a suggestion to other officers in the service. You ladies know what to do with a piece of furniture or woodwork that's apt to get smudged with fingerprints. You wax it with Johnson's Wax. And that makes it easy to keep clean, and it's always polished. Well, you know how the visor of an officer's cap gets fingerprinted and how it's exposed to the weather? Well, what's more natural than to put a little wax occasionally on that visor? You can use either Johnson's paste or liquid or cream wax. It takes just a little, but it makes a big difference in appearance. It'll pay you to buy a small package of Johnson's Wax for your own use. It's also fine for your shoes and other leather articles, billfold, briefcase, luggage. It also protects articles made of metal. Perhaps you've already discovered its use in the past on your fishing rods, golf clubs, and other sporting equipment. The residents of 79 Wistful Vista have just had a close call. A man called for some clothes, and they weren't ready. But here in the living room, sorting out a big pile of clothing, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
gosh, Molly, that's an awful big pile of stuff you're giving away there.
Well, it's in a good cause, dearie.
What is it again? United what?
United National Clothing Collection for Overseas Relief. I've told you that a dozen times. And as soon as I sort out this last one...
Hey, wait a minute. You're not giving my old sweatshirt away.
Oh,
My good basketball sweatshirt. Why, my...
Oh, look, Pat. If you mean this 12-pound hunk of gray yarn marked Peoria Umberjack, why, you haven't worn that for 15 years.
Oh.
Incidentally, what is an umberjack?
Well, that was originally lumberjacks, but the moth chewed the hell out of it. There's a lot of sentiment attached to that shirt.
Yeah?
When I think of all the basketball games I've sat on the bench through in that old sweatshirt, that I'd have leaped in and saved the day for Peoria if the coach had ever called on me.
McGee, how about this pair of corduroy pants?
Huh?
Aren't they too small for you now?
Only around the waist and the feet. The legs are still perfect. One of these days I'm going to take off 25 or 30 pounds and I can wear all that stuff.
Listen, sweetheart, there are people in France and Greece and Poland and Holland that have taken off 75 pounds the hard way.
Okay, give them the breeches. Here's something else you can give.
What on earth is this?
That's the sweater Aunt Sarah knitted for me for my birthday 6 years ago.
Why, this would fit a child of 9.
Not if he ate all his Wheaties. Every joke I make tonight, I die a little. Personally, I got a sneaking suspicion Aunt Sarah knitted that sweater for a fox terrier. And then took it away from him because he was better dressed than she was.
Now, listen, don't talk that way about Aunt Sarah. She's a very nice old...
Come in.
Hello, Molly. Hello, McGee.
Hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hi, Harold Smith. Have a chair if you can find one that hasn't got clothes piled all over on it.
We're getting some things together for the United National Clothing Drive.
Oh, yes, I know about it. It's a wonderful idea. But what's the pretty little garment you have in your hand, Molly? Don't tell me you still play with dolls.
That, my fine feathered friend, is a sweater which was knitted for me by Aunt Sarah in a moment of gay abandon.
For you? For you? She evidently didn't know how broad-shouldered you'd gotten in the hips. And those colors.
Looks like a rainbow with sleeves, doesn't it, Doctor?
She couldn't have been thinking of a rainbow when she knitted that for McGee. She didn't leave room for a pot at the end of it.
Look, tissue slicer. Why don't you shuck off that racetrack top coat of yours and throw that on the pile? I could cut that up into blankets and make some family of horses very happy.
For your information, Hillbilly, this is an imported English topcoat. Genuine Harris tweed.
And very handsome, too.
Handsome my clavicle. And if that's a Harris tweed, I can see why he came down to leading a band for Jack Benny.
I could take you more seriously as a style expert, drummer boy, if I didn't suspect you spent your childhood wearing flour sack snuggies.
Oh, yeah? Well, my towards...
And what are you donating to this cause, little nobleman? A few socks you couldn't find mates for, and the wraparound leggings you wore in the last war when you stormed the YMCA hut at Fort Dix?
I found a lot of things, Doctor. Suits, dresses, blankets, socks, shoes, sweaters. I turned the closets inside out, which is quite a trick, holding the ceiling up with one hand.
Well, you're different, my dear. You have nice instincts. But you're 50% common stock there.
Oh, I'd like to see the junk you turned in, you bedside bandit. I'll bet people in Europe will stand in line to refuse it.
Now, stop it, you two. To me, it's no joking matter that there are people in the world who are suffering from lack of clothing.
Well, you're right, of course, Molly. I'm so tired I don't know quite what I'm talking about anyway.
You do look kind of bush, Doctor. Had a bad day?
Yeah, rather. Started with delivering twins at 4 a.m. Then at 5 o'clock, setting the arm the father broke, patting himself on the back. And at 5:45, finding out that the nurse told the wrong father.
Oh, dear.
Well, I better duck along.
Oh, don't hurry, wait, Doctor. I'll be glad to brew you a slug of tea.
No, thank you, my dear. I think if I sneak up back alleys and hide my satchel under my coat, I may be able to get home long enough for a hot shower and a 10-minute nap.
Well, you ought to get away with it. You always look like you got a satchel under your coat anyway. Hey, why don't you take a shower here, Doc?
Why, of course, Doctor. Heavenly days, you can hide out in our guest room for as long as you like.
That's a great idea. Think of the people that'll get well without you around to doctor them.
This hospitality overwhelms me, but I don't think I'd better. I can...
Oh, come on, Doctor. Now, we've got plenty of hot water, towels, and soap. McGee, get in your bathrobe and slippers.
Sure, you can wear the new patent leather slippers you give me for Christmas, Doc.
Sorry, they're too big.
How do you know, Doctor?
Somebody gave them to me for Christmas. Come on, McGee. Show the weary physician where he can revive his failing corpus and rid his epidermis of the bacterial taint of civilization.
Okay, Doc, but watch your grammar.
To wait till tomorrow
Don't say
morning, but
taint.
the other one says
Taint
to
is
give it to her for
This way, bud.
sedation, so give her berries and give her the pain.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and I'm beginning to see the light.
McGee, I never realized how much spare clothing we really had around this house. Look at that pile of things.
Hey, you're not giving that polka dot dress away, are you? Gee, that was always my favorite dress on you.
Oh, my goodness, I haven't had that on since 1927, when women were wearing their hips down around their hips.
How about this old pinchback coat of mine? My gosh, who'd want to wear that thing?
Well, look, dearie, to the people who need these clothes now, style isn't very important. If it's clean and warm, they want it.
Yeah, I guess we're spoiled. We're like the nearsighted sculptor. He chipped away at anything because he took everything for granted.
Yeah.
Toss that around.
You know, McGee, it's hard to realize that 125 million people are desperate for shoes and clothing while we are... What's that bundle you got there? Is that more your things?
This is Doc's clothes.
What?
I swiped him while he took a shower. I'm going to pretend they got taken away when the guy calls for the stuff to eat. He'll throw a wing-ding that'll rock the neighborhood.
Oh, no, McGee, please now. Take the doctor's clothes right back upstairs. You want them any minute now.
No, he won't. He took a shower and went to bed in the guest room. He was asleep before he got his eyes shut.
The poor fellow was really worn out. What time did you want to be called?
About half past.
About what?
That's all he said. He got to sleep right in the middle of telling me. Says, please call me at half past.
Well, now, do put his clothes back, dearie. That's a dirty trick.
No, I'll give him back after he worries a little. I might even give him one of my own ties. I liked it when he was wearing it. It looked better on me because I'm more the type.
Mr. McGee. Hello, Alice. Thank you very much, Alice, for the things you put in the relief bundle.
Oh.
You sure you can spare this full dress?
Oh, sure. I used to wear it to play golf in, but I don't play golf anymore.
Lose your ball, Alice?
No, I just haven't got time. Besides, the good-looking crow that was giving me lessons is flying a bomber now. He just wrote me and said his game was still good. He flew over some Japanese airplane plants and made a hole-in-one.
Navy blue skirt, Alice. It's still very smart looking.
What do you mean smart looking? It'll take a week to get them wrinkles out of it.
Oh, they're not wrinkles, dearie. It's accordion pleated.
It is? Well, slip it on and play something, Alice.
I don't like that skirt anymore. It has unhappy memories for me.
You mean you still see the price tag in your nightmares?
No, but I was wearing that skirt the night I broke up with Archie.
Why'd you break up with him?
He didn't like that skirt.
Archie, you said. I don't think I remember Archie.
Oh, why should you remember him? Since Alice moved in here, I've seen more strange faces than a referee at a wrestling match.
Oh, you remember Archie. He was a nice-looking boy that went into the chemical warfare division.
Oh, yes, now I see. Sure, he always had such a nice smell of mustard about him. Every time I shook hands with him, I'd look around to see where the ham was.
Oh, don't look at me. I was never here when he called.
Archie was one of the... Oh, what I came down to tell you was I think you'd better have somebody look at the plumbing.
The plumbing, Alice? Why?
Well, there's the strangest rumble upstairs near the guest room.
That's just Doc Gamble, Alice. He's asleep up there. He sleeps like a top. Like the top of a concrete mixer.
Now, don't worry about it, Alice, and thanks again for all the clothing and shoes you donated to the drive.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. McGee. I'm glad if I can help dress some destitute woman in Europe or the Philippines. That's me, cover girl darling.
Why, she practically gave you her whole wardrobe, Molly.
Well, Alice is a very generous girl. In fact, I think most people are pretty good-hearted. But it's pretty hard to convince people that there are millions and millions that need clothes. They all think, what good will my little donation do among that many?
Yeah, but if you got millions of people giving stuff to millions of people, it comes out pretty good. Hey, when are they picking this stuff up?
Well, they ought to be here any minute now, dearie. There are more than 50 relief associations working on this, you know. I think the Women's Auxiliary are furnishing station wagons.
Well, they ought to be here by this time. Maybe I better call up and check. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Whistle Vista 1965. Not mistaken that voice. It's Mert.
Oh,
how's their little thing, Mert? Is they? What's that, Mert? Your mother-in-law did what?
What?
Went with the paratroopers.
Nonsense, McGee. The paratroopers don't take women.
They took her. She bumped a cop off his motorcycle and went to the pokey with the paratroopers from the state police. What's that, Mert? Okay, thanks anyway. Must be on the way, Molly. The line's busy.
Well, I better tie a cord around these bundles so they'll...
Hello, folks.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. You're just in time. You wear a belt or suspenders? I wear braces. I didn't mean on your teeth. I meant to hold your pants up.
He wears braces, McGee. That's British for galluses.
Sure. Well, then why didn't you say so, Junior? You're about as British as an Iowa picnic. I'll bet you think Sherlock Holmes is a housing project. Well, isn't it?
Did you want to know whether he wore a belt or suspenders, McGee?
I was going to borrow his belt to tie up these bundles. Save me going out in the kitchen to find some string. Say, what is all this stuff? United National Clothing Collection?
Yes. Did you know about it?
Oh, sure. I'm on the local committee. I came over here to tell you about it. You can climb right back on your little tricycle and pedal yourself back home, bud. We're ahead. Did you know that Henry J. Kaiser is national chairman of the collection?
Yes, we did.
And I'm glad Kaiser is in on this, Junior. You know, there's one pair of pants in there that needs a new hull. Kaiser builds ships and... Yeah. Did you know that this is the largest clothing collection drive in history?
Yes, we knew that, too.
Did you know that in Holland there's only one blanket for every 5 people? Sure, we know. That in Norway they even sew Nazi propaganda leaflets together and wear them? We know that. Did you realize that in Belgium there's only one usable shirt to a family of 7? You're wasting your time if you're trying to sell us on the idea of donating clothes, Junior. All we got left in our closets is mothballs. Now, look, this isn't just a drive to keep war victims warm, you know. It's a matter of restoring their self-respect, too. It's pretty tough to keep your chin up when you have to keep looking down to see if your feet are frozen. Well, I just wanted to make sure you knew about it. See you later. Well, I'll be... Hey, Wilcox! Wilcox!
What's the matter?
He forgot something. Oh, my gosh, he never said a word about the thing. This is the stuff.
Yeah, I know. And I think he has a nice sense of proportion.
Yeah, but we gotta eat.
Now, McGee, see if you can find me a piece of strong cord to tie these bundles up with.
Oh, well, Beulah can find some. Hey, Beulah. Oh, Beulah!
Somebody bawl for Beulah? Beulah, will you see if you can find us some strong cord? We want to tie these bundles of clothing.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
That's
Not as good as this shoe is a barrel of apparel, ain't it? Is that for the clothes and dry folks?
Yes, it is, Beulah. You want to send something?
Yes, but my stuff is all packed up at home. Papa gonna take it down to headquarters tomorrow. He's a good man, my papa.
You're a good citizen, too, Beulah. You always do your part.
Well, ma'am, the way I see it, there's two kind of folks in this world, the gots and the ain't gots. And nobody got more sympathy for the ain't gots than them that ain't got much.
You can say that again.
Yeah, so the way I figure, there's two kind of folks in this world, the gots
No, Beulah. Mr. McGee was just agreeing with you.
Well, that's mighty kind of him, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Oh, forget it.
Yes, I'll thank you.
What's the matter, Beulah? You seem sort of worried about something.
I am, ma'am.
It says
It's Miss Alice.
to
voice changes or something?
Why, Beulah?
Well, sir, I just been upstairs to balcony the whole carpet. And I hear me the deepest snoring I ever listened to. Real battle for fondness. I'm afraid Miss Alice coming down with laryngitis or something.
Oh, that's just Dr. Gamble, Beulah. He's asleep in the guest room. Poor lad was exhausted.
Not enough doctors in town, Beulah. He has more demands on his time than the Naval Observatory.
Yeah, he's a real kind man, Dr. Gamble is. He come over when my brother had a real bad indigestion. I say, what's the matter with Henry, doctor? And he said, Henry got acute appendicitis, Beulah. I said, it was nice to say so, but what's the matter with it? And he said, I got operated. And I said, how much it cost? And he said, how much you got? And I said, $65. And he said, you pay for the anesthetic and I operate for nothing. Just keep my hand in. Oh, he's a real sweet man.
Yes, he is. How much was the anesthetic, Beulah?
$20, ma'am. But that Anna, she give Henry a real fine anesthetic.
Well, that's pretty cheap at that, Beulah. I know some radio sponsors that pay thousands of bucks for a half an hour of ether.
He knows some radio.
That's funny. I don't think that's illegal.
Love everybody.
You can get high off this shit.
The King's Men singing You Belong to My Heart.
You belong to my heart. Not forever. And a love that is strong. So long ago. We were gathering stars when a million guitars played our love song. When I said I love you, every beat of my heart said it too. It was a moment like this. Oh, you remember? And your eyes threw a kiss when they met mine. Now we all know the stars and a million guitars are still playing. Darling, you are the song and you'll always belong to my heart. You belong to my heart now and forever. As I knew from the start that you were mine. Now we all know the stars and a million guitars still are playing. You are the song and you'll always belong to my
Now, look, McGee, please take Dr. Gamble's clothes back upstairs. It's cruel to play jokes like that on people, and he's our guest.
Oh, let me have just a minute's fun with him. He'll think he's macarooned here in a bathrobe and slippers.
You don't mean macaroon, dear. You mean maroon.
I thought Maroon was a girl's name, like Maroon O'Sullivan.
Now, that's Maureen O'Sullivan.
Marine, did she join the Marines? Well, good for Maroon.
Oh? I guess that's the people to pick up the clothing. Come in.
Oh, hi,
sis. What can we do for you?
Is this the McGee residence?
Yes, it is. I am Mrs. McGee, by marriage.
How do you do? I'm Mrs. Carstairs, Mrs. Franklin P. Carstairs.
How do you do, I'm sure. This is my husband, Mrs. Carstairs.
How do you do?
Glad to know you, sis. Your husband, the big utilities maggot?
Magnet is the word.
Well, maggot is my word for him. Shut off our electric light last summer just because I forgot to pay the bill for a few months. And you can tell him from me.
I'm afraid my husband's business affairs are no concern of mine, Mr. McGee. And I doubt very much if he was concerned personally with your trouble. He's merely chairman of the board of directors.
Why, of course. How should a mere chairman of the board know what's going on? Don't be silly, McGee. I'd ask you to sit down, Mrs. Carstairs, but all these bundles of clothes are, we're waiting for someone to pick them up.
That is why I came, Mrs. McGee. I have a station wagon outside to take them for you. Excuse me, Mrs. McGee, haven't we met somewhere?
Oh, you girls have probably bumped into each other at a rummage sale or something, yeah? Ever go to the boxing matches at Legion Hall?
No, I'm afraid not. Are you a member of the Granddaughters of the Puritans, Mrs. McGee?
No, I'm not, Mrs. Carstairs. I'm afraid I'm not much for clubs.
Yeah, she can laugh at other women's hats just sitting here in the front window. With a sewing basket full of socks, sis.
No doubt. I should be glad to put your name up for membership, Mrs. McGee. Your family is, I presume you are of pioneer stock.
I am that.
Oh, say she is, kiddo. Her family sold the shoestring, they strung the beads on, and they gave the Indians for Manhattan Island.
Really? Interesting. Well, I'd better get these clothes out to the car. And thank you so much for your helpfulness in the clothing drive. Oh,
not at all. And McGee, help the lady with the clothes.
Oh, she's a big husky hunk of pioneer stock. Here, I'll open the door for you, Carstairs.
Oh, don't bother. I'll open it with my keys. Good day.
Heavenly days, McGee. That was the Mrs. Carstairs. Imagine her calling on the likes of us.
Why shouldn't she call on us? What are we, a leper colony?
No. My goodness, she's very social.
So am I. I'll talk to anybody.
Oh, McGee! McGee, where are you?
McGee, it's Dr. Gamble. Take the poor man his clothes.
Now that I have my fun. I want to see him blow up.
What's the matter, Doc? Anything wrong? Where are my clothes, you little viper? I want my clothes.
Give them to him, McGee.
Come on down, Doc, and tell me all about it.
I'll come down all right. And if you're playing any of your shenanigans on me, so help me, I'll kick you bicuspid down your epiglottis.
Oh, this is going to be rich, Molly.
Well, it'll have to work fast, and it's starting very poorly.
Hi, Doc. How'd you sleep?
Never mind how I slept. I slept wonderfully. Now, where are my clothes?
Look, Doctor,
Funny thing about that, Doc. I'm kind of embarrassed.
You're kind of embarrassed. How do you think I feel slopping around in strange houses in a skimpy little bathrobe that barely covers my confusion?
Look, Doc, I took your clothes to have you press them while you were sleeping.
You? Oh. Gee, I'm sorry. Very decent of you, McGee. Oh, I'm sorry I jumped to conclusions. But I got to get back on the job, boy. Is Beulah through with my clothes?
Well, to tell the truth,
Doc, what I'm embarrassed about was that your clothes were laying here on a chair when the people picked up the bundles for the clothing drive, and I'm afraid they...
You mean they... Oh, no. They couldn't have. McGee, you foul little fiend. I'm going to knock the very...
No. Take it easy, Doc. Take it easy. I was just kidding. I just wanted to see what you'd say.
Yeah, I told him it was a silly joke, Doctor. Give him his clothes, McGee.
Okay. I couldn't resist the temptation, Doc. Hey.
What's the matter?
Doc's clothes. I put them right on that chair over there. Where are they? They're gone.
Oh, McGee, you don't think Mrs. Carstairs acted...
Oh, my gosh, this is awful. I didn't mean to. I didn't...
Is the joke over? May I laugh now?
Well, I'm afraid it's no joke, Doctor. Your clothes are really gone. I'll follow Mrs. Carstairs right away and get them back.
Oh, gee, Doc, I'm sorry. I had no idea. No, Doc, don't. Cut it out now. Gee whiz, I will... Now, get away from me now.
Calm yourself, my boy. Calm yourself. Merely wanted to shake your hand.
What's this? What are you going to do, Doctor?
I'm going back to bed. That's what I'm going to do. And don't call me till Friday. Bless you, McGee, you dirty little good Samaritan.
Ridiculous.
You know, when you've gone to all the trouble and expense of putting down nice linoleum floors on your kitchen and bathroom, isn't it just common sense to take good care of them? For one thing, you can make them last practically forever if you protect them regularly with Johnson's Glow Coat. And for another, you'll keep them looking like new, their colors as fresh as the day you bought them. You'll have shining floors you're always proud of, glad to have your friends see at any time. And the beauty of it is you can have all these advantages and still save yourself hours and hours of work, because when you apply Johnson's Glow Coat, there's no rubbing or buffing. Glow Coat is self-polishing. It shines as it dries. And what's more, it's easy to keep such a floor clean and beautiful, because with Glow Coat protection, spilled things wipe up in a jiffy. That's a great help in these coming days of early spring rains. Why not protect your linoleum floors with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat?
Ladies and gentlemen, the United National Clothing Collection starts April 1st. Use the time until then to go through your closets and attics and trunks and storerooms to see what you can spare for the millions of suffering people in war areas. The goal is 150 million pounds of clothing.
This is not a charity drive. It's an appeal to you to give what spare clothing you can to restore the health and self-respect of war-ruined families.
Greatly needed are infants' garments, particularly knitted goods, and all kinds of warm, sensible clothing, shoes and bedding for boys and men and women and girls. There will be receiving stations set up everywhere, in churches, schools, factories, and clubs. So get ready, won't you?
You wouldn't like to be in their shoes, but they'd like to be in yours, if you'll send them.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for the home and industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Finishes for home and industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Suspense. Radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you an hour, a full 60 minutes of suspense. Tonight, starring Mr. Robert Ryan and Miss Ruth Warwick in a play by Devery Freeman entitled Beyond Reason, edited and directed by Anton M. Leder, and produced by Robert Montgomery.
This is Robert Montgomery. For well over a year, on the average of 5 times a week, my newsboy and I have engaged in the same spirited conversation. Each evening I greet him with, anything in the papers? And each evening he answers with, no, same old stuff. Then I spend part of the evening reading the chronicle of the day's events, same old stuff. And I learn that the tensions in the world are greater or lesser, that some people want high taxes and some people want low. Some people are born, some are married, some are divorced, and some are dead. Same old stuff. Yesterday, a man walked out onto his front porch, lost his balance on the top step, and 1 minute later he was dead. An hour ago, a wife in Fort Wayne, Indiana, went to the hospital. 10 minutes ago, she became a mother. One cycle of life completed, another just beginning. And the newspaper will report them both, clearly, accurately, and without editorial comment. We can assume that in each of these homes, the old patterns of living are broken, and the new ones are in formation. But we can't know what happens next in the history of these two families. And these are very real stories that begin with birth or death. We have one for you today, a story entitled Beyond Reason, and it began this way. At exactly 7:22 on the night of January 5th, Pinkton Carr reached the corner of Post and Stockton Streets in downtown San Francisco. He was feeling fine. He stopped for a moment to look at an attractive window display, and then, still looking back, he stepped off the curb.
Get him out! No! You hit him! Stop!
that brought the girl in the
Somebody call an ambulance. Call an ambulance.
Who is it? You know, who is it?
You mean, who was he?
Oh, the poor man.
Next day, the newspapers put it briefly and concisely in a small headline on page 4. Businessman hit. Businessman hit run victim. You probably read it. Not very interesting unless you knew him. But the police were working on the case. Maybe one day soon they'd track down the car. Maybe. It looked like just another one of those things, soon forgotten, over and done with. But a tragedy like that can be a beginning as well as an end. It can start a whole chain of events, generate a whole series of reactions. It can become the genesis of fear, especially in the mind as sensitive as the mind of Evangeline Carr, the eldest of 3 daughters. Vangie Carr, beautiful, lonely, susceptible.
Darling, why did he have to die that way? How could such a thing have happened? Him. Accidents like that don't happen to people like him. Not without some reason. It couldn't have been. Who is this man? Harry Newton. This man has become so important in our lives. My father's business partner, you said? My father never had a business partner. Never, I'm sure of that. He would have told me. Who is Harry Newton?
He was a hard one to pin down, Miss Carr. Doesn't have a home, or even a permanent address. He just seems to drift around.
Was he up here in San Francisco the night my father was killed?
I checked that. No, he wasn't. But he was here that day. In fact, that's the day your father and he signed the papers that made them partners.
That day?
Yeah. That's the date on the contract. He left Frisco on the 4 o'clock plane. Accident happened about 7:30. Seems to be the promoter type. Somebody else always takes the risk.
How could my father have made a man like that?
The contract is perfectly legal, man. He is your father's partner.
Why? Why did Dad ever take him in? Dad contributed all the property. This man contributed nothing.
Nothing but himself. Evidently, your father thought him a super salesman. See, they plan to subdivide and sell the acreage here in Bella Vista. He's determined to go through with it. No, I'm afraid there's not much we can do.
No,
I'm sorry. This is very trying for you and your sisters, I know. Perhaps when he comes up here, we can explain it easy.
He's coming here?
Of course. To look the place over. You have to stay here quite a bit to get the work done.
Yes, of course. I must have realized that. Only I never really let myself think about how I'd have to meet him face to face.
Sandy. Be careful.
You don't trust him either, do you?
No. I don't trust him either.
Just an everyday accident. It can be the beginning of many things, especially when the dead man leaves unfinished business behind. Unfinished business and 400 choice suburban acres between the highway and the sea. 400 undeveloped acres in which any real estate man would see the possibilities. Add to that a partner like Harry Newton and 3 beautiful daughters, especially a daughter like Nancy.
You hurt?
No, I just fell down, hang out of your way.
Here, let me brush you off. I'm sorry. I came around the bend and didn't see you.
No, it was my fault. I shouldn't have been walking in the middle of the road, daydreaming like that. All right, thanks.
Leaving hospitals are made for people like you.
I know. I started out at the age of 2, playing with electric light sockets.
Since I nearly knocked you down, I better introduce myself. My name's Harry Newton. I always cross streets when the light is green. Getting by in life merely requires the ability to take advantage of green lights.
And the ability to recognize red lights.
Huh?
I'm Evangeline Carr.
Susie?
She's the cute one, the baby.
And you, Vandy?
Oh, I'm just me, Vanjie. The plain one, the old maid.
Just because you're the oldest?
Mr. Newton, you wouldn't be interested in me.
No? Maybe I like plain girls.
That was the way it was. Sudden I couldn't prepare for it. And I'd met Harry Newton. What about all those questions and fears in my mind? What happened to them? I didn't know. Downstairs, Harry Newton was talking to that one. Of course, you'll realize, Mr. Newton, this is really an interview. Our only knowledge of you is that my brother entrusted you with some of his real estate.
He didn't entrust me with anything, Andy. He watched me like a dog.
You realize, of course, the responsibilities that go with this entrance. We know nothing of your character or affiliation. Perhaps you can supply some of the details.
I got a credit card with the Union Oil Company. Look, Andy, I came 400 miles from Los Angeles to discuss the promotion of a subdivision. It's a little late for reference. I'm in this deal with both feet and a legal document. Are you handling it for the kids?
Well, not exactly.
Well, then let's have a drink and make small talk. You'll learn more about me that way. How about it?
Thank you, no. You can make yourself at home. Dinner is at 7.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much. Never let a lady make a phone call when she doesn't know she's on the phone.
Who are you?
Harry Newton, who are you, Grace?
Oh, excuse me. Young yet.
That's a pretty big statement.
Say it only as an apology for having started.
I accept your apology. Only don't say it again.
Oh. You going back to Los Angeles soon?
Tomorrow.
You like company?
Passenger?
I said company.
Your aunt will ask for character references.
I didn't ask
You got yourself a ride, Junior.
you. Wouldn't be thinking of leaving earlier.
I'm sleeping over. Our first customer is coming to dinner.
Who?
People by the name of Burkhart.
Oh? But Burkhart and his silly wife, huh? They're awful whores.
And get set for some boring neighbors. We plan to sell them a lot.
It's too bad. I love company, but I think I'll develop a headache and stay in my room tonight. Unless I can change your mind about leaving.
Shall we change the subject?
Well,
I just don't want to press my luck too far.
all that evening, through dinner with the Burkharts, through the business talks that followed, all I could do was watch him, listen to his voice. I never expected a man like this. Never expected him to make me feel like this. Like I felt when he smiled and said goodnight. Like I felt when he drove away with Susie to Los Angeles next morning. Like I felt when he called me long distance.
How are you getting along up there without me, Vanjie?
Oh, I suppose we're just barely managing.
Good, I'll have to hurry back.
The surveyors will be here next week.
Who cares?
But
I don't want to waste this clothes-hawking business.
Then
I
what?
just want to talk to you. Still an old maid, I hope.
I'm afraid so.
And still as plain as ever.
Yes.
Wonderful. Don't ever change.
All right. Why did I laugh? And why did I go around walking on air? He was just flirting, probably with a purpose, for business reasons. But I didn't care. I knew it was crazy, but I didn't care. I counted the days until he came back. When he came, he brought me a gift. Quilted velvet. At once he said it looked like the inside of a coffin, but I liked it. And I liked the funny little note that went with it. After a few days, seeing him, talking to him, began to fill my thoughts so completely, I couldn't sleep. So one night, I walked down his rose garden to the little greenhouse at the edge of sitting there, watching the moonlight and slipping far below. Oh, it's you.
What's the matter? Want to sleep tonight?
I have things on my mind.
Like real estate? And me?
Yes. I'm trying to make some sort of plan.
I just like to feel my way along, see how far I can go. Plans are good to start with, then you follow your instinct.
I like to know where I'm going.
And you don't?
I'm not sure.
You've never asked me a lot of questions like this. But I suppose you've been wondering why your father and I were doing this. Why you invited me in.
I knew there must have been a reason.
Reason? I met him in Palm Springs, gave him a tip on a horse, and it won. Big as yours.
That's hard to believe.
Isn't it? Well, of course, he liked me, too. He thought I had guts and brains. Beyond that, he didn't want to know a thing.
And if he had?
I'd have told him. Come here.
Harry, no.
Still afraid to follow your instincts?
I don't know.
Come here.
It's all so crazy. 2 weeks ago, Harry Newton was just a name I hated and feared. There's nothing of that now. Now he's a man that I love. My husband. We drove to Las Vegas and were married in a little chapel there. And we had a fast honeymoon, playing roulette, seeing Boulder Dam, just having fun being together. And when we came home again, words were still ringing in my ears. For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health. Love, Harry, until death do us part. Until death do us part. I moved my things into the corner room, Andy, so that you and he may have the suite.
Relax, Andy. This is strictly temporary.
We'll probably go to Los Angeles eventually. All Harry's friends are there.
Meanwhile, I'll have my stuff shipped up. This much. Packed away in Los Angeles. He's the one I was telling you about, honey. He owns that restaurant on the strip.
While you were away, there was a phone call from Mr. Newton.
Yeah?
From a Miss Kitty Platt. Kitty Platt?
Shirley. I'll be wondering what happened to me. Wonder what's it. Look at me. Head over heels in matrimony and... I love it.
Yeah.
Is that a private match? Can anybody get in?
Oh. Hello.
Hi. You have to excuse my lack of tact. But then a sister-in-law before the loss. That's for everything, sis. You're waiting.
Thank you, Susie.
Is anything wrong? You look awfully tired. Isn't Harry told you? It takes a gentleman to keep a secret. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What a lovely wedding band. Nothing temporary about this piece of jewelry.
3 passes at a crap table.
Tell me, thank you, darling. To buy you the short order ceremony or the blue plate? It's very impressive, I understand. Bless, oh Lord, this ring. He who gives it and she who wears it may abide in thy peace. This brand.
Susie. Susie, dear. Harry.
That's a sick girl. Mind if I speak to her? As a member of the family, I feel I have the privilege of helping. Be right back.
Randy? Randy! What is it, Emma? Well, I didn't want to talk to you, dear, while he was with you. But I'm worried about Susie. She's been acting very queerly. Not eating and so jumpy. What do you suppose is wrong? I don't know. But she hasn't been herself since she went to Los Angeles. Perhaps if you had a talk with her. Harry is doing that. Harry?
Worst.
Yes. A stranger? Auntie. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I shouldn't have said that. It's just that I can't get used to the idea.
Somewhere.
I mean his being one of us.
Rusty
Then I
has
hardly know him.
something.
It's very hard to know him. Yes, I suppose it is. I only meant that perhaps someone else should talk to Susie. You mean you think maybe Harry has something to do with Susie acting this way.
Why, no, Vandy, I didn't say that.
No. No, of course not. Harry?
Yeah?
How is Susie?
She'll be okay.
Maybe I better talk to her.
Leave her alone. She won't tell you anything.
Then you tell me.
That's one of those things. How do the writers put it? Unrequited love.
You?
Well, if it is, she hasn't told me the whole truth.
What did she tell you?
30 coins.
How do you turn the heat on in this dungeon of a room?
There's a gas heater in the fireplace. But what did she tell you? Harry?
Look, Angel. Are you going to turn on me, too? Don't do it. I need you. I've been rattling around like a pebble in this old drum of a world with nothing to grab onto. Now I'm safe. I've got somebody. This alley cat's got a home. That's you, Angel. You're my roof and four walls.
Harry, darling, please understand it. It's not that I don't trust you, but I'm worried about Susie.
Okay. You talk to her tomorrow if it's doing any good. Right now, don't worry about it.
Oh,
Come on,
one
let's get
more hour.
What was that?
No. What time is it?
6 o'clock.
Oh, it's Aaron, I think.
Who's Aaron?
It's the gardener. But he must be below that window there.
What's up?
It's Miss Susie.
Susie, what about her?
What about her?
She's dead.
Dead.
Good.
Tragedy begets tragedy.
Yeah,
Accidents
definitely
breed
hurry
more
with
accidents. Or was this another accident? At any rate, in the grim sequence of events started by that simple accident on a city street, a second member of the Carr family was dead. They say tragedies strike in threes. I wonder. And so does Vanjie Carr wonder.
Why did it happen? Why did she do it?
So I'm cranking up that room tomorrow night for the first
Did
time.
he have anything to do with it?
Since I've moved in this house.
Relax.
And it's gonna be cold as shit in there.
That's what I'm supposed to do.
It's gonna start snowing like that.
In a few minutes,
Oh,
he'll
yeah.
come up and tell me. Tell me what they're talking about down there.
Alexa,
He and Aaron.
is it going to
my
snow this
sister
week?
Grace.
Awesome.
From the beginning. Hard for me to tell it now, Miss Grace. It's like a dream.
He hasn't told it the same way twice.
I tried to.
Well,
Mr. Newton knows that. Now try again.
You'll be all right.
Well, I was up early. Not early for me, but early, and there was a mist and the ground was wet, so I wore my rubbers.
About
I
a
was
quarter of
getting
an
back
inch
the
to 2
honeysuckle on the
feet.
trellis near the garage when she came
Cover all
by.
ground.
Didn't see me, but I saw her walking as if
Oh
in her
wait,
sleep.
no, from the sunny
Yet she
days
looked as if she
to
knew
2
where she
feet
was
of
going.
snow.
And she was dressed and combed and carried a purse. So I said good morning. But she didn't answer and went
Did
off
they take
into the
the
mist
ball
toward the tea house
out
on
of
the edge of the
the
palisade, where there's only
Will you
one
remove
path.
the minigame?
And then presently I worked my way down the path through the rose
Just got that
garden
stupid.
to say good morning
The
again, but
trash
she was
one's cool
gone.
as shit.
She had jumped into the ocean onto the rocks below, and I found her purse, as that purse on the bar and that riding crop.
The riding crop is mine.
Well, that was the best one. I don't know, I like some of them.
All right, Aaron. That's all. You may go.
All right, Miss Grace.
Well, Mr. Newton?
Harry's the name.
Yes, of course. We are related, aren't we?
What they
Should
need
I
to do is
apologize
add a
for not
Tetris
belaboring
mode
you
to
with
this.
congratulatory messages on your
So you
marriage?
can start
Some
doing
people are just naturally short on sentiment. You have other gifts.
That'd be cool.
Thanks. It's just that I have an instinctive aversion to attracting
They
men
know you're
being
fixing people's
snatched in the
ass
open
for you.
market.
If I ever get back on the market, I'll send you a credit slip.
Crush these.
Planning to get back on the market?
Not at this particular time.
I see.
Anybody here? upset you are, but you've got to relax.
Can't. Oh, Susie. Susie, you poor baby.
Take it easy. This way you'll just fly apart, springs and wheels and everything. You're going to have to rest a few days.
Oh, I want to know everything, Harry. Who was it? Who did this to Susie?
I lied.
Oh,
I lied when I said Susie chose me as a confidant. The way it happened, I stumbled into the middle of her romance by accident.
who?
A neighbor of yours, Whit Burkhardt.
Whit Burkhardt? Oh, he's married.
Yeah, you see, I bumped into them in a quiet little restaurant in Los Angeles. It was about as welcome as bad news in a collect telegram. I grabbed her quick one at the bar and ran.
But is that all?
No. Susie made it her business to see me the next day. She wanted me to promise not to tell anyone I'd seen them together. I let her talk, and she did. Plenty. It was nice the way she told it, crying as if her insides were splintered. This fellow Burkhardt had met her in Los Angeles and let her know that they'd come to the end of the line. He was afraid his wife was getting wise, so they had one last run. That's the way she loved this guy. He must be all right.
Oh, no, Harry. A man doesn't have to be all right for a woman to love. Next few days I spent in bed. I was supposed to relax. I couldn't. Too much to think about. Even the doctor's pills didn't help. Little things made it little things that your husband took me riding this morning. Tell me, man, how did you ever track him? I don't know. It just seemed like Daddy left his heart in That's where Mark is San Francisco for years. We'll open in a market with a lovely office. In short, a real estate ranch paradise. Grace. He's so different from my father. Honest and right. I just got tired of looking like something that's been left out in the rain.
Flowers are all right.
They're sweet, I know my limitations. But not beautiful, like Grace. Take her.
No one would take Grace as any other kind.
Nice of you to promise to her. Cigarette? No thanks. Whit made me give up smoking. He really babies me, that man. Wants me to go away for a 2-week rest. I told him I felt fine, but he insisted. Was that when you went to Los Angeles? Los Angeles? Well, it hasn't been to Los Angeles in 4 years. I know, he went along with me. Of course she was lying. Her husband had been to Los Angeles, just as Harry said he had, with Susie. He must have been. Just trying to make Harry look bad. So was the rest of them. That's right. Miss me. I know what they were up to. Protect Harry. And he behind you.
Hello, you remember me? Ernie, the lawyer? Mrs. Newton, you ill for a visitor? Yes. It's in regard to your suggestion, Mr. Newton, that arrangements be made to give you power of attorney in matters pertaining to Della Vista. You can lower your voice. I told you my wife is ill. Any request of that nature should be gone over with all parties concerned. I said lower your voice. Of course, two untimely tragedies increase the number of parties concerned. I'd say you have 2 down, 2 to go, Mr. Newton. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Have you discussed this matter with Mrs. Newton? There's no reason for her to object. On the other hand, there's Grace Carr. You've spoken to her? Not more than a moment ago. It's no go, Newton. Miss Carr, it seems, has developed quite an interest in Della Vista, or some aspect She intends to work with you as closely as possible.
Well, that sounds engaging.
Yes. For you, it should be a cinch, Newton. I understand you're quite a hand with the ladies.
Well, I've had my innings.
I listened to everything. Sometimes I woke up in the middle of the night and listened. Listened to Harry and Grace downstairs talking, laughing. They laugh together a lot, these
Harry, you're wonderful.
I don't know how you did it.
What's up, partner?
Telegram from Jim Strand. He's willing to talk terms, and he's free to talk tonight.
Well, for heaven's sake, let's be sociable. Maybe we can have the deal signed and moving tomorrow.
That means staying over in San Francisco tonight.
I'll take care of the hotel reservations.
Oh, high pressure, Harry.
We'll take them to the best restaurant in town and we'll order their best meal. Are you worried about your figure?
No. Are you worried about it? See you later.
Hello. I want the Grosvenor in San Francisco.
Charming little hotel.
Oh, it's you. Hello, Angel. I thought you were in bed. How's your headache?
Better? I'd like to go along with you, Harry.
Tonight? In your condition?
What's wrong with me? Don't you want my company?
You're not up to it. You're sick.
I said I'm better. I've decided to help you.
Help me?
Grace helps you.
She tags along.
Can't I tag along too? Please, Harry, I want to go with you.
All right. Why not?
And this afternoon, I want you to take me riding. Did you know I could ride? I'm better than Grace. I've won cups. Shall we go riding this afternoon?
Sure, Angel. Maybe that's a good idea.
What's that, Dave?
I don't know, Aunt Martha. I can't see. The fog is rolling in.
It's a horse.
But no rider.
Is it Angie?
Well, Harry's. It's tearing down the path toward the highway, probably heading to the stables. Aunt Martha, something's happened.
I knew it.
Come on. Here comes the other one.
It's Harry.
He's carrying Angie. Hi!
Hi. Help me get her up to her room.
Please stop acting silly. I wasn't hurt a bit.
Yes, she was. Her shoulder's bruised. I'm calling Dr. Rupert. And what's more, you're going to the clinic tomorrow for x-rays. No sense taking chances.
What happened?
A horse pulled her.
Why? I don't know.
Maybe Harry does.
Yes. He was riding just behind. Did you see any reason for it, Harry?
No, not a thing.
I tell you, Harry, there's nothing wrong with me. Nothing but a simple old-fashioned headache.
Maybe you can grab some sleep before the doctor gets here.
Why are you making such a fuss? Is it because you don't want me with you in San Francisco?
You certainly can't go till we're sure you're all right.
Then you're going without me.
We'll talk about it later. Get some sleep, Angel.
What are you doing?
Connecting up your heater. This room is like a tomb. If you take the chill off, maybe you'll sleep.
You won't go without me, will you, Harry?
Are we back on that again?
Oh, I'm sorry. Harry.
What?
I made you angry with me, haven't I?
No.
Do you love me?
Sure.
It's so strange, this marriage of ours. It's more like an affair, really. It happened so fast. We don't really know each other, do we, Harry? Why did you want me, Harry?
Because I love you.
Because you love me. Yet if I were gone tomorrow, would there be another to take my place, as there were others before me? Oh, no.
Jeez, lady, probably.
Get sillier by the minute. Forgive me, darling.
There's nothing to forgive.
Yes, there is. I won't be silly anymore.
I'm sure you won't, Angel. Good night.
I'm sure she will.
I'll see that you're not...
Should change it so I have no clue what's going on.
Harry. Harry.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly.
Mr. Christmas always wanted to turn on because to do the same joke for 20 fucking years straight in all 2,000 episodes. But a slight variation. How it changes through the years. Some of them are more annoying than others, though. They don't really get to the wartime episodes, only the best ones. There's only about a year that they're feeling real patriotic. Maybe 2 years. It's a lot of crazy.
As Confucius never said, quote, life is never pointless when you're on pins and needles, unquote. Which describes the mental state of our hero this week until just a moment ago when he received a telegram in reply to a theatrical advertisement he answered. And here, while his much better half is busy for a moment in the kitchen, he reads the wire that may mark a great change in the lives of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Read this fast before Molly comes in. Take it easy, McGee. Calm down. You're as shaky as the right hand at a class reunion. Shucks, I'm so excited I can't even... Oh, that's upside down. Fibber McGee, 79 Wistful Vista. Your answer to our ad received. Application for position as stage director approved and accepted. Congratulations. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Company highly impressed. Your association, such figures as Glasgow, DeMille, Reinhardt, Hopkins,
I believe you owed me some money. I don't know how much.
believe we have immediate assignment for you. Wire $50 at once to cover bookkeeping, postage, and etc. We will telegraph full details. Signed the Chippewa Entertainment Bureau for Basil C. Chippewa, President. Boy, oh boy, oh hot diggity. They got a job already waiting for me. What a break. Whoopee! Good old Chippewa! I'll send that $50 so fast it'll dazzle Basil. Hey, Molly! Hey, Molly!
Heavenly days, McGee, stop that hollering. What's the matter with you, dearie?
I just got some good news, Molly. I just got the break I've been looking for all my life.
You don't say.
Yes, sir. As the pigeon says when he smacked into the City Hall clock, it looks like I finally hit the big time.
Now, take it easy, dearie. You thought you were in the big time before, and you always wound up getting the worst. What's this all about?
Well, in the first place, I answered an ad for a...
Oh, shit.
No, I ain't gonna tell you. Well, I meant good. But you might as well know that I may have to leave town any minute. I gotta run downtown now and send a wire. Where's my checkbook?
Up on your dresser?
Okay, I'll run up to your house.
I was flying away from you.
There's a couple more ways to stick his head out than a chicken in a crate. All right, come in. Oh, Mrs. Uppington, do sit down and have a cigarette.
Oh, thank you, my dear. I do smoke.
Well, neither do I, but it sounds kind of cold, you don't.
Oh, yes, indeed. Quite in the mud. I mean, in the mood. But now, about our Women's Club May Festival this evening, I just wanted to tell you that as president, I have appointed a queen of the May.
Oh, and who is it, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, my dear, you'll never guess. It's the one member of the club who has the most poise and personality. If you don't mind my being personal.
Oh, now, Mrs. Uppington, you shouldn't have done it. I just
helped me put the radio in the house.
What if you had the option to turn
And
that
I
off?
happen to be the only other member with a gold crown.
Yes, I've
You
often
don't know
noticed.
about
On the left side, isn't it?
Yes, take it more on the now, please. I didn't mean that. Oh,
Just
honey,
make
I
it
almost
black
forgot.
screen.
We have arranged for a professional director for the festival.
Well, I hope he's better than the old flower pot we had last year.
No surprise in that.
Where'd you get him?
Why, from the Chippewa Entertainment Bureau. And, my dear, he's been associated with such people as Velasco, DeMille, Reinhardt, Toscanini, and Minsky.
Minsky? Well, that's different. When's he coming?
Well, just as soon as I wire them $50 to cover bookkeeping, postage, etc. Oh, now it's going to be a wonderful feeling to know that to be an expert and with you every step of the way. Someone who's very bright, gives you confidence.
Hi, Effie.
Oh, how do you do, Miss McGee? Well, I must be going, my dear. Oh, I see you have your hat on, Miss McGee. Do you walk my way?
Oh, no, I don't, Effie. I've often tried it just to amuse Molly, but somehow I can't quite get that haughty, flat-footed effect.
Well, I must say, well, goodbye.
What's old Uppy the Guppy swimming around in our fishbowl for?
Well, it's about our May festival, Mickey. And it's going to be beautiful, too. A parade with floats and a stage play.
Home talent stuff. Shucks, any minute now, I'll be tied up with a mob that'll make your little cupcake Rodale look like a flea circus.
Oh, really? Don't be so conceited, Mickey.
Huh?
It's too early in the spring to start riding for a fall.
Don't you worry, Molly. I'm going to be the biggest. I'll get it, Molly. I'll get it. Might be a telegram for me.
Oh, for goodness sake, Mickey, what's got into you? Come in.
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter. I ain't got time to talk to you now, old timer. I gotta run downtown and send a telegram. Go on that way myself, Johnny. Wait a minute, I'll give you a lift. See how you kids fix with Christmas cards.
Oh, yeah, what's that? How do you level?
Christmas garden, did you say?
Showing it
Why,
off.
this is only April 30th, Mr. Oldtimer. It's, let's see now, 238 days till Christmas.
Sure it is, daughter. But you won't want to shop on Saturdays and Sundays. That takes off 68 days. That only leaves 170 days. Then there's 6 holidays, 25 broadcast days. That leaves 139. There's 2 Friday the 13th between now and Christmas. You don't want to shop on them days. Leaves 137. Got about 30 days for bread and 10 days for delivery. Another 10 days for dressing and mailing. You be out of town 62 days that summer, making only 25 days. Count off about a week to select the cards you want. That leaves 18 days. Hey, you kids better make it snappy. You got less than 3 weeks.
Why, you shouldn't be selling Christmas cards, Mr. Oldtimer. The way you stuff dates, you ought to be working in a confectionery.
Pretty good, daughter. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it. Look, old timer, I ain't got time now to hear the way you hear it. I gotta get down to the telegraph office. You got your car out in front? I haven't got a car, Johnny.
But you said you'd given the lift to the telegraph office.
I am, daughter. I'm gonna carry him piggyback. How long, Johnny? Well, okay, old timer. Here I come. Now, be right back, Molly. Hey, get your feet out of my hip pocket, Johnny. Come on.
Which wears longer, wood or stone? Most people would say stone without much hesitation. And yet there are in ancient palaces of Europe wooden floors that are still intact and beautiful, while the stone steps outside have worn away during the centuries. In fact, in the beautiful new Johnson office building at Racine, Wisconsin, there is a section of one of those old floors nearly 400 years old. It's still in excellent condition and mellow and rich in its beauty, because all during those years it was protected with wax. Now, in our American homes, we can have beautiful floors with much less work than in those olden days. There are easy-to-use weighted brushes. And there's the Johnson electric floor polisher that you can rent from your dealer at small cost. And every good dealer sells genuine Johnson wax in either paste or liquid form. With this famous wax polish, you can protect your floors against wear, give them rich beauty, save yourself hours of housework. And what's more, there are over 100 extra uses for genuine Johnson wax, such as furniture, woodwork, windowsills, lampshades. You'll find these labor-saving uses listed right on the familiar red and yellow Johnson wax package. Try some tomorrow.
Any messages come from me while I was gone, Molly? No, there weren't. And were you serious about having to go out of town, dearie?
Serious? I'll say I am. As the guy says when the elephant sat in his lap, this is the biggest thing that ever happened to me.
What is?
This job I got.
Tell me more about this great job, McGee. Who's it with?
Big theatrical outfit.
A fine thing. If you're such an expert on shows and things, why don't you stay here in your own hometown and help us with our Women's Club Festival?
That weenie roast. Go on, I should waste my talents on a small-time corn carnival like that there. May Festival. Bunch of bustles bouncing around a maypole with gay laughter. Not for me, baby.
Don't be so superior. But I suppose it's just as well you won't help us. We're getting a real stage producer. Somebody with experience.
Yeah, I'll bet. I hope I get a peek at the broken-down old ham. Probably an old buck and wing man. You know, stand in the wings and try to borrow a buck. Don't you get it, Molly? I says no.
Ain't funny, McGee.
Ain't? Okay, you can have it for your pageant. Oh, I'll get it, Molly. I'll get it. That's probably the telegram I'm waiting for. Come in, whoever you are.
Johnny me, Fisher. Nicholas Eleftherios Neorios, constantly tedious, magnanimous ex Depopolis.
What's the X for, Mr. Depopolis?
X marks the spot where I had another middle name, Cupid, but I always remember to forget what it is.
Well, what do you want to see us about, Nick?
This big parade that is being put on in Wistful Vista by the Ladies' Club.
The Women's Club, Mr. Depopolis.
What? No ladies?
Get to the point, Nick. I may get a message calling me out of town any minute.
Sure, Fisher. I am discussing with your wife. No, that's not right. Your wife is the one which is disgusting. No, that's worse. Isn't it simply disgusting?
Well, what were you discussing, Nick?
Well, Mr. Depopolis, sandwiches and soft drinks all along the line of march.
I am taking care of all the arrangements, Cupid. But don't you would think it would be more efficient, Puss, if we just let the parade go right through my candy kitchen?
You mean let Muhammad come to the fountain?
Yeah. Stop it now, McGee. No, Nick, I'm afraid that wouldn't work. Now tell me, how much lemonade are you going to make?
50 gallons.
Oh, fine. Now be sure it's good lemonade.
Oh, my stars, yes. I'm getting 2 of the finest lemons money can buy.
Well, aren't you going to sell any sandwiches or hamburgers or hot dogs?
You said it, Cupid. I'm making a special hamburgers that I'm calling a banquet in a bun. With onions, pickle, mustard, ketchup, relish, tomato, lettuce, chili, salt, and pepper.
What, no mayonnaise? Gee, that sounds marvelous, but how can you make any money putting all that stuff in a sandwich?
That's the secret of it, Fisher. By that time, the sandwich is so full, there is no room for the hamburger. Well, so long, Fisher. So long, Cupid.
That's a piece of yeah.
Well, now, doesn't Mr. Depopolis make you feel a little ashamed of yourself, McGee?
How come?
Well, look what he's doing to support our May Festival, while you run out of town on some wild goose chase.
Look, Molly, this time the goose is chasing me. And any time a goose wants to put a feather in my cap, I'll take a gander at it, see? Come in.
Hello, Fibber. Say, Molly, about this pageant the Women's Club is putting on, is there any limit to the size of the floats in the parade?
Why, no, there isn't, Mr. Wilcox. Why, are you entering a float?
I'll say I am. I'm building one for Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Don't you just love the way we sneak these things in, folks? With all the delicate restraint of a puppy in a shoe closet.
Quiet, McGee. Go on, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, look, I'm building our float on a 40-foot truck, you see.
Yes.
The driver will be sitting in a big facsimile of a can of glow coat.
That's a reasonable facsimile.
Oh, lay off, Fibber, gee. Now, along the sides of the truck, worked out in flowers, are the words Johnson's self-polishing
self-polishing glow coat. And then on one end of the truck, I'm having two beautiful girls in bathing suits with ribbons over their shoulders. One is lettered no rubbing and the other no buffing. And then a big banner with the words just apply and let dry.
Oh, they got wet bathing suits.
And over the whole thing, a tremendous alarm clock with 20 minutes marked off in different colored flowers, indicating that Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on your linoleum dries to a mirror-like finish in 20 minutes or less. Gee, I think it should be very effective.
Oh, it sounds marvelous, Mr. Wilcox. But why have those two girls in bathing suits?
Symbolical.
What do you mean, symbolical? What have two gals in bathing suits got to do with glow coat?
Popular product and figures to prove it.
I'll show you the sketches tomorrow, Molly. So long, sir.
Figures to prove it. The way that guy's got linoleum on his mind, you think he'd spend his life standing on his head.
But just the same, I like Mr. Wilcox. He's a gentleman. And what's more, he can be counted on to support any local project.
Oh, I suppose you're trying to imitate that I ought to...
Intimate, dearie.
What I said. I suppose you're trying to imitate that I ought to pass up the opportunity of a lifetime just so I can stay here and watch a puny little panty waist pageant. Well, if you think... Oh, boy, at last. Get ready to pack my bag, Molly. This is it. Hello? Hello? It's for you, Molly.
Climb back into your cartridge belt, big shot. Hello? Oh, yes, Mrs. Uppington. Oh, you heard from them again, huh? What? Oh, I'm supposed to provide room and board for the director during the pageant. Why, certainly, I'll see that he gets plenty to eat and he can sleep with McGee.
Hey!
All right, Mrs. Uppington, goodbye. Now, look, McGee, forget about going out of town. You can't do it. I've got to put the director of our pageant up here at the house.
Oh, but Molly, please, you don't know what this means to me. Let that scenery chewing cluck go sleep in the park. I don't want it. I'll get it. That's my telegram. Come in.
Hi, Missy. You want to buy some pies? Whom do you? Whom? Only got a half a dozen left, mister.
What are they, sis?
The 6 best smellers of 1940.
Oh, they are, huh? Look, sis, last year about the 1st of May, you come around and hung a basket of flowers on our doorknob. How come you're selling them this year?
Well, I'm no longer on a sustaining basis of it.
Oh, are they? Okay, I'll buy them. How much?
Nickel piece?
Well, here's 35 cents. You got a nickel change?
No, but I'll go pick you another flower.
Oh. How far you got to go for it?
Right in your backyard.
What? You mean to stand there with the roses in your cheeks and my geraniums in your hands and tell me you delivered? Oh, well, it was a pretty good stroke of business. Hey, Molly.
Yes?
You ought to hire this kid here as the business manager for the May Day Festival.
Now, don't tell me what to do about the festival, McGee.
Oh, well.
Who made you an authority?
Yeah, who made you an authority?
Who, me? Why, in my younger days, sis, I was always directing some big theatrical production. In fact, I never felt at ease without a script in my hand. Striptease McGee, I was known as in them days.
It's all
Striptease McGee, the sensational, super sophisticated showman of stage and screen, schooling sappy cinema stars in the subtle science of screaming and scowling, smiling and smirking, sneering and snorting, sniffing and snickering, sneering and sneezing, shouting and shooting, skillfully supervising stupendous spectacles, shooting smooth and sustained scenarios, shaming Shakespeare and showing up Shaw for his shabby shoddiness, soundly seasoned by storms and stresses, but take it, king's men, it's tough with these S's.
The King's Men sing with the wind and the rain in your hair.
Rain pouring, wind roaring, the night was dark and stormy. But how could my heart be cold with your true love belong to me? Last night we met, and I'll never forget how the wind and the rain kissed
Button up the city as policeman. What in the hell? Some sort of fucking
Suspense. This is the man in black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our stars tonight are Miss Agnes Moorehead and Mr. Ray Collins. We have seen these two expert and resourceful players in Citizen Kane, Magnificent Amberson, for which Miss Moorehead's performance won her the 1942 Film Critics Award. Mr. Collins will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor film, Salute to the Marines. Miss Moorehead and Mr. Collins return this evening to their first love, the CBS microphone, to appear in A Study in Terror by Lucille Fletcher, called The Diary of Sophronia Winters. The story told by this diary is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with the Diary of Sophronia Winters and the performances of Agnes Moorehead and Ray Collins. We again hope to keep you in suspense.
February 1st, St. Petersburg, Florida. I, Sophronia Winters, have hereby begun this diary because on this date I feel for the first time that I've begun to live. Diaries are no good unless one has thrilling experiences. For 40 years, I've never had what could really be called a thrilling experience. But the pop of death has changed everything. Here I am in beautiful St. Petersburg with everything to start life anew, money in my purse, 2 suitcases full of new clothes, and a gorgeous new permanent wave. And Florida is really the land of romance. It doesn't matter whether you're 17 or 70. There are parties and dances and bingo games and flirtations for all. My landlady, in fact, tells me that people often become engaged and even married to perfect strangers overnight. I'm still shy, of course, but just the same, it's such fun and so thrilling to think one's fate may be just around the corner. February 3rd. Oh, diary, it is beginning. This morning when I came out of my lodging house to go down to the beach, I noticed a man, a thrilling-looking man, sitting across the street on a bench. It was just as though he were waiting for me, because when I came out, he sort of started up as though he knew me. Of course, I didn't speak first, but I knew the minute I started down the street that he was following me. Well, I got to the beach and sat down with my magazines, and suddenly there he was, strolling toward me with a broad smile.
Well, sitting out here all by your lonesome?
Yes, I am.
Didn't I see you last night over at the Starfish Tea Room?
The Starfish Tea Room?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, I was there yesterday. But it was so crowded, I'm afraid I don't recall.
Mighty nice cuisine they've got over there. Mind if I sit down beside you?
Not at all. Oh, just a minute. Sit on this magazine. The beach is so sandy.
Oh, sand doesn't bother me. I'm from Maine, you know. We get plenty of sand up there.
Do you?
You been down here at St. Pete long?
Oh, just 3 days.
3 days? That's a long time.
It's a wonder I didn't spot you before.
Oh, Mr.
Johnson's name, Hiram Johnson.
Oh.
I come from Green Harbor, Maine. Run a big hotel up there, Summers. Well, that's my whole history in a nutshell.
My name's Sophronia. Sophronia Winter.
Sophronia. You know, that's quite a coincidence. My sister-in-law's name is Sophronia. Sophronia Johnson.
So terrible.
You ever heard of her? She looked quite a bit like you, too.
No, I'm afraid I haven't. Who was she? Someone very famous? I'm so ignorant about these things.
Oh, that's possible. Say, look at that sun, will you? I'd say it was pretty nearly time for lunch.
Come on. Come on. Hazel.
So jealous. I don't want to be like the other silly women in this town, but Hiram is different. There's something almost poetic about him. Something sad and deep.
You know, Sophronia, it's kind of mysterious us finding that 9-point starfish on the beach together. My sister-in-law, Sophronia, used to collect 9-point starfishes. To think your name, Sophronia, and you find a 9-point starfish with me. Well, it kind of draws us together, eh?
His neighbors really like
it. I've known him all my life. My landlady says it's foolish. But look at Romeo and Juliet. Weren't they foolish?
What's the good of waiting, Sophronia? I've got to be back at the hotel in a week. We may never see each other again.
Oh, Hiram, don't say that. I couldn't bear it.
Then let's do it right away. Tomorrow? There's a parson out on Coral Avenue who'll do the job for us. We can take a nice moonlight drive out to the Alligator Farm afterward, have a nice shore dinner, then climb on board the Orange Blossom tomorrow night for Maine. Just think of Maine. The big dark pine woods, the sand, the bay. The two of us alone together.
Two of us alone together. February 7th, on board the Orange Blossom. I was married in a wedding dress of Alice blue moire, with a frill of white organdy at the collar and wrist, and a rhinestone belt buckle. Hiram sent me 1,000 roses. I'm pressing one precious flower between the pages of this diary for luck.
I understand in a couple of minutes. Bags heavy?
No, not particularly, dearest. Oh, I can't get over that taxi man at the station. Imagine his insolence saying he couldn't drive us over.
Maybe he didn't have any gas. It happens sometimes around here.
Well, anyway, I'm glad the weather's so mild. Can you imagine what it would be like in a blizzard?
There's the place.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't want to look until I put down these bags. Now, where?
There. Through those big pine trees.
Oh, it is big, isn't it?
125 rooms.
So many fire escapes and balconies and porches and towers. I stayed in a hotel like that once years ago with Papa. It was very fashionable there.
My grandfather built that place 50 years ago. Hasn't been changed much since.
No? Well, of course, you put in modern plumbing.
Not yet. Here we are. Walk in.
Oh, what's that?
Just a foghorn out in the bay.
Oh.
We get it almost every night in this kind of weather.
What are you locking the gate for?
Why not? There's nobody coming in after us. We're going out again for a while.
But I thought you said the hotel.
The hotel's empty.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, the story of a man who felt that he had to prove himself, had to go to any length to make people believe him. Anthony Ellis stars in his own adaptation of Elizabeth Bowen's Telling. The chapel was a ruin, roofed by daylight, floored with lawn.
All right, let's see.
In a corner, the gardener had tipped out a heap of cut grass in the lawnmower. It smelled stuffy and sweet. Outside, beyond the ragged arch of the chapel, there was sunshine. But not here. Terry looked up, feeling shy, noticing suddenly surprise at the blood on his hands. Embarrassed all at once at the idea of anyone coming. His brain was ticking like a watch, remembering Josephine. Homecoming from Ceylon a month ago. That first interview with his father in the study, so heavy with selection.
Sit down, Terry. Thank you, Father. Well, so you're back with us. That funny? I suppose you rather expected it. No. Matter of fact, this time I didn't. I hoped you'd make a go of it. Sorry. Yeah. You mind telling me what happened? I shouldn't mind at all if I knew. Well, things were going all right. And then the letter from the office. And my still on Halloween. I didn't hear quite the same thing. Oh? Mockridge phoned from London and told me that you've been shirking on the job. The incident to the plantation managers, but they simply had no choice to give you the sack.
Well, it wasn't as bad as that after all.
Look here, Terry. It's gone too far this time. When your mother was alive, I tried to understand. You were tucked out of school, 14, you remember? In Cambridge. Mother was, I suppose she meant well, you being the youngest boy. I think if I'd had my way with you, though, it would have been better. Now you've been kicked out again. Mother's dead. We won't protect you anymore. You're going to have to grow up now. You understand?
Yes.
Have you any plans?
I don't know. But if I could think things out, I know I can do something.
You've said that before.
But I could. Perhaps art. If I had a chance to study.
Listen to me. And take that filthy cigarette out of your mouth when I'm talking to you.
Sorry.
I'm fed up with you, Terry. Your brothers and sisters are ashamed. We all are. The devil can't you be a man? School's finished. You're 24. I will not tolerate a slacker in my house. I warn you. This is your last chance. You have a couple of weeks to get settled. I'll try to find you something in the city.
But that's awfully decent of you.
I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for my own self-respect and the memory of your mother.
Yes, sir.
We shan't mention the Ceylon incident again. I think you'd better go upstairs now and get dressed for dinner.
And remembering in the now high, cold walls of the chapel, Josephine. The first meeting after he'd been home for only 4 days. Josephine, with her chestnut hair gently framing that face that he had loved, yet been unable to visualize during those 8 months away from her. And the warm, lazy afternoon, sound of tennis drifting across the lawn.
Oh, there's a marvelous.
Yes. He's good. I'm afraid I've never been able to stand up to him. Or John, for that matter.
You don't practice.
That is. I thought perhaps it was just not much good at it.
Oh, rot.
Josephine. You know, it's the funniest thing. All the time I was in Ceylon, even when I wrote to you, I simply couldn't remember what you looked like. Odd, isn't it?
I'm sorry I didn't like you. I've been terribly
Oh,
busy.
it doesn't matter. I can see.
You ever go down to the court? I'd
Yeah,
love it.
she just took some drugs and she's gonna be sedated soon.
You believe in me?
What a strange question.
No. No, it isn't. Important.
I think you're a very nice young man.
Don't
She
say
won't
it.
go there. We don't
How would you like me to say it?
I don't know. But not like that. Not as though you were talking to the
Get her.
gardener.
Oh, don't be silly, Terry.
It's not silly. No, I'm not much good. Clumsy.
Didn't want to get up and walk in the afternoon.
You know, I used to drink whiskey.
Be great.
Really, I did. A little
Would
while
not go
ago.
back down there.
I could do things cleverly. I wasn't clumsy anymore. And then suddenly the whiskey didn't do any good. I wanted to make people proud of me. You, Josephine, I've always wanted that.
If only you wouldn't take yourself so seriously, Terry. If you try and... I don't know.
She was very
Behave
brave.
like a man.
I am a
suppose.
man. I love you like a man loves a little boy.
Oh, Terry.
I could do something if I had the chance.
I'm sure you could.
If I thought I could do anything. I need somebody. You to believe in me.
I'm very fond of you. There I am. But
No. No, don't say anything now. I'll show
You
you.
gotta get that one for
I'll make
sure.
you proud.
What? That's it?
Oh,
The emote.
now do be a darling and try not to look so intense. I'm going to see how the game's
Not
getting
the
on.
skin.
Come along,
Fucking
darling.
Wolverine.
It's not.
What is it?
It's the DE oil victim of despair.
Oh my god, you're on his team again.
John, 9 years older, a barrister, promising young barrister. Charles, 6 years older, making a place for himself in the Conservative Party, propping Dick here, but with a gleam of Parliament in his eye. And he'd get there, everyone said so. Terry wanted to feel close to both of them, understand, he understood. He always wanted that. Catherine, his sister, 20, with an anxious, methodical mind, loving life, nothing. They were together one evening a few days later discussing plans for the party.
Always asking me to marry him.
Right, strike out, Percy.
Did he just say something?
Josephine, come in.
Yes,
Hey, watch your face.
Hello, I think our little Terry has a crush on you.
Don't be vulgar, Charles.
I was playing on a computer.
Break your heart, broke mine while you were away.
Slippers.
Stop it, we've got to get on to this. Charles, will you?
You didn't pay like...
Absolutely and forever.
Here.
No, he's teasing you, Terry. No, I don't think he is.
Terry, don't be a fool.
What is he saying?
Oh, wait, going as Halloween.
Just for the mask. Yeah, you gotta order that shit directly from China, motherfucker.
I got my Halloween costume for 60 bucks altogether. He said he's gonna be Ghostface Mystery. Which is like...
Oh yeah, that mask is probably only about $5.
Yeah,
like $1 still.
Every dude screamed because their girlfriends once them to scream because they went, they're weird.
Okay. Is there a new one or something?
No, just ladies still love to scream.
I never really liked them.
Bobby, what's yours?
Oh yeah, I didn't hate it.
I came to apologize for what I said before. You don't have to. I understand. True, you know,
I think I liked the second one.
It doesn't
I
matter.
liked one of them.
Terry, you
The other one, the security guard was the killer. In the first one.
I know, but... Well, you're not too serious, are you? I mean, you're not in love with her or anything like that.
The third one.
Whatever gave you
I
that
think
idea?
the
I wasn't
other
sure.
was the killer in one of them.
Thought, but not
Thought.
me.
But
Look at my bow.
When you did that, you
Little
just seem like...
bow on my back.
I don't think she's ready to settle down. What does that mean? I said, that's all. You're saying she comes about? No. Just, if you are in love with her, I wouldn't want to see you hurt. Thanks very much, but don't worry, I can manage. Righto. Everything properly. All clean? Good. Want to come down for a night shift before you turn in? No, thanks, I'm not. Good night, then. See you in the morning. Remember, when the shaft of sunlight touches the tip of the upturned shoe, the light of the sun, bright moon, where the beating surface on your body, warm, scented air, music, dance, couples laughing, kissing with the security of shrubbery. Good. Lovely. But as he watched her, he began to understand what Charles meant was of her, and he didn't want to understand. He danced one dance, and then she was always gone. Terry went looking for her. He found her in the old chapel, and with her was an indistinct figure, a man vaguely known, somebody's friend. That's what it's for. You're the peace song. I didn't think we came out yesterday. Why did you do that? Poor little stereo before.
Oh, no.
that floor, right floor. She damages the truth. She kills souls. You kill mine. I must do something.
And remembering last night. All night thinking about it. Sometimes taking a drink, but mostly walking alone in the shrubberies, avoiding the others. He was not angry. He kept saying,
I must not be angry. I must be just. I must not be angry. I must be just.
All night then, he walked alone in the garden. And as the light began to grow in the sky, he stepped through the French windows and took down the African knife from the dining room wall. He'd always wanted that African knife. And then he'd gone upstairs, shaved, changed into flannels, put the knife into his blazer pocket and sat on the windowsill in his room waiting for the sun to come up. Waiting and thinking.
No one but I can do it. She ought not to live with this flaw in her. She really mustn't. Let's see if she doesn't.
Listening to Anthony Ellis, starring in his own adaptation of Elizabeth Bowen's Telling, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Tomorrow night, the FBI in Peace and War looks into the strange case of the go-getter on CBS Radio. It's a thrilling G manhunt involving the machinations of a used car dealer who has his own methods for undercutting competition. Don't miss the details over most of these same stations tomorrow night when the Stars Address presents the FBI in Peace and War.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Anthony Ellis in Elliot Lewis's production of Telling, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
A breeze stirred the collar of her dress. Terry remembered, sitting on the windowsill, watching sunlight brighten and broaden from a yellow agitation behind the trees into swathes of color across the lawn. And later it had all been arranged for them. He fell into, had his part in some kind of design. He went downstairs to the dining room where the family was gathered for a late breakfast.
Morning, old boy. Scrambled eggs?
Oh, no thanks.
Were you good? Didn't see much of you last night. Have a good time?
Yes.
Wasn't it a lovely party?
Sit down, Terry. Catherine, give him a cup of coffee.
Where's Josephine?
Oh, she's already had her breakfast.
Huh? What a girl. I don't know how she does it. I've got a head like a melon.
Where is she?
Here's your coffee.
You look done in, Terry. Feel all right?
Yes.
Morning, you lazy people.
Morning.
Who wants to play a game of tennis?
Oh, my. Would you like to go for a walk, Josephine?
Well, I'd rather... Oh, all right. You have some breakfast before you go out.
No, thanks.
Why the devil do you stuff your pockets so full, Terry? That jacket isn't going to be worth a brass farthing. You'll have to get it pressed.
Oh.
Oh, come on, Terry. Don't listen to him. He's jealous because he hasn't got that casual look. I had a lovely time last night, didn't you? Did you see Marilyn when she fell in the pond? I thought Charles would have a fit, he laughed so much.
I didn't see that.
Oh, he must have kept your father apart tonight. I hope he didn't mind. Oh, what a heavenly morning.
It is, isn't it? I saw it begin.
How on earth did you get up so early? It must have been 5.
I didn't go to bed.
Oh.
I like it here, in the temple, in June.
Yes.
Quiet, on a job for thinking to make things right. You know what I mean?
Let's go on.
No. Not for a minute. Josephine, I saw you here last night.
Did you?
And
I suppose you enjoyed yourself.
why did you let him kiss you?
Oh, poor little Terry. Don't be tiresome, darling.
Do you believe in me?
Oh, yes, I believe, Terry. I understand. I'll be a good boy.
Will you kiss me?
Everywhere cigarette ends, scattered last night by the couples who had come to the chapel to kiss. Terry noticed a charred cigarette stump in Josephine's hair. By her left ear, it showed through. He thought,
You never forgive me for that. So fascinating. She mentioned my dirty nails once. They were dirty. She never forgive me for that.
he picked the cigarette out of her hair and threw it away. She lay now with her feet and lower body in the sunshine. The sun was just high enough. Her arms flung out wide at him, desperately, generously. On her face was a dazzled look. Her blood quietly soaked through the grass, sinking through to the rooftop.
I've done the right thing. What do you feel now, Josephine? Believe in me now?
On his way to the house, he stooped down and dipped his hands in the garden tank. Someone might scream. He felt embarrassed at the thought of somebody screaming. The red curled away through the water and melted.
Hello, Catherine.
Oh, Terry.
Catherine? I've done something.
They're putting the furniture back in the drawing room. I wish you'd go and help. It's getting those big sofas through the door and the cabinets. Well, I'm putting the music away.
I don't suppose she'll be able to marry now. Nobody will marry her.
Oh, don't mumble, Terry. What?
Do you know where Josephine is?
No, I haven't the slightest idea. Now, go on, Terry. Please help.
Catherine? Do you know what happened down in the chapel?
Oh,
Catherine? What would you do if I killed somebody?
laugh.
If I killed a woman?
Laugh harder. Do you know any women?
She had not wanted to be cruel, but he'd spoiled something for her. Last night she had gone to the chapel. She had been kissed. And now his talking about it had changed everything. She supposed he must have seen her and was being nasty about it. Might even tell Father. He'd always been like that. She found herself not liking Terry at all, almost hating him. Terry went to the drawing room and helped move the furniture. It was Terry's fault. They scratched the paint on the wall with a heavy cabinet.
Oh, blast. We've scratched the paint.
No, it's my fault. It's nice of you to say we, though. I wonder if you'd say we killed her.
Perhaps you'd better help with the barges and things, old man.
All right, Charles. But you should have seen the blood on my hands just now.
John, we'll have to move this right out of the way.
John, can I talk to you for a minute?
As soon as you finish here. I'll get a move on, Terry. We'll be all morning.
He helped until he broke a piece of delicate meissen. Then they sent him out. The servants who were helping as well smiled tolerantly. He went to the kitchen for a cup of coffee. Cook was preparing a roast for dinner. He watched for a moment or two.
You're very good at that, Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Terry.
I think I wouldn't be.
Oh, everybody to his trade, Mr. Terry.
I'd probably make a good butcher, though.
Not you, Mr. Terry. I remember when you cut your finger once and you screamed for an hour at the sight of the blood.
I don't anymore.
Oh, that's nice.
You'd never believe it if I were to tell you.
Yes, all right, sir.
Cook, do you ever read murder mysteries?
Sometimes.
Did you read the one about a woman who was stabbed to death by a man who was in a chapel just like ours, and Funny thing is, her name was Josephine. That's a coincidence.
Now, Mr. Terry, I'll have to ask you if you finished your coffee to leave my kitchen. I've a lot of work to do, and there are guests coming for dinner.
But it's true.
I'll run along now, sir.
Yes, cook, I'm sorry.
He wandered out and into the hall. On the table were 2 letters come by the second post, waiting for Josephine. No one, he thought, ought to read them. He must protect Josephine. He picked them up and slipped them into his pocket.
I say, what are you doing with those letters?
Nothing.
Oh, well, they're Josephine's. I saw them before.
I know. I'm taking them to her.
Oh, you know where she is?
She's in the chapel.
What?
John, I want to tell you something.
Later. I've got to go into the village for some things.
John, she's in the chapel.
Good. You take them to her.
John, I've killed Josephine in the chapel. John.
Take them along to her.
John hurried ahead, not listening, not turning round, only hearing Josephine's name. He went into the smoking room and banged the door behind him. Terry thought,
Oh, yes. You're a fine man, my brother. Fine man with a muscular back. But you couldn't have done what I've done. You never kissed Josephine.
he sat on the second step of the staircase, sat there gripping a baluster, shaking with exultation.
Josephine. Josephine. Josephine.
The study door panels had always looked solemn. They bulged with solemnity. Terry had to get past to his father. He chose the top left-hand panel to tap on.
Come in.
What do you want, Terry? I'm busy. I want to talk about my future.
I suppose, my boy, that you really have got a future. Well, sit down a minute. I'll just finish this letter. There we are. Now then.
Well, there must be some kind of a future for me, mustn't there?
Well, I should certainly hope so. You've been giving it some thought?
Yes.
What about marriage? We haven't talked about that. You know, a nice girl might do something for you. Settle you down a bit, eh? Anybody in mind?
No. Nobody?
It's a thought. In the meantime, we've got to find you something in the city. That was the idea, wasn't it?
Yes.
There might be an opening at your Uncle Victor's bank. No, you weren't very good figures for you.
Look here, Father. I've got something to show you. That African knife.
Hmm? What about it?
That African knife. It's here. I've got to show you.
What about it?
Wait just a minute. It was here. I did have it. I brought it to show you. I must have it somewhere. You remember? The African knife?
What's the matter with you, Terry?
It isn't here. I haven't got it. Lost. Perhaps I dropped it on the grass by the tank somewhere. But I remember finding it on the grass. I had it then. It's gone. I've lost it. I've lost it.
What do you mean? What are you trying to tell me?
I don't know where it is. You'll be angry.
Hey, answer me. Terry!
Holy shit.
What's in the name?
Seriously.
Your sister. She's outside.
Volume control I had.
Catherine!
19.
You all right? Catherine!
Oh. The only one to show it to him.
Catherine!
It's opening, Father! She's down in the chapel, she's dead! Somebody killed her!
Oh, my.
Oh, man. Shit's going down. I mean, this is a crazy guy.
Terry, what are you trying to tell me?
Nothing. Nothing. Nothing.
Suspense, in which Anthony Ellis was starred in his own adaptation of Elizabeth Bowen's Telling.
Later tonight, continue this week's serial story of the case of murder in the Poison Fangs with Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons. Mr. Keene will be working on this one the rest of the week. And a thriller it is, too, as you know, if you've heard this week's developments up to now. Don't forget it. CBS Radio brings you another half-hour, one-episode murder mystery, The Case of the Date for Murder, Friday night, on most of these same stations.
Next week, the story of a murder in which no gun was used, nor knife, nor blunt instrument, nor poison, nor suffocation, nor force of any kind. And yet, a man was murdered. It's called Destruction. You may hear it next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morwick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Featured in tonight's cast were Ben Wright, Herb Butterfield, Ellen Morgan, Betty Harford, John Daner, Richard Peel, and Florence Walcott. And remember, next week, Morton Fine and David Friedkin's new suspense play, Destruction.
Action as a policeman really finds it. 21st Precinct on the CBS Radio Network.
The Fibber, McGee, and Molly Show. Every weekday at this time, NBC brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly, transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. We'll join Fibber and Molly in just a moment. How many paydays have gone by since you promised yourself you'd start saving money? Too many, huh? Oh, I know, your paycheck is gone before you realize it. Happens all the time. But what will you do when an emergency comes up? When you need some money fast? If you'll take my advice, you'll be prepared. Start today to buy United States savings bonds through the payroll savings plan. That's the easy, the automatic plan that provides income for your future and cash when you need it. Just ask your employer to save a few dollars from each paycheck. You won't even miss them. When enough money has accumulated, he'll buy your savings bonds for you regularly. That's all there is to it. And when those bonds mature, you'll get back $4 for every $3 you've put in. So sign up for the payroll savings plan where you work, or the bond-a-month plan where you bank. You'll feel more secure tomorrow if you buy United States savings bonds today.
The mail just came, Molly. I brought it in.
Good. Anything interesting for change?
Looks like about the usual crop. Bill from Kramer's drugstore, second notice from the gas company, third notice from the light company. Here's the red envelope. Final warning from the water company. And hey, here's a postcard.
Well, wonderful. Some real mail, huh?
Oh, gee whiz, it's from Uncle Dennis.
Bless his heart. Where is he?
Oh, St. Louis. It says, dear niece and nephew, having a wonderful time here. X marks my room. Oh, you see the picture?
Hotel, is it?
Brewery. Says, please excuse pencil. My pen is dry, so am I. Must go now. Love, Uncle Dennis.
You know, the poor lad, he always had trouble with that dry throat of his. I think it must be his sinuses.
Yeah, sure. He could always think of a reason. Where are you going?
Out to the kitchen. I've got to put the groceries away.
Okay, Tootsie. I'll open up the rest of these bills and file them away. Probably ought to pay this water bill pretty soon. This final warning usually means they're kind of annoyed. Come in.
Hi, Miss Angie.
Ah, hello there, Jean. Come right in.
Okay.
Pull up a chair and fill me in on the latest development. What's new with the Jackson jump rope crowd? I said, what you been doing lately? Anything interesting?
Well, I've been getting ready, mister.
Ready? For what?
I'm having a birthday on the 14th of April.
Oh, what are you doing? Ironing your new party dress?
No.
Painting your toenails?
No, I'm making something.
What?
Room in my closet for a present.
Oh. Expecting a lot of presents, are you?
I don't know. I've only been to 3 houses so far, and I have to be home for dinner in an hour.
Oh, well, then don't let me change this. I can see where you've got a busy afternoon ahead of you. You run along then, huh?
Thanks, mister. And listen now. You don't have to get me a present if you don't want to.
Oh, I understand that. I realize this call puts me under no obligation, moral or otherwise. I says I know I don't have to if I don't want to.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I don't have to.
But in case Mrs. McGee wants to get me one, tell her anything she picks up will be all right.
Oh, that's very generous of you.
It doesn't have to be a pogo stick.
Pogo stick?
Like the one Willie Two-Pair that his father bought him at the bonfire with the bell on top that he never left me game.
Bell, huh?
Doesn't have to be that. Just anything.
I see.
It's not the gift, it's the sentiment. Bye.
So long, Jeannie. Molly.
Yes, dearie. What is it?
Jeannie was just here. The kids from across the street.
I thought I heard her. What do you want?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think it was a pogo stick with a bell on top that goes ding.
Hmm?
Come on downtown with me, and I'll tell you all about it on the way.
My goodness, the bonfire is crowded today.
Yeah, Jeannie must have told more people than she thought.
You know, I just can't get over that little rascal stopping in to remind you to get her a present for her birthday. Real trouble, huh?
Yeah, a lot of trouble as a jury summons. She's a cute kid. I'm making something, she said. Room in my closet for presents.
You know, I had no idea it was her birthday again. Time flies, though. What day did she say?
The 14th.
Goodness, that's this Saturday.
That's why I thought we'd better get right on it. We might not get downtown again this week, and if we...
Attention, please. Is there a doctor in the store? Is there a doctor in the store? Go to the 7th floor immediately, doctor. We're having a wonderful sale on bandages.
The toy department's on the 4th floor, dearie. Let's get over to the elevator. What are you looking at?
Christmas cards here. Hey, don't you think we ought to pick out our Christmas cards while we're down here, Molly? It's November, you know.
Well, hallelujah. I've been trying to get you to look at Christmas cards since the middle of June. Oh, will you look at the stock? They must have 1 million of them.
Yeah, too many.
Too many?
We'd never be able to look through all these today, Tootsie. The store'd be closed. We'll come back later. Only got a few left. I get confused.
Well, I might have known this was too good to be true.
Attention, shoe department. Mr. Leatherby, shoe department. You're asked to please check all boxes before the customer leaves, Mr. Leatherby. You just sold your lunch.
Well, come on, the elevator's this way.
Back to Wistful Vista in a minute. Mark Twain used to say, everybody talks about the weather, but nobody does anything about it. We might add, everybody talks about the serious conditions in our schools, but nobody does anything about it. But no, that wouldn't be quite fair. Today, good citizens all over the country are working to improve our schools. It's true that in some of our communities, schools are outmoded, run down, and overcrowded. But in most of those communities, intelligent, responsible citizens are joining together to improve conditions. If you'd like to do your part, join and work with local civic organizations that are trying to make educational conditions better. If you'd like to know what other communities are doing to improve their schools, just right to the National Citizens Commission for the Public Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York 36, New York. Remember, better schools